Hey everyone, if you're enjoying my RM audiobooks, don't forget to like, subscribe, hit that hype, and maybe check out my Patreon if you want to support the channel even more. Your support means a lot and helps me keep these coming. Now, sit back and enjoy the story.
Paleblood, Chapter 1. It wasn't supposed to be like this. All he wanted was to become strong and find a cute girl. He knew there was the risk of danger when becoming an adventurer. Everyone knew that much. His goddess and his sponsor had told him various things. He knew about the dangers from the stories his grandfather had told him and by all the books he had read. The traveling adventurers passing through his farm had their fair share of stories as well. He had been knocked around plenty of times by the monsters of the dungeon, but he made sure to keep a level head and stay in a comfortable floor until he felt he was strong enough to try some of the lower levels. It had gone this way for months, and he was ready for the 5th level. The monsters were definitely stronger here, that was for sure. He had been pushed but not broken. He fought hard and gained more experience and prizes. And then the minotaur showed up. The minotaur was supposed to be something way out of his league. It was a monster found in the deeper reaches of the dungeon. It was fast, powerful, and his blade couldn't cut through its thick hide. And the cleaver it used broke down the walls and made the ground quake with every swing. It was more of a hammer than a blade. He tried to run from it, but the creature was fast and pursued him endlessly. It was only through sheer dumb luck he had managed to avoid its strikes. Eventually his luck ran out. He came across a dead end. Panting from exhaustion and shaking with fear, he could only press his back to the wall and lift his dagger in defiance at the beast. In another time, someone would have come to save him. This minotaur had fled from a higher-ranking party of adventurers. One of them would have followed after it, would have killed it, and he would have been saved. But his salvation was a few minutes behind. She was coming, but she wouldn't make it in time. The minotaur swung. He didn't even get the chance to scream as it cleaved him in two. You found yourself a hunter. Aha, you must be the new hunter. Belle didn't know if he was tripping out or if he really was dead. He remembered pain, something deep tearing his chest in two, but he couldn't remember what it was. There was a thick fog clouding his memory. His feet had carried him to this garden until the haze cleared and he began to make sense of his surroundings. The garden led to a slope of stairs. Little ones, he decided to call them such because he didn't know what else to describe them, lured him into the house at the top of the hill. It was the workshop. Books lined the shelves with most of them scattered in large piles everywhere on the floor. Desks and tables ran up the walls with various tools sprawled across them. Cabinets held vials and glasses and other assortments he didn't know what was what. And at the far end was an altar. Sitting at the center of it all was an old man in a wheelchair. This old man looked up at Belle with appraising eyes. "Where am I?" Belle asked. He didn't know whether to be afraid of this place or not. He didn't know where he was or how he got here. None of this felt real. It seemed so chaotic. And yet, so peaceful. The old man smiled, his fingers adjusting on the top of his cane. "Welcome to the hunter's dream. This will be your home, for now." Belle looked around once more. Yes, he could feel it. All of this was a dream. None of this was real. It explained why he was so calm despite there being every reason for him to panic. Since when did dreams ever make sense? When had he ever been in control over it? And in dreams was he always at peace? "I am Garin," the old man introduced himself. He shuffled around in his chair with a look of doubt in his eyes. He looked unsure on how to proceed. Shy? Timid? Frightened? Friend of you hunters. You're sure to be in a fine haze about all this. But don't think too hard about it. Just go out there and kill a few beasts. It's for your own good. You know, it's just what hunters do. Belle could only nod at this. It didn't make sense. And yet it made perfect sense. You'll get used to it, Garin shrugged. He looked around while continuing to ramble. This was once a safe haven for hunters. A workshop where hunters used blood to enhance their weapons. And flesh. We don't have as many tools as once we did. But you're welcome to use whatever you find. He leaned forward and wagged his finger at Belle, urging him to draw closer. Belle did so. And the old man whispered his secrets, even the doll. "If it pleases you." Belle only nodded. With his dagger and his spear still strapped to his bindings, he walked out of the workshop to begin the hunt. This town is cursed. Whatever your reasons may be, you should plan a swift exit. Whatever there is to gain from this place will only do more harm than good. "Hello, good hunter," she said. The doll. He was fascinated by her. She was so pretty. It hurt to find something so beautiful was a lifeless doll. But upon returning to the dream after his confrontation with a beast unlike any other at the bridge, she was standing before him, talking. "I am a doll here in this dream to look after you," she continued to speak in a sweet voice. But no emotion. She couldn't have any emotion. Such was a concept that couldn't exist within her. Still, he couldn't help but flush and avert his gaze when someone so pretty was addressing him. Hello. He ended up shouting with his eyes closed. "I am Belle Crannel. It's nice to meet you. The doll stared at him for a long time. Her head tilted as if the slight angle change in her vision of him would bring a new set of enlightenment in understanding him. Apparently it did. Because after a while of staring at him, she began to clap her hands. It made him want to curl up into a ball and bury himself in the flower beds. Honorable hunter, pursue the echoes of blood. She went on. And I will channel them into your strength. You will hunt beasts. And I will be here for you to embolden your sickly spirit. She lifted her hand with her large eyes gazing down at his own. He complied and brought his hand into hers. There was warmth in her touch. Oh, how he wished his palms weren't so sweaty from nerves. Very well, the doll said. A strange light began to glow from her mechanical hands. Now shut your eyes. This was all very familiar to him. Not in the same familiarity he had whenever he returned to this dream. Not this alien and yet welcoming feeling. He felt like he had done this before but could not recall when or how. All of the blood he had spilt from hunting the monsters and deranged villagers resurfaced as memories. All of their lives and experiences flashed through him, but he could not make sense of it. They weren't his lives, so there was no point in trying to sympathize with something he couldn't understand. As quickly as these things came, they went. The memories soaked into his flesh, and he felt himself become a little bit stronger out of it. Farewell, good hunter. The doll let go of his hand. He wished she could have held on to it a little bit longer, but he was also ashamed his hand was so sweaty. May you find your worth in the waking world. Beasts all over the shop. You'll be one of them, sooner or later. Oh, hello there. Eileen greeted him as he approached. She had been a marvelous help to him, and a nice change of pace to this nightmare of blood and monsters. She was one of the first outside of the dweller of the church ward to talk to. He had panicked earlier, had run around in circles as beasts hounded him, and Eileen had swooped in to save him. Though, she scolded him pretty harshly afterwards and gave him what she called hunter marks for him to flee. He didn't use them. He chose to continue fighting. She had shaken her head at the time, but offered sound advice that had saved his life plenty before. Perfect timing, she went on. I must warn you not to go near the tomb below Eden Chapel below the cathedral ward. Henrik, an old hunter, has gone mad. And he's my mark. She did not hunt beasts like Belle. She was once a part of the dream just like how he was now. Eileen was a hunter of hunters. She preyed upon those who gave in to the frenzy of the blood and put them down before they could become something worse than the beasts that plagued Yarnham. He knew better than to interfere with her work. He was still young and inexperienced. He had much to learn, and Eileen had survived the hunter's dream on another night long ago. He'd probably get in her way if he followed her. But she had saved his life once, and the feeling in his gut told him he wouldn't get the chance to pay her back if she walked in there alone. Against his better judgment, and against her cold words, he followed her down into the graveyard where he had put down Father Gascoigne. He had been right all along to have followed her. The hunter garbed in gold had overpowered her. While Eileen was swift and precise with her twin daggers, Henrik was stronger and just as cunning. He kept her at bay and managed to land his own series of crippling blows against her. She was bleeding with a bad gash on her leg, hindering her movements. Now Henrik was faster than her. He stepped in. Henrik was deranged and so focused on Eileen he hadn't been able to see Belle coming. A stab right at his waist was more than enough to cause the golden hunter to stagger. Eileen delivered the finishing blow. That wasn't necessary of you, but you have my thanks, she said while panting. Henrik's body had yet to go cold. We made it with our lives. You must have killed Gascoigne, then? He was falling apart. I'm sure it had to be done, but try to keep your hands clean. A hunter should hunt beasts. Leave the hunting of hunters to me. She gave a chuckle while tucking her weapons away and gracing her hand on his arm. There's nothing more horrific than the hunt. In case you haven't realized, the things you hunt, they're not beasts. They're people. One day you will see. This no longer began to feel like a dream. This was a nightmare. Hunters like him plagued the streets of this perverted world. They hunted the beasts when the beasts wanted nothing to do with them. A horde of them ran past Belle, ignoring him completely. It was a hunter who had chased them down. He found himself fighting against the hunters who had been driven mad. He was saving beasts. The deeper he traveled, the more he wanted to wake up from the nightmare. Many times he returned to the dream and conversed with the doll and Garin. The doll said very little, and Garin either chuckled or offered no words at all. Belle was forced to trek this land alone. The deeper he went, the worse things got. He had heard stories about the healing church. He had heard they were the ones who introduced blood ministration. The blood Belle used whenever he was wounded. It healed all with the exception of poisons. He didn't think to question the origins of their miracle elixir until he met the church's first hunter, Ludwig. Or the monster that was once Ludwig. Good hunter, and all remained of Ludwig after their fight was his head. Have you seen the thread of life? Just a hair. A fleeting thing. Yet I clung to it, steeped as I was in the stench of blood and beasts. I never wanted to know what it really was. Really, I didn't. Belle had nothing to say. He was too tired, and the battle had worn out his spirit. He thought what he was doing was for a noble cause. He thought the church had been a saving grace of all that was good. He had heard legends of Ludwig the Holy Blade. To find a hero he looked up to had become a beast brought Belle down. He listened to Ludwig's ramblings. And that's all they really were. Ramblings. Ludwig wasn't talking to Belle. He never was. Proof he never was came immediately after. Ludwig's words became incoherent ramblings as he drifted off in his speech. Eventually it stopped being words only Ludwig could understand and became maddened screams and howling laughter. Belle couldn't put him out of his misery. His dagger was raised, ready to plunge deep into his hero's brain. But he couldn't do it. Ludwig deserved so much better. Belle couldn't stop crying when Simon came in and performed the deed for him. The hunter of the nightmare offered sound wisdom and words of prayer and sympathy for Ludwig. But Belle couldn't hear any of it. Why was he here? What was he fighting for? What was the purpose of the hunt? A corpse should be left well alone. Oh, I know very well how the secrets beckon so sweetly. Only an honest death will cure you now, liberate you from your wild curiosity. He thought he had seen everything. He thought he could no longer be surprised. He thought he had started to understand this dream/nightmare. Until a giant multi-limbed thing with a caged skull grabbed him and devoured him. He found himself in a place of chaotic familiarity, likened to the hunter's dream. It was a building of similar architecture to the hunter's workshop, to Bergenworth, and the research facility Lady Maria protected. But this was no place of beasts or of eldritch creatures. This was a place of learning. The students roaming around with scrolls tucked under their arm ignored him as they carried on with their business. They were neither humor nor beasts. They were some sort of slime construct wearing black caps and matching uniforms. Some looked at him quizzically. Some even spat slime at him. But if he kept his distance, they left him alone. Much like the hunter's workshop, the building was filled with books and scrolls. Unfortunately, most of them were faded. This was another dream. Whoever was dreaming had either forgotten what knowledge remained in the books or had never read them in the first place. But Belle did find a few things of note, such as the words carved onto the side of an office desk. We must kill the old ones. Oh, a hunter of beasts are you? Belle spun around, only to shriek in terror and raise his dagger in alarm. What eyed him was a spider as large as his torso. But instead of a multi-eyed head, stared a pair of eyes belonging to the head of a bald man. He was a pale man with the body of a spider. He crawled along the wall, around Belle, and stood on top of the desk he had been examining. Glory be, you know not the value you possess. But it shrugged, as if it still possessed human shoulders. More's the pity. Belle could only keep his dagger pointed with his back pressed against a bookshelf. He gulped. He had been wrong to believe nothing could surprise him after that. Thing took him into the nightmare. It cackled while it watched him squirm. Now wait just a moment. Do you think ill of me? Me? No. Belle shook his head with everything he had. Humph, it smiled. Unconvinced but willing to humor him. I should think not. I shared with a thing of you most secret. Now, you've witnessed a miracle. And all the stronger for it. You should appreciate it, if you have a grain of gratitude for it. Yes, appreciate it. It cackled some more to some joke only it could understand. No matter, it abruptly stopped, though the sickening smile was still plastered on its face. Such details are trifling. We're fast friends now. Let this express what words cannot. Doubt me not, good sir, what is friendship but a chance encounter? It laughed some more. I'm willing to do you a kindness. Step lightly around to the right of the cathedral, and seek an ancient shrouded church. The gift of the Godhead will grant you strength. Yes, I'm unquestioningly certain. It laughed some more. Belle nodded, promising he would do such. But he had already come across the thing lingering around the church. It was how he got here in the first place. Now I'm waking up. I'll forget everything. His blood ran cold at the sight of her. Oh, is that you again? Eileen looked up at him. Her body was slouched against the stone steps leading to the grand cathedral. Her hand was pressed against her side as fresh blood dripped down. He could see it flow down the steps. I'm afraid I made a bit of a blunder. She shook her head with an ironic laugh. I'm just going to have a short rest. Though don't worry. I've taken blood. Enough to save an old woman. No more dreams for me. This is my last chance. She was panting. Her voice was losing the deep roar of determination he praised. Never before had he seen her so weakened. Eileen always became stronger after every hunter she faced. He marveled at her work. She may have taken blood to heal, but even he knew she wouldn't recover from this. What a fool I am. I'll have to trek carefully, but that thing still lies in wait. He looked at the trail of blood that led to the cathedral. Was it another hunter's blood, or was it Eileen's? Either way, whatever she had been tracking was still within. Turn back. She put some of her fire into her words. She knew what he was about to do. This is my score to settle. My prey lies in wait this way. Turn back. He didn't listen. He knelt down and patted her knee, giving it a firm squeeze. And then he picked up her trick weapon, the blades of mercy, to finish what she started. He owed Eileen more than his life. He'd have been lost in blood and madness in the hunt if it hadn't been for her. He returned to her soaked in the blood from his wounds, but more from the wounds of his enemy. It had been another hunter, a vile blood, or one who had followed their practices. He was beyond salvation and used his own blood as a weapon. Belle used up the blood vials he could carry from the hunter's dream as well as his antidotes. He had none left to save Eileen. But she had already been beyond salvation herself. Don't you ever listen to your elders? She spat at him, but a tinge of warmth was felt beneath her icy tone. No matter. You did save my life. I don't seem to be apt for this life no more. My glory days were long ago now. He knelt down beside her. Their hands met. He gave it a firm squeeze as he knew this would be their last time they could meet like this. He brought her trick weapon around to return to its rightful master. But Eileen put her other hand up. She cupped her weapons and pressed them against his chest. Here, for you, she said in a low voice. This too is hunter's work, but it bears no honor. The burden you may choose to carry, the decision is yours alone. Her body shivered. She groaned. Oh, my eyes grow heavy. Let me rest a while. I'll be fine. Just wait. He did wait. He waited at her side, holding her hand the entire time. He listened to her breathing, at how it became irregular, became light, and eventually stopped. When her body sagged, he let the tears fall down. We are born of the blood. Mad men by the blood. Undone by the blood. Our eyes are yet to open. Fear the old blood. Why is the house on fire? Belle shrieked as soon as he returned to the dream. The hunter's workshop was on fire. Wood crackled and splintered by the heat. All of his hard work recovering lost artifacts, chalices for the dungeons, and the lost instruments of the workshop was going up in smoke. His inventory was stored in the chest within. Ah, good hunter, you have come. And yet the doll stood unbothered that her home was falling apart. Then again, getting a reaction out of her was impossible. She only reacted like an actual human girl when he gifted her the hair ornament, and when he killed Lady Maria. Water. Belle scrambled around the compound looking for a well or something. Help me put it out. The doll only tilted her head, unable to understand his panic. Dawn will soon break. This night and this dream will soon end. Garin awaits you at the foot of the great tree. She pointed to the garden that had been barred to him. An iron fence had closed it off and Garin had forbade him from trying to enter. Had it been anything but a dream, Belle would have ignored her words and tried to put out the fire. But all rationality was lost when a dream was involved. He found himself moving. He walked down the path, pushed open the gates, and strolled into the large hill that housed hundreds of flowers. And there, just as she had said, Garin had sat under the ancient tree. Good hunter, you've done well, greeted the first hunter with a proud smile. The night is near its end. Now, I will show you mercy. You will die, forget the dream, and awake under the morning sun. You will be freed from this terrible hunter's dream. The dream will end. Belle will finally awaken. It was what he wanted. What he would wake up to, he couldn't recall. The dream world and the waking world were two different things. He was unable to determine what was out there, just as he wouldn't be able to remember this dream once he woke up. His hands clenched tight around the blades of mercy. He was never the first hunter to go through this dream, nor would he be the last. No, he shook his head. I don't want anyone else to go through this. What was the point of the hunt? Garin looked at him sadly. The old man sighed and stood up. Dear, oh dear. The ancient hunter shook his head as he reached for his trick weapon that hadn't been there before. It simply appeared. This was never Belle's dream. This was always Garin's nightmare. What was it? The hunt? The blood? Or the horrible dream? Garin paced forward, holding a curved blade that could transform into a scythe and back again. He meant to kill Belle and end this dream by any means at all. Belle drew out Eileen's blades of mercy. Tonight, he will become the last hunter of hunters. He will end the hunt. He will stop any other hunter from entering the dream. It doesn't matter. Garin adjusted the grip on his weapon. It always comes down to the hunter's helper to clean up after these sort of messes. Tonight, Garin joins the hunt. He moved faster than any beast or hunter Belle had ever come across. But Belle did not flinch. He charged forward, a battle cry escaping his lips as he took on the old man. The blades of mercy danced against Garin's burial blade. Farewell, good hunter. May you find your worth in the waking world. Belle jolted awake. Did he seriously fall asleep in the dungeon? Even for a newbie like him, he knew better than to do something like that. Monsters could have gotten to him, or another adventurer to rob him. Just in case, he made sure to check his inventory. Nope, everything was accounted for and no thief came by to pick his pockets while he was out cold. What time was it? How long had he been asleep? It was difficult to tell since the dungeon didn't shine any outside light. He could have been in here for a full day, but that couldn't be. Monsters spawn out of the walls themselves. He would have surely been mobbed by a few of them if he had rested longer than a few minutes. Oh, that's right. He was eating his lunch. He must have fallen asleep shortly after. He couldn't let his goddess or his sponsor hear about this. They'd give him an earful. Belle stood, patted himself clean of crumbs from the sandwich and the dirt and the drool, and performed a few stretches. His body was stiff after having slept on the hard floor, and it'd be terrible getting a cramp once he begun to fight monsters. A nimble body was best since he was smaller than the average adventurer. Gathering his things, he hefted his back over his shoulder and trekked back up the walkway of the dungeon in search of more monsters. His bag was a lot lighter than he remembered. Nothing was stolen, but he could have sworn he had more materials from today's expedition. And hadn't he been this way already? Well, yeah, he always came this way whenever he went into a dungeon. But he was sure he had come across this way today. A sense of déjà vu swam through him. He remembered this eerie silence, the murky scent in the air, and the echoing of his boots against the dungeon's floor. He even remembered eating his lunch a while ago. He stopped. He felt like he had seen that minotaur before. Wait, a minotaur? That was a monster found on the 7th floor, and Belle had barely begun scouting out the 5th floor. Scouting? He wasn't ready to take on some of the stronger creatures. He wasn't even sure if he completed the 4th floor. The monster spotted him. Its eyes glowed red with rage as it hefted its cleaver over its head and began to charge at him. Yet, why did it seem so slow to him? He did not run from this creature. He found himself drawn towards it. His feet took him a few steps forward. A form with his stance and his hands was made. He drew out his short sword. A sword, not the dagger he got on loan by the guild. With a flick of his wrist did sparks light up around its hilt. With another tug did it split in two, forming 2 daggers instead of 1. He sped past the hallway, swerving under the first swing of the cleaver. The minotaur didn't see him zip by, but Belle spun and crossed both his blades against the hide. The blades of mercy danced yet again on this hunt. Chapter 2. It was late afternoon, past the lunch hour, when the daily business at the guild slowed down and the staff had little of much to do. But never were they idle. This would be the time when documents were detailed, the paperwork was sorted, and preparations for the evening rush would begin. Adventurers would be storming this building once the sun began to set, ready to record their findings and exchange their magic stones for Val. Aina was always ahead of the game and had finished her work for the day. But as an accountant for the guild and an advisor to adventurers, she would stay and conduct business until the doors were shut for the evening. She could have helped Misha with her paperwork. Could have. But the book she was reading was far more interesting than the ever-so-rewarding task of doing someone else's job. How to Talk to Fair Maidens was a series of novels that had sprouted from an anonymous author. The series followed a young hero. The book used the term hunter rather than adventurer, as he went on a quest to find his true love. The book did well to define the points of etiquette and politesse with dealing with the fairer sex, disguising the instructions behind scenarios the hero had found himself in. Aina had been drawn into the shenanigans the hero had fallen into. The 3rd series she was currently at had the hero involved with multiple lovers and the drama that followed thereafter. What she found most intriguing was how it pulled on her heartstrings. Everything the hero done had been masterful and charming. Everything he performed sang with her innermost fantasies, especially the ones she refused to admit to anyone else. While the intentions of the book were for men to follow in the footsteps of the hero, the series was more liked by the female populace due to the fantastic dialogue and the deceptively charming protagonist. The hero was every woman's dream. Even Aina sighed, hoping in herself she could find a man just as wonderful as the protagonist. Miss Aina. She heard him coming from almost a mile away. Sweet relief filled her as her most recent charge had come back another day to live. Belle was such a young boy, too young to be an adventurer. But the law said otherwise. So long as any child could pick up the sword and had the blessings of a god, then could they register themselves as adventurers and wander into the dungeon. Still, she took pity on this boy and drilled as much advice as she could into him. Every day it was a battle of stress and worry with her. Whenever he left the guild to start his day, a part of her feared it would be the last time they would meet. To hear his voice calmed her immensely. She shut her book, tucked it under her desk, and straightened her outfit so to better present herself before him. Miss Aina. She wasn't the only one who screamed at the sight of him. Belle had swung both doors wide open and ran up to her desk, soaked to the bone in dried blood. What in the name of all that is holy happened to him? Belle was not bothered by his current state of being. His impossibly innocent and childish smile was the only thing she could make out. Even his hair had been dyed by the blood. Gods, the smell alone. Miss Aina. He came up to her with a fire burning in his eyes. Please tell me what you know of Ace Wallenstein. 000. Hestia was a goddess of the hearth. She was a goddess of the good flame, of protection, of growth and prosperity, of architecture, and her heart swayed whenever this was brought up, of family. She was the youngest and oldest of her siblings. It was way too complicated trying to explain how that worked, and had been there at the creation of the lower world. She was also incredulously lazy. Unlike all of the gods in her family, she held none of the responsibility. They even tried to marry her off to a cousin a number of times, and she had been able to evade that catastrophe by announcing her perpetual virginity. No man could lay a finger on her, much to the ire of the other gods, especially her sister Aphrodite. She never regretted her choice of evasive maneuvers, until now. Hestia only had one member in her team, her familia. Belle was the only one who accepted her as his patron goddess and joined her team in order to become an adventurer. She was a poor goddess who had to work for a living, who had to rely on Belle for food with his earnings as an adventurer, and couldn't even give him an appropriate place of rest. They lived in the back room of an abandoned church. It was a secret room found by her dear friend Hephaestus, so not even Hestia had any help in finding a place for Belle. The room was draught in the winter and searing in the summer. There was a single bed, a sofa, a small table, a wardrobe, and a shower. Praise be to the upper world, there was running water. Belle was such a sweetheart. Rather than scorning her for being such a poor and selfish goddess, he praised her for everything she had done for him. He gave her the bed and chose to sleep on the sofa. He praised her for bringing home scraps of bread and stock, which was really just flavored water. And he praised her for giving him her blessings as an adventurer. She couldn't help but fall hopelessly in love with Belle. But now, her heart was breaking. She always knew about Belle's naivety. It was what she loved most about him. Still, it was annoying trying to lay advances on him, and he never caught on to her attempts. She loved him even if she knew she could never lay with him, being a virginal goddess because of a folly several eons ago. But she wanted to be with him. She wanted to be more than his patron goddess. But Belle was still young, and she chose to wait patiently for him to mature. Eventually, he would grow up and start to look at her with the eyes of a man. She had been wrong. At some point while she wasn't looking, Belle had grown up. But it wasn't she who caught his attention. His eyes had honed in on someone else. Ace Wallenstein was her name, and never before could Hestia hate another person with such vigor. Belle had come home earlier than usual. He told her the story of how he was wandering through the dungeon before coming across a minotaur. A minotaur of all things. Those were beasts found on the upper levels of the dungeon. He had been rather vague on the details of his story, and Hestia hadn't noticed because she was fawning in worry over his health. Was he injured? Did anything hurt? Did she need to strip him naked and apply first aid? Her little daydream bubble popped at the mention of Ace Wallenstein. Hestia was well aware of the Sword Princess. Who hadn't heard of the Loki familia's Sword Princess? She was a level 5 adventurer and one of the strongest of any gender. Even the gods revered her as Sword Maiden and Lady of Combat. There was a rumor going around as of late she had taken on a horde of level 5 monsters all by herself. Hestia could not help but feel the fires of jealousy against this woman. Here she was, an impossibly adorable goddess, loving and caring Belle. She was the only one worthy of him. She should have been the apple of his desire. What made this woman so special? Why wasn't it Hestia who had his attention? She decided to just let it go. Belle was probably going through some phase. He was at that age anyways. He could fancy whatever girl he liked. It was just a crush. Sooner or later, he will realize Hestia was the one for him. She only needed to be patient and maybe a little manipulative until he learned the error of his ways and they could be happy together. I'm going to kill her. But upon updating his status, she swore a vendetta against Ace Wallenstein. Belle's scores didn't just shoot through the roof. They didn't double, triple, quadruple. No. They had pierced through the heavens and penetrated the grand cosmos that was the upper world. It was impossible. And she thought she read them wrong or performed the spell incorrectly. She was still figuring out how the blessings worked and Belle was her first member. Flukes happen. So she did it again, pressing the sheet against the hieroglyphs on his back. And again, and again, and again. By the 5th time, she realized it wasn't a fluke. This had really happened. Gee, goddess? Belle called up to her. He was lying on his stomach on the bed while she sat on his fine tush to perform the ritual. Is everything okay? You're taking longer than usual. She didn't know what to do. She gripped the stat sheet enough to crinkle the edges. The numbers didn't make sense. What was she supposed to tell him? He had barely started his career as an adventurer less than a month ago. How could something like this happen? It was that Ace Hogavesidam's fault. I'm more tired than I thought, she ended up saying. I'm sorry, Belle, but I keep messing up. I'm going to have to give you your status tomorrow. Oh. He nodded with understanding. That's okay. I hope you feel better after some rest. A part of her felt guilty withholding this amount of information from him. But the other, more dominant, half of her wanted to jump him right here and now. Belle was just too cute. They talked a little after that, enjoying the spoils of war Hestia had brought home from her job at one of the mini cafes. More customers had started to show up since she took employment, and the manager gave her a load of fried potatoes as thanks. All Belle talked about was A's and the things he had heard about her from his sponsor Aina. She went to bed on a sour note, grumbling curses for the blonde twig that stole her man. It wasn't until at the unholy hour did she hear it. Belle was sound asleep, but his sleep wasn't restless. He was tossing around on the sofa. She could hear faint whimpering escaping his lips. His face was in pain. Belle? She lifted her head and rubbed the slumber from her eyes. She worried for him. Belle never had nightmares. He was probably traumatized about today's events. He had come face against a minotaur and had managed to come out of that with his life. Of course, someone like him would be scared meeting death in the face. She crawled out of bed and tried to wake up. A gentle shake at first. He didn't snap out of his dreams. She could try to be a little forceful. She could slap him awake or shake him a little harder. But she didn't do any of that. She unfolded the blankets and slipped in with him. Her leg wrapped around his waist as she brought his head close to her chest. She ran her fingers through his hair while muttering soothing comforts. Eventually, Belle stopped squirming. Peace at last graced him. Hestia thought about going back to bed herself, but she chose not to. She continued to cradle Belle's head against her chest while her fingers played with his hair. She remembered kissing his brow, muttering how troublesome he could be sometimes, and then she fell asleep at his side. 000. Something was different about him. Belle realized this as he cut through a pack of goblins with unreal ease. He was faster and stronger than ever before. His actions were swift. His body reacted before his mind could. His instincts guided him better than rationality. It went against some of the advice he had read about in books and through some of the words shared with more experienced adventurers. And these blades, he couldn't remember where he found them. But there was a strong familiarity with them whenever he wielded them. He knew their length, their weight, how they function, how to grip them, how to spin them, the best angle to cut, and how to fold them together to form a straight sword. It was a technical marvel and something not found anywhere in the dungeon city of Orio. He could also track packs of monsters easily. His gut told him where they would sprout of the dungeon walls, if there was an ambush in waiting ahead, and how to lay a trap for them. He knew how to stalk them without making a sound, knew when to dodge and counter, and he knew when an attack was coming in his blind spot. These goblins and kobolds didn't know what hit them when he arrived. They always fell within the first strike. He pushed his luck and went deeper into the dungeon. He met against a pair of shadow stalkers, which were ideally humanoid shadows with claws as sharp as daggers. His daggers were sharper. He was able to parry and even carve out their claws. In a flurry of exquisite moves could he circle around them, flank them, and gut them before they could unleash their next set of moves. He also found he wasn't tired. His breathing was labored from all this running and jumping, but he was hardly pressed. The monsters hadn't even been able to touch him. He always danced around them, always keeping on his feet, and always getting out of reach only to counter when an opening was presented. Was it because he killed that minotaur? Did he gain all that experience from battling the minotaur? But then raised the question on how he was able to. A minotaur was a level 2 monster, and he was barely a level 1. He shouldn't have been able to touch such a monster, and yet he had danced around it, cutting into it as if it were any other low-leveled monster. It was helpless against him. Despite its immense strength and speed, he was faster than it. He gripped his blades as another set of monsters began to emerge out of the walls. The dungeon was a mysterious place. No one knew how it came to be, not even the gods. But it is the place where monsters are born from. Adventurers come in to slay monsters, seek glory, and earn rewards from the monsters they defeat. Monsters seldom drop rare items, usually a piece of their bodies that refuses to fade away upon killing them, but all monsters carry a piece of magic stone within them. The dungeon was a place brimming with magic energy. It was enormous. No one knew what was at the bottom of the dungeon, and the level 5 adventurers were nowhere near close to locating the core. The deeper one goes, the stronger the monsters become. Having only stepped into the 6th floor, the monsters here were cakewalk. He continued to move deeper. Goblins vanished, being replaced by wall shadows and shadow stalkers. And he continued to cut into them with unnerving ease. Not one of them could touch him. His blades were streaks of silver as they tore into the shadowy flesh of the monsters before him. Their blood splashed over him, coating him in their ichor. It didn't bother him. He found himself soothed by their blood covering him. It felt like he had experienced this before. To go through such a grueling journey and arriving at the destination with blood dripping off of his cloak. He went to move to his next target, but there was nothing left. He was alone in this room, having killed all of the monsters set before him. He was breathing hard from having to run and jump endlessly since first arriving on this floor. He could have gone further into the dungeon floor in pursuit of new monsters, but that wasn't the role of an adventurer. This strange feeling to hunt was curved. He began the grueling work of recovering the magic crystals the monsters dropped upon defeat. There was plenty of them. If only he had a little more money, he could have hired a supporter to do this job for him. But Hestia Familia was a poor team and needed to save their money for necessities and emergencies. As he spent the time picking up stones off the ground and, oh neat, a rare drop item, he began to wonder where the urge to battle monsters came from. Perhaps it was because he wanted to test to see how strong he had gotten? Or was it because he wanted to reach Ace Wallenstein's level as quickly as possible? No, in actuality, the truth was something far worse. But Belle would not learn of it anytime soon. 000. There was a funny story on how he got here. It all began early in the morning. The first thing that happened as soon as he woke up was to realize he was in a very awkward position. His goddess was sleeping on top of him. She was very cute when she was sleeping. Oh, she was always cute. Belle couldn't resist having perverted thought about his goddess, but kept his urges down. She was his goddess. It's not like he could do things with her the way he dreamed about. He didn't want to ruin the relationship they had. But, seriously, how could he resist with those big breasts of hers? Hestia yawned, stretched a little, and fell back asleep. All the while her breasts nearly popped out of the blouse she fell asleep in. All the while rubbing aforementioned breasts against his chest. If he didn't do something soon, his friend downstairs would wake up and disturb her. He did not want to have to explain what that was about. He had managed, somehow, to break himself free and substitute himself for a pillow. The goddess squeezed it firmly just as she had done against his body. He breathed out a sigh of relief at having to dodge that potential fiasco. The dawn was starting. He decided to forego any further sleep and start his day. It only took him a few minutes to gather his things, whisper goodbyes to his goddess, and slip out the door. Belle, you're an idiot. He could have sworn he heard the goddess mutter something about him. But when he peeked through the door before closing it, he found she was still asleep. It was probably her sleep talking. The next thing to happen occurred while he was on his way to the dungeon. A very cute serving girl had gained his attention after calling out to him. She presented him with a magic stone, saying it was his, and he had dropped it yesterday after seeing him run down the street. He felt his face flush at the memory, at how he was covered in the blood of the minotaur. Her name was Seer Flover. She worked at a bar called the Benevolent Mistress. It wasn't upon at this hour, and she was up this early with a few other employees to clean and prepare before lunch. His face turned crimson as soon as his stomach growled. Because of not wanting to awaken the goddess, he had skipped out on breakfast. He could have gone and picked up some bread or morsel from the guild. But Seer disappeared and reappeared quicker than he could do anything. It was as if she was a flash of lightning. There was a basket in her hands with a few pieces of bread and cheese within. It was her morning rations, and she was giving it to him. I can't accept that, he protested. I insist, she said while pushing it into his arms. Those eyes of hers twinkled as she put on a pouting face. There will be something for me to eat once the shop opens. But, since I'm giving this to you in exchange. In exchange? Why did a rock fall into his stomach all of a sudden? You have to have dinner here, she declared. He had been suckered by this cute girl. Of course. It's not like he could turn down a cute girl. It was his one true weakness. The goddess used it against him all the time, and now this girl was using it on him, acting as if they were old buddies rather than strangers who just met. Guilt chewed at his stomach. He couldn't decline her. So he promised to be back once his day was done. Fortunately, his day down in the dungeon was fruitful. Usually he'd gain an average of 2,000 val after a day. But because he had gone into the deeper reaches of the dungeon, he had earned 3,000 val from the magic stones and an additional 4,000 from the rare item drops. Added to his current funds, he had 9,000 val, minus the payout to the repairs of his equipment and finishing off the loan for the dagger he leased from the guild. Make that 5,430 val. Still, it was quite the sum of money. With this amount, he could start saving for Hestia Familia. Maybe after a few more days with this bounty, he could purchase some better armor, better food and provisions, maybe even buy his goddess a new dress or hair ornament. He wanted to do something for the woman who made him what he was today. He should also buy Aina something nice. She had been extremely helpful, with the patience of a god, to him. However, his goddess wasn't happy to see him once he returned home. She was annoyed with him but wouldn't say for what reasons. She hardly said a word to him. It got worse when they updated his status. I'm going to kill her, she shouted at the top of her lungs. What? Who? Why? Hestia tore his stat sheet into tiny shreds, stormed to the closet, grabbed a cloak, and headed for the door. I'm going. You can stay here and have a lonely dinner all by yourself? Before he could get another word in, she slammed the door. He could hear her stomping her feet on the level above him. He became a little depressed when he wandered into town looking for the benevolent mistress. He had made a promise to Seer to dine there. The guilt would eat away at him if he didn't show up, especially when she gave him her breakfast. It was the least he could do. And now we continue to the present. Belle was crying his eyes out as tray after tray of food was tossed his way by Mamma Mia, the manager of the benevolent mistress. At first, Belle was excited to be a customer here. Cute girls worked the shop. Cute girls of every species wearing salon aprons and maid dresses. He had an eyeful watching each of them run around full of smiles. Cyr was exceptionally happy to see him. He had been intimidated by the amount of people present, being a country bumpkin and all, and she eased his burden by pulling him to the back of the room. She found him a seat at the bar's edge, where no one could disturb him. He had been relieved. And then he began to cry as all the val he had saved up began to go down the drain. He didn't order anything, and yet Mamma Mia continued to serve him plate after plate of food. He couldn't even finish it all. But Cyr cheered him on. The vixen had been the one who told the shop about him and his promise. She apologized, half-heartedly, about his legend getting out of hand. All the other maids eyed him with glittering eyes and a few giggles here and there. Someone took the seat across of him before he knew it. Red wine. Any will do so long as it is aged at least 25 years, she ordered from Mamma Mia at the bar. And I'll have the marbled roast to go with it. Medium rare. She had a dignified air about her. He couldn't help but stare at her. She was very pretty, almost likened to a doll with her faultless skin and braided hair. She dressed in fancy clothing of red and black with a red tie, the style belonging to some of the upper-class adventurers or wealthy merchants who likened themselves to royalty. Her voice was exotic. Perhaps she was a traveler? She caught him staring at her. Excuse me. He bowed his head in embarrassment. She said nothing at first. Her hands picked up the glass of wine with her eyes tracing the liquid as she swirled it around. She lifted her glass towards him and dipped her head. To the night and to the hunt. He fumbled around for his own glass. Water, of course, he was still underage, and lifted it in equal salute. Though, he had no idea what he was cheering for. He only did it to be polite. She kept to herself after that, even ignoring the occasional drunkard who tried to charm her. But every now and then her eyes were flicker over towards him, eyeing him. They were the eyes of a killer. Belle? Cyr approached him without her apron. He snapped out of it. The mysterious woman paid him no mind as she dug into her meal with the posture and grace of a noble. I'm so happy you could make it. Cyr pulled up a chair from an unused table behind him and scooted beside him. Don't you need to work? He asked. There are some things that need done. Cyr eyed the kitchen specifically, but the other girls can manage that. Besides, Mamma Mia gave me the okay. Things usually quiet down at this time. Behind the bar, Mamma Mia nodded her head, having, without shame, eavesdrop on their conversation. Are you enjoying yourself? She asks next while, discreetly, scooting her chair closer to him. I'm a bit overwhelmed, honestly, he returns with a tired sigh. But the food is great. Oh, I didn't thank you for earlier. The bread and cheese was good. You didn't have to do that for me. You coming here was worth the empty stomach, Cyr said with a lovely smile that made him flush. Her eyes were smiling with coyness. Don't you mean me spending a lot on dinner is worth it? He complained while poking at today's special dish, at a cost of 880 val, with his fork. The fish was laughing at him, and he knew it. Sorry, she bowed her head with a wink. He hoped she meant it. This place is wonderful, isn't it? Lately we've gotten more popular with adventurers. Folks from all around come here. It's wonderful working here. I get to see different people always through those doors. New stories, new possibilities, new potential. You never know what will show up one day. She said that last line with her eyes glittering at him. His face felt like it was on fire. He had to look away, but he found himself drawn to Cyr. He could relate with her. There was a point in her words. Looking around, he could spot adventurers of all kinds sitting together. He spotted adventurers with different emblems, belonging to different familias, sharing drinks and stories with another. They all had different builds and thus different set of skills. If Belle stuck around, perhaps he could learn a thing or two from his fellow adventurer. Just as he was about to ask Cyr about the bar some more, there was a commotion at the entrance. Who are they? They royalty? Look at the emblem. Loki familia? You mean them giant slayers? Who's the babe in the back? She's out of your league, chap. That's... Ace Wallenstein and the Loki familia strolled into the benevolent mistress, guided to a reserved table by one of the maids. Belle was captivated by them just as much as everyone else. Every member of the team had a look to them that belittled all other adventurers. They moved with power and grace earned by their deeds down in the dungeon. Every one of them was equal to an army, and their presence alone was proof enough. His eyes saw Ace in the back of the group. She sat down facing him, but she hadn't noticed his presence. It didn't matter to him. Rather, he preferred it. He felt ashamed at having ran away from her after she had come to his rescue with the minotaur. Not that he needed it, but he felt ashamed at running from her. She was like a goddess. She was beautiful without her armor. Belle? Cyr followed his gaze. Oh, Loki and her team are very fond of this place. This is their favorite hangout after long raid in the dungeon. Each member is a frequent customer any other time as well. Now he was determined to find a way to get more money. The Loki familiar were frequent customers to the benevolent mistress? Then that meant if he dined here regularly he could get the chance to dine with one of them. Maybe, just maybe, he'd be able to start up a conversation with A's. Belle? Seer tried to get his attention again, but he was lost in thought. He should really get out of his seat and try to talk to her. Apologize for fleeing. But he was nervous. What was he supposed to do? It's not like he could openly ask her out. Both Aina and Hestia had told him A's was at the top of the game and probably had a man or two she was interested in. Though Aina assured him A's Wallenstein wasn't dating anyone and had given him advice on how to get her attention, he was nowhere near ready to ask her out. All he could do was watch her from a distance. He promised to himself he would get stronger so he could have the right to stand at her side. Girls like men who they could depend on, so said Aina. As he was now, he'd only get in the way of a level 5 adventurer. He watched as the members of Loki Familia devoured their food and ale with gusto. A's was one of the only ones who ate hers calmly and slowly. She looked so cute when she wiped her mouth clean. It was like she was patting a small kitten. Hey, A's, tell us about that time again. One of the members spoke up with a loud voice. You know, that tomato boy. Suddenly, it felt like ice had run through his veins. Belle? Seer tried to get his attention again, this time placing a hand on his arm. But she realized all of his focus was on the team across the room. She noticed immediately at how his expression changed as soon as the wolf prum spoke up. Ace stared at him. A small curve of her lips told him how displeased she was with his attitude. Are you talking about the minotaur from the 17th floor? Asked the elf in their group. The one that ran away when we fought back? Yeah, cackled the wolfman while swinging his mug of ale around. And that adventurer, that damn newbie kid, got himself cornered like a lil bunny. Shook like one too. Poor thing was about to explode. Oh, gasped the dark-skinned woman at the table. She blinked, insinuating this was the first she heard of this story. What happened to him? Was he okay? A's here carved up the minotaur at the last second. Ain't that right? A's put her utensils down. She continued to stare at the prum but didn't say a thing. He was too drunk to hear her subliminal message. The kid took the full blast of that stinky cow's blood, got soaked. So, tomato boy. He laughed so hard he nearly fumbled out of his chair. A's, the other dark-skinned girl at the table leaned forward. Please tell me you weren't trying to do that. I'm begging you. No, I wasn't, the sword princess sighed. And get this. The man continued, slamming his hand on the table to get the entire bar's attention. Tomato boy. He ran away, screaming his head off. Our princess saves him, and he just buggers off. Now A's was scowling at him. Uffed. The first dark-skinned maiden put her hand over her mouth and started to laugh. I'm sorry, A's, but I can't take this anymore. Don't make them scary eyes. It ruins your cute face. Everyone started to laugh. The more reserved permitted a small chuckle while the more drunk roared out in laughter. Even the other bar patrons began to laugh upon hearing their chatter. The only one not laughing was A's. And Belle. His teeth were chattering while his fists were tightening. But really, the wolf prum wiped the tears from his eyes. It's been a long time since I've seen something so pathetic. So disgusting I could cry. The hell was he doing? If you're gonna cry like a little bitch, you shouldn't be down there in the first place. Right, A's? A's looked away from him, no longer willing to listen to anything he had to say. Any point in trying would have been wasted. He was lost in his own merriment. But Belle took it differently. All he saw was her looking away in shame, not wanting to admit his words were true. Aight, shut your mouth already, bet, said the elf of their party. It was our mistake that let the minotaur escape. That boy had nothing to do with it. And stop drinking. Learn some respect. Bah, he waved his hand at her. A's, what did you think about him? That pathetic piece of shit who was shaking in front of you? Do you think he deserves to be at our level, as an adventurer? Her eyes sharpened as she retorted. He performed admirably despite the circumstances. Why you acting all goody two-shoes? 'Kay then, let's change it up. Him or me? Who's got it going on? As a female, which male wags your tail? Which male makes you hot? Her scowl returned. What if that piece of trash? Bet continued after downing the last of his ale, came up to you, said he liked you, would you take him? She opened her mouth to answer. Of course you wouldn't. He blurted out, laughing and slamming his hand on the table once more. Why would a tiny kid who's so weak, feeble, and all around nauseating have the right to even stand next to you? There's no way he'd measure up. Belle couldn't take it anymore. Belle? He knocked his chair back and bolted out of the door. Tears streamed down his eyes at the horrible truth. That man had been right. He knew he wasn't strong enough to be with A's Wallenstein. It was impossible. but dream he did. And those dreams were utterly shattered all in the span of a few minutes. Belle ran as fast as he could down the streets of Ororio. He heard Seer calling out to him, but it fell on deaf ears. His heart was racing. The tears burned through his eyes, and the pain in his chest lit a flame unlike any other at his core. As he was now, he was too weak. He was a level 1, and she was a level 5. They might as well be on opposite sides of the planet with the difference in their abilities. He couldn't match up to her. He couldn't even think of talking to her. Stronger. He needed to get stronger. For his goddess, who had given her blessings for him to be an adventurer. For Bet, to prove Belle was not as weak as the Prum believed. And for Aze, so he could stand next to her without shame. It was late in the evening. He had no armor. And he only had a spare dagger for protection against muggers. But even with this much, he ran through the night towards the Babel Tower, where the dungeon resided. 000. Aze watched as the white-haired figure ran out of her sights. It had been only a flash when she spotted him. He had hidden himself in the corner of the tavern, only to make himself appear by the commotion he caused. People laughed, claiming he was mad to have dine and dash from Mamma Mia. She thought she was aware of the presence of everyone in the tavern. It shocked her to find she had missed someone, and that someone being her most recent curiosity. She ran out of the tavern as fast as she could to catch him, but she was too late. The young boy was clear out of her reach. He ran if a demon was after him, and it would take everything in her power to catch up to him. She could do it, but would it be worth it? Her hand went to her pouch. If only she knew he had been here. She could have given him the magic stone and the minotaur's horn he had neglected to pick up. Belle. She whispered his name. So that was the name of the young man who had slain the minotaur they missed. The young man with the innocent presence of a rabbit. The young man who wielded his twin daggers like a fanged serpent. She wanted to talk to him. Really, she did. She had been impressed by his style. But more than anything, she had been tantalized by the look in his eyes. His eyes were so innocent. How could someone be strong enough to defeat a minotaur without acquiring the blood-stained eyes of a predator? Aizu. Her face twisted with annoyance as she felt someone wrap their arms around her and grope her left breast. Had it been a woman, Aze would have warned them to back off. Had it even been a man, she would have thrown them off of her. But for her genderly confused boss, Loki, the elbow to her gut as hard as Aze could thrust was plenty. Come on, Aizu, the patron goddess of their team, slipped away with minimal damage. She smiled while rubbing the spot at her ribs Aze had struck. Whatcha looking at? Come back to the party. Old Bet's been dealt with, if that's both Arinya. True to her words, Bet was being gagged and bound. He thrashed around, but the rope was tight. Plus, they started to lift him up to the ceiling. Aze looked over the horizon one last time. Belle was beyond her sights at this point. Who knows where he ran off to at this late hour? I would. It was the first thing she said when she approached the table. Her voice was so low it had been overshadowed by the chorus of laughter going on throughout the tavern. But her words had a sort of power. Whenever the Sword Princess spoke, there was someone who was listening. The entire bar went quiet as they all stared at her. Would what? Tiona was the one to ask. Ace took her seat and continued her meal. Most of it had gone cold, but she still enjoyed it. She made sure to keep her eyes locked on Bet. Your question. If he asked, I would. He's better. No one said anything for a moment. The only sound being made was the clatter of utensils used by Aze. The silence went on for a few minutes until... The entire Loki familia exploded as if her words had lit a fuse. 000. Aina checked her watch. It was a few minutes past 9 when the rain started to pick up. She didn't bring an umbrella, so she would need to either rent one from the guild or share with another employee before she went home. Usually she would be home at this hour, but the manager had asked her to stay for overtime in order to complete the paperwork that had accumulated. She really wanted to go home and finish the end of her book, so to start the next volume by tomorrow. But that wasn't going to be. I know the festival is coming up and all. Misha always found something to complain about. But I wish the bosses would cut us some slack, you know? We aren't all as productive as you. Misha, don't lean on me. You're getting in the way. Misha giggled. Aina, did you already finish your part for the festival? Did you put the file away? Hey, this is your new guy, isn't he? Before Aina could protest, Misha had snatched the top folder on a stack of many others just like it. The girl flipped it open and began to read it zealously. I was told to give an update to our team leader, Aina sighed as she swiveled around on her chair to better face her colleague. I was just finishing the final touches. Wow. This guy has been an adventurer for only 2 weeks and he's already soloing the 5th floor? This guy's incredible. No, he's not, Aina said while swiping the file back. He got cocky and wandered down there without conquering the other floors first. He got to the lower 5th on sheer dumb luck, and he nearly died there. She sighed once more as she tucked the file into the drawer of her desk. The sigh came from the stress the new adventurer bestowed on her. She gave him advice and granted him a loan for his weapons and armor, only for him to charge in recklessly against forces he wasn't ready for yet. Honestly, each day was a headache with him. It's only been a short amount of time, but she felt like she was going to get a gray hair soon. Misha leaned over again with her eyes narrowing and a smile creeping up. Aina, you seem to worry over this one more than the other newbies. Does Aina tool fancy younger men? A brow was raised at this. Belle was like a little brother to her. The idea of fancying him never crossed her mind. But all of a sudden, she remembered the previous morning. After she had given him advice and open information regarding Ace Wallenstein, he thanked her and, Miss Aina, I love you. Spot on, yeah? Misha's grin grew when Aina couldn't help but flush at the memory. No, I do not. Aina protested, a little more than she should have. She didn't like it when others teased her. More than the usual person, anyhow. Mr. Crannel is strictly my client. I do not fancy him any more than you fancy your little brother. Misha looked away, her hand over her lips. There was a hint of pink gracing her cheeks. Aina's face burned like a tomato. Misha? And with her brother? Some things are better left in the dark. She pretended the last 5 minutes didn't happen. Nay, Aina, have you heard the latest rumor? Misha spoke up. I heard from Derek there are a couple of adventurers going into the dungeon without the blessings of a god. Aina crossed her legs. Yes, I've heard this rumor too. You don't think it's true, right? I mean, how can an adventurer battle monsters without a god's blessing? It's not unheard of, Aina shrugged. I heard once heroes used to traverse the dungeon before the gods showed up. They were a lot more powerful back then compared to what they are now. But every now and then the guild gets adventurers without a familia. If they are of the right age, there's nothing we can do to impede them from entering. All we do for them is exchange their magic stones and items for Val. Misha put on a thoughtful look. Yeah, I've heard and did business with a few of those. But get this, they say this group of godless adventurers have formed a band of their own. Aina could only shrug. It's better to go into the dungeon with a party than soloing it, unlike a certain someone I know. Rumors are just rumors, Misha. Until there's proof of these people, you shouldn't talk about them any further. And even if it were true, it has nothing to do with us. If they do not seek the aid of the guild, we can't force them to accept our help. Someone cleared their throat. Their boss was making rounds at desks and had spotted the two of them chatting. Misha scurried away to finish her work while Aina pulled out another file from her desk. For a brief moment, she pondered what Belle was up to at this hour. 000. Ha-ra-ra-ia. He roared out in outrage and fury as he carved his way through another pack of monsters. Dire wolves moved in packs and were always nimble. They were clever creatures who moved in formations and could easily outsmart even the most veteran of adventurers. Many had died by their tactics. Belle just plowed through them. When a wolf approached him, he cut them down. They tried to surround him, tried to pin him down, tried to corner him, and they tried to flee from him. He cut them all down without hesitation. Their blood splattered over his clothes. What floor was he on? He had lost track of his surroundings. His vision was nothing but red and white as he pushed himself harder. He needed to get stronger. He needed to gain as much experience as possible. So he dove straight into the dungeon. He started at the 5th floor. He remembered clearing out the 6th, then 7th, and after that it was all just haze. He noticed the mysterious woman from the benevolent mistress had followed him. She watched him work. She never said a word as she leaned against the wall while he cleared out a room or sprinted after him to see what he would do next. Eventually, she grew bored of this and joined him. The dire wolves in this territory were now being led by a hellhound, a wolf that was made of charcoal and breathed fire. Together, they cut through them with minimal ease. And eventually, they dove deeper into the dungeon to where there stopped being dire wolves. Now the labyrinth housed packs of hellhounds. Her weapon was almost like his twin daggers. No, he was certain they were of the same origin. In her right hand was a katana and in her left was a dagger. He watched as, on occasion, she combined the two weapons together to form a double-sided staff. He never asked what she was doing here. He wanted to be alone to hunt these monsters. He didn't even care how many crystals they were dropping. He cared when they dropped a weapon, though. His spare dagger had long broken half, and he was now fighting monsters with the remnants of a claw that cut against his palm. She never said a word either. She mostly watched. It wasn't until they found a break after clearing out another room did she do something. She reached into the inside of her coat, pulled something out, and tossed it over to him. It was a bone. A yellowed femur aged for quite some time. He didn't know what it was or why she had given it to him. Break it, she commanded. Break it. And remember me, Belle Crannel. She knew his name. The first thing he would have done is ask for her name. But he felt like he already knew what it was. He felt like he knew this woman, though he could swear upon his life they had never met before. He would have always remembered someone as pretty as her. He did as he was told. The femur was crushed in his iron grip, quickening. It was a lost art. something he had rediscovered and used heartily as it melded into his fighting style. He had found it, where? What was the place he found the bones of an old hunter? A graveyard. But where was this graveyard? And he remembered. No, not remembered. Imagined a hair ornament, an umbilical cord resting at an altar, and a doll. But at what point had he been at that place? He couldn't have. He had lived in the small town up north, living with his grandfather. And he had been living in Ororio for nearly a year. He never visited a graveyard before. Even the tomb of his grandfather had just been a spot upon a hill. Do you remember, Belle Crannel? The lady called out to him. The hunt? The dream? Do you remember my name? He looked at her like he had never done with anyone else. He had seen her face somewhere before, but at the same time he hadn't. Her face was familiar and alien to him altogether. And yet, he answered, Maria. She tipped her head, a hand on her chest with a slight bow. A hunter's bow. She dissolved into mist as she quickened away from him. Wait, he called out to her. He leapt after her, sprinting as fast as he could, but it would be nowhere near enough. She was moving as fast as the wind and gaining distance, but she wanted him to chase after her. She reappeared every now and then to look over her shoulder to see if he was after her. When he willed himself to chase after her, when he performed a feat he knew intimately as easily as breathing, he quickened after her. His body zipped through the air as he moved too fast for normal eyes to perceive him. They ignored the beasts of the dungeon in their game of tag. Belle chased after this woman as she led him elsewhere. He didn't know where they were going, but he couldn't lose sight of her. Fragment images bombarded his consciousness. Memories, but not memories. Imaginations of his own creation and yet as potent as realism. He pursued her until she stopped abruptly within a large chamber. He recognized it immediately for what it was. This room, large enough to fit a series of homes, was the lair of a boss. The dungeon had several floors, and each floor was divided by various rooms and winding pathways. But even floors had a certain type to them. These types were divided in sections with the strongest monsters within that territory acting as the guardian to the next area. That beast was called a boss. Maria had led him to the chambers of the strongest level 1 monster. It came out of the ground, sensing their arrival. It was a hellhound unlike any other. A hell beast. Its skin was obsidian, it breathed fire, and spikes protruded all over its body instead of fur. The only weak spots to attack was its stomach and maw. It also had a pack of hellhounds of its own. They sprouted out of the ground when it howled, calling them out of their slumber. Belle looked at the finger blade of a wall shadow. Its durability was dangerously low as he had been using it since floor 5. He didn't have a spare weapon. He'd be able to take on the hellhounds with it, but he highly doubted he could take on the hell beast. The thing would probably break trying to pierce its rocky hide. Maria shrugged as if to say, oh well. This was just as big of a learning experience for him. He should have been better prepared. He should have packed his twin daggers even if he was going into town for dinner. And now he was in the pit with no backup, no weapons, and no armor. But the fire bed had continued to burn. Freya. Belle quickened to them before they could finish surfacing. His body was a blur of mist and dust as he used the mystery of the old hunters to propel himself forward. The black blade he acquired from the severed remains of a wall shadow streaked across the air as he decapitated the nearest hellhound. It howled in pain and surprise as it dissolved into mist. Before its heart, the magic crystal, could land on the ground, Belle was already moving to the next one. The hell beast barked, sending a series of fireballs his way. But he swerved around them, sensing the danger before seeing the flash and feeling the heat. His body jerked away, more so hovering above the ground and always landing nimbly on his feet. He made sure to never duck or roll else absolutely necessary. He made sure to always stay on his feet. He was constantly moving, never in the same place too long. The pack of hellhounds should have tried to flank him, but he was moving too fast. He was a blur to them. Left, he gutted 2 more. To the right, he cut one in half. At the far back, he crushed the skull of the last one with the heel of his boot. Maria was clapping for him. Her blades were tucked into her belt while she stood in the far back of the chamber, watching his struggle casually. The hell beast swerved out of the way, leaping back now that it was aware of his speed. But he quickened after it, knowing better than to let it recover and gain a solid defense. He made sure to stay close to it, close enough to smell the rotten egg stench of its sulfur. He made sure to make the last strike of his weapon count. Before it broke in two, he wedged the finger blade right in the center of its eye. The hell beast howled in pain and shook its head violently. Streams of fire jutted out of his maw, but Belle made sure to cycle around it. It tried to run away, to try and gain distance. But always Belle quickened after it. Without a weapon, he couldn't do as much harm as he had liked. He resorted to using his bare hands. Maria clapped again as she watched him deliver a jaw-breaking right hook. His hand flared up in pain as the spiked fur clipped against his knuckles, drawing blood. He didn't ignore it. He let the pain flare through him. It gave him strength. It powered the flame within him to defeat this beast and gather the experience. He needed to get stronger. The hell beast's maw hung open from a shattered jaw. Small pants and tongues of fire spat out of its mouth. It whimpered in pain as blood as bright as molten steel dripped out of its wounds. But all beasts grow more rampant when pushed into a corner. It spun its body around, using the last of its arsenal as a weapon, its fur. Belle quickened away but had been clipped. A deep gash cut against his arm. The hell beast charged right at him, running at full sprint with the intention of ramming him against the wall. Once again, Belle quickened to the side. The spiked fur narrowly missed him. The beast swerved around. It shook its fur, letting the spikes expand. It had widened its window. It wouldn't let him escape so easily. The beast came at him again with everything it had. Belle charged directly for it, knowing he wouldn't be able to dodge whatever direction he chose. At the last instant, Belle fell to his knees, slid under the hell beast, and brought his leg up to kick it over his shoulder. There had been more strength into the kick than he realized. He had gotten far stronger than he knew. The goddess never told him how high his stats had climbed. It wasn't his speed and senses alone that had reached new heights. When he brought his boot up to its ribcage, he didn't push the creature. His boot tore straight through its soft underbelly. Heated blood burned his skin as it flowed out of the wound. The hell beast howled its last before it exploded in an eruption of mist and blood. Its magic crystal and a heart black as charcoal were the last of its remains. Belle panted as he rose to his feet. He panted from the adrenaline rushing through him, and as it started to calm down, his legs felt like mush after using quickening a number of times. But he wiped the burning blood off of him and took a few steps forward to gather his spoils. A dagger landed right before the tip of his boot. Maria's dagger. She was pacing towards him. The first half of her weapon was drawn, the katana. "You still don't remember the dream, Belle Crannel?" she said to him as she approached him. "Do you not remember the secrets you tore from us? Do you not remember the hunt and what it robbed of the innocent? Do you not remember me, good hunter?" "Who are you?" he asked. "You know what's going on, don't you? I shouldn't have been able to fight any of these monsters. I'm still only a level 1 adventurer. I've only been at it for 2 weeks. A corpse should be left well alone," she answered in a cold voice. She brought her weapon over her head and got in a stance. She meant to cut him down no matter what he did. "I know how the secrets beckon so sweetly. Only an honest death will cure you now, liberate you from your wild curiosity." He muttered words that popped inside his head. Words he could remember as clear as day, but could not remember where he had heard them. Maria tipped her head once more. Conviction shone in her eyes. The bloodlust came next. Belle bent down and picked up the dagger she had offered him. She could have cut him down whenever she wanted, but she wanted an honest death from him. She offered him a chance for him to defend himself. Who was this woman? What did she want with him? And how was it she knew about him? And how did he know her name? He wanted to ask her these questions, but knew she wouldn't answer any of them. His only choice was to converse using the blade. He couldn't afford to drop his guard around this woman. He could feel her murderous intent bear down on him like a physical weight. It crushed down on his shoulders. He would not deny he was terrified of this woman. She was a murderer. She had killed many before. He was nothing more than a rabbit before a starved wolf. But he knew how to confront that fear. He knew how to turn it into strength. He remembered a smile belonging to the goddess who granted the gift to face his fears. The words of encouragement she offered that gave him the strength to face the perils of the dungeon. There was no trigger, no sign. They both quickened. Steel clashed as the two hunters danced around in a blur of steel, blood, and mist. 000. Hestia's irritation was quickly becoming worry. She had left Belle alone in the evening, annoyed with how he had gotten so strong thanks to his latest crush. She was more annoyed with herself because it wasn't her who had given the boy this power. It was someone else. Belle wasn't home when Hestia returned from her drinking party. That was midnight. She thought Belle would be waiting up for her and would greet her, but he wasn't home. So she decided to turn in for the night anyways. But it wasn't as if she could sleep. Her mind demanded she stay awake, pretending to sleep so she could catch whenever Belle decided to return home. Several hours had passed since then. Dawn was about to approach, and Belle had yet to return home. She began to fret. At first, she feared something bad had happened to him. She wondered at first he had gotten involved with the wrong crowds, had overindulged in booze or drug, and was in bed with some prostitute. It happens, especially to someone as young and naive as her Belle. Or, if he had gotten mugged and was left for dead in an alleyway. The thought made Hestia's blood run cold. And after she had said such horrible things about him at the party, worse, Belle had given up on her. He had gotten tired of her poor treatment. She was a sad excuse of a goddess who gave him shitty room, scraps for food, and now mistreatment. Twice she denied him his status updates, and she left with a few harsh words. He probably had enough of her. He was the one who was always taking care of her, not the other way around like how it was supposed to be. She was a worthless goddess, and he was an aspiring adventurer. It was likely he ran off to search for a new familia. He could do it too. Now that he was a little more experienced, there would be more teams out there willing to take him in. She began to panic. She couldn't accept that. Tears began to fall down her face at the thought of it. Having a crush for another woman she could live with. But if Belle left because of her insecurities, then it would break her heart. Hestia gathered her coat and ran out the door when dawn cracked a peak over the horizon. She would search endlessly throughout all of Ororio for Belle. Even if it meant he had joined another team. She would beg for his forgiveness and give him anything to come back to her. She loved Belle. She couldn't live without him. It didn't even take a minute for her to find him. Newfound tears rolled down her cheeks at the sight of him. Belle was coming back home. He was up the road, limping and bleeding. Oh, praise be to the upper world, he was only mugged. He didn't abandon her. Belle. She shouted and ran up to him. He gave her a weak smile before she caught him as he fell to his knees in exhaustion. Belle, what happened to you? Were you mugged? Goddess. I'm sorry, he said in a quiet voice. I went into the dungeon. It took her a minute to consider what he just said. The dungeon? Are you crazy? You have no armor and your weapons were here. His weapons were still at the church. Oh, what a fool she was. If he had really left her, then he would have taken all of his gear with him. She should have known her Belle wouldn't leave her like that. I'm sorry, he said again. She couldn't berate him. She wanted to, but the sweet relief of him returning home soothed her heart. She made a promise to herself. She would do everything in her power to make sure he remained in her familia. Let's get you inside and cleaned up, she said. She had to walk on the balls of her feet in order to support his height. If only she had a few inches on her. After you shower, I'll treat your wounds. That gash on your leg looks pretty bad. It had been a struggle getting him into the washroom. Had there been better circumstances, she would have enjoyed scrubbing his nude body. It could have been the blood loss or the exhaustion that kept him from minding her. He just sat on the stool and let her do all the work. His wounds dressed and him in a new pair of clothes, she helped him to the bed. Belle, tonight you're sleeping on the bed. No buts about it. Yes, goddess, he said through droopy eyes. But I'll be sleeping in the same bed. I'm exhausted from going out and looking for you, you know? You wouldn't refuse, would you? There was only a little bit of guilt in her words. Only a little. It wasn't a complete lie. She was tired after staying up through the night waiting for him. You must be tired too, he said as he took his seat on the bed. He still had the strength to give her that heart-wrenching smile of his. Sure. Let's sleep together. He leaned back and laid flat on the bed. His eyes were shut as his breathing changed. He was out cold. Hestia's face flushed as she watched his sleeping form. A bit of blood leaked out of her nose. This was it. This was the perfect opportunity. Belle was on her bed, asleep, defenseless. Sure, she could have taken advantage of him on the sofa, but how romantic was a sofa? No, no, no. The bed was the ideal place to be for sexually assaulting her sleeping tenant. Snuggling, she decided. Her first step was to snuggle with Belle, and then she would brave her way up to cuddling. And, if she was feeling dangerous, maybe some nuzzling. She put on her game face. She lifted his legs onto the bed, turned him around, and snuck next to him on the other side. With the glowing eyes of a predator finding their prey at the dead of night, Hestia leaned her chest against his, wrapped a leg around his waist, and brought her arm to the top of his chest. But she stopped, her eyes widening like a caught deer. Belle fidgeted in his sleep. At first he began to whimper like how he had the previous night. And then, the tiniest name could be heard. Maria? She froze. Who the fuck is Maria? 000. You're the last to arrive, did you know that? Maria scorned this crazed man. She didn't dare look at him else encourage him to pester her some more. But, courtesies had to be respected. I've been out on the hunt. Michaelash fiddled with his fingers as he eyed her. Out this late, were we? Then I trust your hunt bore fruit this time? She walked past him, entering the abode. He followed right behind her. I found a hunter. Yes, of course, Michaelash urged her to continue. A woman. An elf. I will be watching her closely. Do not intrude on my mark. A woman? Bah. And all of a sudden he lost interest. Did you not forget we are looking for a young boy? What business do we have with the other rejected hunters? Good. It hadn't been a lie when Maria claimed to have found another marked hunter. That girl at the tavern had been to the dream. Maria was sure of it. But she was the one who had found Belle Crannel. She would do well to hide his existence from the others as long as possible. Belle was her mark. She will have her vengeance upon him before any of the others could. You have your duties, she reminded Michaelash with a sharp tongue. We have ours. Yes, of course. Michaelash's lips pressed tight as he fiddled with his fingers some more. Master Ludwig and Master Logarius have uncovered another level of the dungeon. It bears no fruit, I'm afraid. But can you hear it? The song? We're getting closer. She didn't respond. Michaelash cut in front of her before she could turn to the hallway that would lead to her chambers. Ah, ah, ah. He wagged his finger. Not so fast, not so fast. Lord Eden wished to have a word with you. Maria nearly lost her composure. Is that so? Whatever for. I do not presume to understand the intentions of an old one, and neither should you. Best to not keep her waiting. You know how she can be with the whole wrath thing. Michaelash cackled aloud as he turned his back to her and strolled away. Her hand was on the hilt of her rakuyo. It'd be so easy to cut him down right now. But Eden wouldn't be pleased. The old one had brought them all into this waking world for a reason. They each had a purpose and were vital to the cause, whatever that may be. Just as half of the division was tasked with hunting Belle, the other half were tasked to uncover the eldritch truth at the bottom of the dungeon. Maria let her irritation wash away. She needed to absolve herself of all emotion, else let the most dangerous of the old ones walk all over her. Chapter 3. Author note. I wanted to cover all of Monsterphilia but decided to cut it short. Next chapter, and all that. So, I made a few mistakes and would like to point them out. Feel free to do the same as well. Bet isn't a prum. I thought the prum were the animal people. Until I found out they are the chibi people. So Bet isn't a wolf prum. He is a wolf person. The only prum in Team Loki is their captain, Flynn. The minotaur that attacked Belle was supposed to be found on the 17th floor, says the book. 15 in the anime, for some reason. In regards to Belle's stat sheet, I've no idea. Honestly, Bloodborne stats and DanMachi stats are a little different. There's also taking into consideration on how powerful Belle should be. He needs to be ridiculously strong in order to defeat the gods in Bloodborne as well as the hunters. Now, as a player we can do that at level 80, the average. But as a real person going against eldritch monsters and experienced people who lived for years doing this, while Belle has only had a single night. Yeah, there's a bit to take into consideration. But, for sure, he's strong and skilled enough to take on any of the hunters. Cough one-on-one cough. Now, I don't plan on explaining anything in my notes. If I have to, then it means I've failed as a writer. Any explanation, and answer to your questions, will be found in the narration. Without further ado, on with the show. Usually, the guild was empty in the early mornings. The members would spend this time finishing paperwork they neglected the night before, clean their workspace, and make preparations for the horde of adventurers that would be coming within the afternoon. Adventurers rarely had any business this early in the morning with the guild, unless it was to speak with one of the advisors directly. Most adventurers were on their way to the dungeon. Still, the guild was busy with those few exceptions. But there was one section of the main building that was scarcely used at this hour. To the side was the exchange, where adventurers could trade in the findings of magic stones and drop items for Val. At this hour, where hardly an adventurer has returned except those who have been gone for expeditions and raids, only one station was open. And the clerk working behind it was occupying his time by reading the morning newspaper. Excuse me, are you open at this hour? Nameless banker, let's call him Abe for this conversation, became flustered as he lowered the print to peer over at who surprised him. Abe was only human but had once belonged to a familia long ago. There was a dark history in him that forced him to retire early, become a law-abiding citizen, and join the guild. One of his skills involved heightened hearing. This woman shouldn't have snuck up on him like that so easily. He could hear the conversations between an advisor and an adventurer at the other end of the building towards the lounge. Footsteps echoed on the marbled floors. There was some deep magic lining the building that alerted everyone on the presence of another, so to avoid any confusion or burglary. Yes, of course. He cleared his throat and folded his newspaper neatly to the side. Registration, please? The woman bowed her head, making sure to keep her eyes locked on his. I'm no part of any familia. I am no adventurer. I understand the guild deals with adventurers only, and I'd like to ask if I could donate this exchange to a particular familia. Abe blinked, a very slow and calculated blink. It was very rare for anyone to come and do this. Usually adventurers were so uptight about receiving money. Why? The Soma familia lately had been arguing with the guild over the transactions, and Abe had seen them fighting amongst themselves over the earnings. It was certainly a nice change of pace to see someone being charitable. So long as it is registered by the guild, your request can be made, he answered. There will be a small fee for the service, however. Name of the familia? Hestia familia, she answered while unlatching the satchel at her side. While he pulled out the appropriate notes and scribbled the required details, his sharp ears heard the small squeal of surprise coming from Aina's desk. Abe nodded and slid the drawer under the barred window towards the woman. He gestured for her to put whatever she wished to transfer into the box. It was filled to the brim with a number of magic stones and monster remains. He drew it back and emptied the contents. The skill from his former familia permitted him to appraise the value of each item that corresponded with today's economic demand. There were a number of things from her small bag, one of those magic bags enchanted with storage space exceeding its outside dimensions. It took 3 times for her to empty everything out. 50,350 Val is your total, he turned back to her. 34,890 if you wish to preserve the monster drop items. 5% will be taken for the guild, regardless. Sell it all, she said while placing her tri-horned hat back on. She was ready to depart. Do you wish to be anonymous? He asked next while scribbling on the note. Maria, she tipped her hat in thanks. And may you leave a note? Please tell him not to forget his things next time. Abe nodded, thanked her for her business, and wished her a fortuitous day. All courtesies he had shared for decades while in business with the guild. It had been branded into his core. He made sure to watch her leave. Strange. Now he could hear her footsteps, but there was the way she walked that put him on edge. It was as if she was purposely making sound to make a show out of it. He swiveled around in his seat and presented the note for Aina, who he expected to show up at his desk as soon as the woman was gone. Here. The boy of the Hestia familia is your client, correct? Yes, he is. Aina adjusted her glasses as she read the contents of the exchange. I don't think I've ever seen that woman before. What familia is she a part of? None, he answered while turning back to his newspaper. She's not registered by the guild. Said she wasn't an adventurer either. Be careful where you tread, Ms. Toole. It's not our job to pry into the personal affairs of our clients. Yes, you're right, she nodded and tucked the note into the clipboard she always kept. Thank you, Abe. I'll take over the rest from here. He said nothing else as he went back to the big highlight of the week. The newspaper was warning citizens of Ororio about a murderer on the loose. The victims were always animal people. Nothing unique. Abe had seen this before. A good decade ago, it was the elves who were targeted. That murderer had been caught. And a few years back, it was adventurers in general. That one hadn't been caught. Discrimination was always going to be a thing. There was a reason why Abe worked at the guild. His familia wasn't entirely the most friendly. He was once one of the best among them, but things were getting too hot when he drew blood for them. He managed to break free with only a few scars. That had been decades ago and, unfortunately, his familia had never changed their ways. Until the crow came and wiped them all out. God and all. 000. Before, she thought she made a mistake in the ritual. But after repeating her performance numerous times, she found out she made no mistake. Belle's status had ascended to dizzying levels. Somehow, in some way that defied logic, he had advanced with such power it didn't make sense. Come the next day, as she decided to update his status after he plowed through the dungeon like an idiot, a new wave of vertigo slammed into her. These numbers don't make sense. Now the system was messing with her. This was too much. This was impossible. The numbers continued to climb. Not as in they had gotten higher after his exploits down in the dungeon. She meant as in. Right now as she sat on his tush, they were changing right before her eyes. They were counting upwards as if on a timer. Could it really be because of the Release Phase skill? Release Phase was the skill Belle had acquired after he had ran into Aizwadaverthal. It was a unique ability that tremendously enhanced the amount of experience he could obtain so long as he had the desire to grow. The value also varied depending on how strong that desire was. In short, if he really wanted to get stronger for that sword princess, the Release Phase would abide by his wishes and multiply his experience points accordingly. Belle was an adventurer who could ascend to the top tier. No, cold sweat brushed through her. He had ascended to the top tier. Belle was impossibly powerful. His agility reading was already in the SS rank. There was also something that didn't make sense to her. His magic rank had always been at 0, which was quite common among adventurers. But the class title had changed. It read, Arcane. Arcane. As in, the divine authority of the gods? No, she tried to assure herself. It was a simple fluke. A convenience of words. Arcane couldn't be the same as a god's arcanum. Regardless, there it was. And it was at D rank, having shot all the way from the lowly I rank. What's more, Belle had acquired a new skill. Magic, by the looks of it. And, as she read further, it seemed to be a trigger-type spellcasting. Meaning, he didn't need to chant to use it. He had access to it whenever he wanted. Quickening, it read. It allowed him to dramatically enhance the speed in which he moved for only the short burst of an instant. The value depended on his agility stat, but it could be used repeatedly. Too much. He was growing too powerful, and she didn't know what was causing this. The numbers had finally settled, and when they did, they almost seemed to lock in place. They wouldn't budge any further. They even turned a nasty red color instead of black. The hieroglyphs had changed colors to fit the numbers. Goddess? He called out to her. Is everything all right? You've been making some noises, and it's making me worried. Hestia let out a breath of air. It did nothing to calm her nerves. She pulled the sheet of paper off his back and pulled it up for him to read. She did, however, hide the Really's phase skill from him. It wouldn't do him any good to learn about that yet. Belle, we need to talk. They sat together at the couch. She waited patiently while his eyes traced over the stat sheet she had given him that reported the efforts of his performance. He laughed at first, thinking it had been a mistake or if she was playing a prank on him. Eventually, the reality of the situation started to sink in, and she watched him start to shake. I don't understand, he said. You and me both, she sighed alongside him. Inwardly, she was trying her hardest not to cry. This wasn't fair. It was all because of that Really's phase. She thought it was just a harmless crush with Ace Wallenstein. But after seeing him return bloody and broken from the dungeon, she had to face facts. Belle was in love with this woman. Madly so if he had thrown himself into the dungeon without his armor and weapons. And if Really's phase enhanced his growth based on his desires, it meant Belle valued Ace more than she had anticipated. He loved Ace more than he loved Hestia. She wanted to be the one who made Belle grow like this. But instead, it was the charm of another woman. And look at how far he had grown. Belle, I don't know what's going on. She swallowed her emotions in order to be his goddess. She needed to set one thing straight with him for his own good. But it's clear you've jumped leaps and bounds with your abilities. I don't think there's another adventurer like you. He nodded, his attention locked on hers without any distraction. However, she poked his chest and couldn't stress the word any further. Just because you're stronger doesn't make up for your lack of skill. You might have the power of a top-tier adventurer, but that doesn't mean you can compete against them. They have been through the dungeon much longer than you do. They have experience. You've only been down there for 2 weeks. He nodded again, acknowledging this fact without argument. Belle wasn't prideful or arrogant. He knew his faults, accepted mistakes, and was humble enough to learn from them. He listened to his goddess dutifully. You have the instinct to be a good adventurer, she pressed on. The best even. I think this growth spurt is something of a gift, but it's no better than a weapon. Do you understand, Belle? Even the best weapons are lame in the hands of someone unskilled. Do you understand what I'm saying? He nodded his head vigorously this time. Those innocent eyes of his did understand the issue she was trying to press. I want you to get stronger, Belle, she said in a low voice this time. No, you will get stronger. And I will be here to support you. I will encourage you. But I want you to promise me something. He said nothing. Those red orbs of his bore into hers. Her eyes bored back into his. Don't repeat the same thing you did the other night. I want you to swear you will never do something as careless as that again. No matter how high those stats say, Belle, even the best adventurers will fall if they are crass. So, please, don't do something like that again. Please don't leave me alone. It was all she could ask from him. She believed in Belle. She knew this power could get to his head if she kept silent. Even if he was in love with someone else. So long as she knew Belle was safe, she could live with herself. She'd never forgive herself if Belle wound up dead because he thought he was invincible. I promise. He bowed his head in fealty, in gratitude, and in apology. He truly felt guilty for making her worry so much. She believed him. She knew he would never make the same mistake twice. He would take better care of himself from this point on. I won't do that again, he said, looking up at her. I'll do my best to get stronger, but I will not leave you behind or make you worry. You will not be alone. She couldn't help but smile. The look in his eyes could sweep her off her feet. She resisted the urge to pin him down and go to town on him. I'm glad to hear that, her smile increased. I can relax now. They were quiet for a moment. Hestia watched him as his eyes skimmed over the stat sheet once more. Something wasn't right. It felt like he had already known about this growth. No, that couldn't have been it. His reaction was genuine and Belle couldn't keep a secret to save his life, which was why she hid Really's phase from him. Who knew what the gods would do if they found out? But, watching him right now, his expression had gone from focused to somber. He knew something, or at least had an inkling on what it could be. But to ask him about it might have her mention his secret skill. And that was a can of worms she didn't want to get into. Belle, I've been meaning to ask. Something else drew her attention. Her eyes shifted over to the small pile in the corner where Belle kept his things. Where did you get those daggers from? I hope you didn't do anything bad. They look expensive. As expected, he freaked out. I would never do anything wrong. I promise, goddess. She eyed him. Then where did you get them? He opened his mouth to answer, but the answer fell short. He blinked, his brows scrunched in confusion. He looked cute with the way he scratched his head. She had half a mind to draw whiskers on his cheek, and he'd look just like an adorable bunny. They were just there, he answered. I was in the dungeon when the minotaur attacked. I was taking a rest, and when I got up they were there on my person. Honest. He was asleep? In the dungeon? No wonder the minotaur attacked him. She decided to ignore the comment. No need to bring it up. He learned his mistake, and they would move on. For now, she needed to know where he got those blades. It could have been possible another adventurer had given them to him while he was resting. But why? They really did look expensive, and no adventurer worth his salt would just hand them over to a newbie. Belle, you're not planning on going into the dungeon for a while, are you? She asked. An idea had popped inside her head. Do you mind if I borrow those blades for a day or two? Goddess, is someone harassing you at your job? And no, she shouted. Though, there was that old guy who kept trying to touch her butt. That wasn't the point. I was thinking about getting them appraised. I don't feel comfortable about you using faulty equipment. They could break while you're down in the dungeon for all we know. It was a terrible lie. Deceptive, sure, but terrible. Then again, Belle trusted her entirely. She could say the sky was falling and he'd scramble in a panic. She wondered if she could use a similar tactic to convince him to lay with her. The world was coming to an end, and the only way to save it was for them to become the beast of two backs, that whole scenario. Anyways, there was some truth to her explanation. She did want them appraised, but mostly to know who the original adventurer was who dropped them, or any other valuable information she could grab. It would do no good to find out those blades belonged to the head of some crime syndicate or the adventurer to an unsavory familia. Belle rubbed his leg and winced a little. She had bandaged it tight, and it would be sore for the next few days. I'm in no condition to go into the deeper levels, but I should still make some money for us. We don't have enough saved to feed us for the week. I should at least go into the starting levels. I'm sorry, Belle, she sobbed inside her head. What a terrible goddess she was. Her adorable Belle was forced to work for their sake while he was still injured, all because she couldn't afford to properly provide for them. I still have the main dagger I bought from the guild. He pointed to the sheathed dagger resting on top of the dresser. That'll be good enough for some goblins and kobolds. Good, then I'll be taking them with me. She shot up from the couch and went immediately to the back room. There was a small kitchen there. Very small. In fact, it couldn't even be considered a kitchen. But it was where they warmed their meals over a small furnace. She planned on using this to cuddle together once winter arrived. But in the cupboards, besides the pots, was where she kept her most prized possessions, which wasn't much. Beneath a few scraps of paper, emergency money, and somewhat rare jewels was a neat envelope that more than likely cost more than everything in the box combined, which saddened her. It was an invitation to a celebration of the gods. Without a doubt, her dearest friend Hephaestus will be there. The goddess of the forge would surely be able to give a worthy appraisal to Belle's newest weapons. As the head of the largest smithing business in all of Orio, Hephaestus should have networks open for Hestia to find the originator of those blades. Now, if only she could afford a dress for the gathering. The nicest thing she owned would make her a laughing stock before those egotistical gods. It'll have to do. She'll bear the humiliation for Belle's sake. 000. Liu Lion was busy sweeping the floor with Anya when that adventurer showed up at their doorstep. She knew him. Truth be told, she never met him before. Sure, her experience had marked him as an adventurer she had seen in passing on his way to the dungeon, but she never knew his name. Her mind had recorded his path and schedule, just as she had with everyone else who passed by the benevolent mistress. So to say more accurate, she knew of him but didn't know him personally. Having that said, upon seeing his face, something swam through her intuition. It told her she knew him. It was something in the back of her mind, an alien and familiar sensation that conflicted with her, and that in itself was comforting yet alarming. Yet another oxymoron, because anything relating to this feeling had something to do with that dream. It's the dine and dash from before. Anya pointed accusingly at him, though there was nothing malicious in her tone. It was like she was tattling on him. The one seer invited Nyand, then abandoned her at the table. Naya, the white-haired kid. Naya, you will be silent, Liu told her. It wasn't a warning. It wasn't a command. It was a simple truth, and only the most foolish would dare to oppose reality. The boy bowed while muttering, Is Seer Flover here? And the manager? Liu studied him, while ignoring the complaints from her coworker over the exaggeration of having a concussion. She wasn't sure how she knew this boy. But, you plan on going to the dungeon? She asked mildly. Her eyes locked on the various places he could have hidden a weapon and found them to be lacking. Were you not better equipped the other day? He blinked at her. He wasn't confused, simply mildly surprised at her attention to detail. She had noticed he was missing those twin blades. Oh, my goddess want to get them appraised. I'm fine. I have a spare, and I don't plan on going too deep in the dungeon. About Seer and the manager? Liu nodded and went to go retrieve the madam. However, it irked her how those blades were no longer in his grasp. Why? She didn't know. It simply felt like in the hands of someone else those blades didn't belong. They suited Mr. Crannel, rightly so. Her footing nearly slipped. Masterfully, she continued to walk without missing a beat. No one had noticed. Why did she know his name? She must have heard it in passing from Seer. The girl did talk about him non-stop when she braved herself enough to talk to him. Mr. Crannel had her attention for quite some time. After all, 000. Belle cried as he cut into a goblin. It wasn't because he felt sorry for the creature. No, if anything, he was relieved it was dead. He had a sort of traumatic experience with goblins when he was a child, so there was something therapeutic when he slew them. He was crying because he was broke. The Hestia Familia had more than enough money to last the end of the week. But he told his goddess otherwise, and crying hysterically afterwards for betraying her trust, because he needed to be responsible for his actions and face the music. He returned to the benevolent mistress, paid for the tab he left open after running away the other night, and apologized profusely for his embarrassment. He probably owed Seer his life. Mamma Mia would have skinned him alive if Seer hadn't said anything to defend him. Instead, the manager had settled on waiting a few days for Belle to show up, which he did. Had he been a day shorter, and he would have been a smear on the wall for sure. In the end, Mamma Mia had given him sound advice. He was victorious if he returned alive. He could resonate with that. No matter what that wolf person said, if he returned from the dungeon with his skin intact, he could consider himself lucky. Little by little, he would press forward until he could stand beside Ace Wallenstein. Seer had also given him her lunch. Despite the embarrassment he caused her, she was still cheering him on. He shed heavy tears while eating the delicious rations of bread and cheese. There was little he could do in the upper levels of the dungeon. Even with a damaged leg, he was running in circles around the monsters. A part of him was impatient and wanted to go deeper, to push himself and get stronger quickly. But the words of his goddess rang inside his head. He needed to temper himself and move at a steady pace. His injuries could turn for the worse, and he would be stranded, surrounded by monsters he couldn't defend against. Which was why before noon he decided to turn back to empty his backpack. While it was enchanted to handle more than it appeared, the weight still accumulated and too much would have it tearing apart. His newfound strength threw him off. The bag was significantly lighter than he remembered, but his routine told him this amount of stones was the bag's limit. He received a very feeble amount of val from the exchange. Enough to buy a meal or two. 3 if he survived off of bread alone. Well, it was still early in the day. He could make about 2 more rounds before he retired for dinner. Ah, Belle, over here. Aina had spotted him right before he was about to leave the guild. She was waving at him to come to her as she used the swinging door in the corner to meet with him. She had a bundle of papers tucked under her arm, which wasn't rare to see but odd anyways because she usually placed them on her desk. They moved together towards the couches, which was used for conversing with advisors or for adventurers to wait for appointments. Had he known Aina would meet with him, he'd have used the showers at the base of Babylon Tower. He hoped she couldn't smell him as he sat across of her. We had an interesting guess early this morning as soon as we opened, she began, pulling out one sheet of paper from the pile in her arms. She pressed it against the table between them and slid it forward. She came to make a donation to your familia. He blinked and reached for the document. Most of it was a bunch of jumbo he couldn't understand, guild regulations and conditions with details only they could understand. But there was some he could get the gist of. Like the number at the bottom of the page. It was a sum total of val he and his familia would receive thanks to the gratuitous patronage of a Lady Maria did this? He whispered after reading the given name of his patron. It's quite the benevolent gesture, Aina mentioned, her eyes watching his reaction. It's guild policy not to inquire about your personal life, Belle. But, as your advisor, I'd like to ask anyways. The woman earlier stated she wasn't an adventurer and didn't belong to a familia. It raises the question how she was able to gather the magic stones and drop items. He read the note at the bottom. He couldn't help but smile nervously. Lady Maria is a good person. I think. She did go out of her way to do this. This amount. She must have gathered the magic stones after he rampaged through the lower floors and fought the monster Rex, Hell Beast. It was a lot of money. Well, he did slay a lot of beasts in the dungeon. He wondered how long it took for her to gather this amount. He didn't think she had something like a supporter with her. I can't accept this, he sighed with a heavy heart. It was a lot of money. That amount would be able to give him and his goddess better food and clothes. He'd be able to treat her to a night at a decent restaurant instead of scraps for once. But the money wasn't his. He was the one who didn't bother to pick it up. Unfortunately, there's no way to get in contact with this person, Aina stated. Regardless, by the end of the day the money will be transferred over to you. It would be up to you to decide what to do with it. He sagged in his seat. That didn't help one bit. He would now be tempted to spend the money. Maybe he should place it in a special account while giving Aina the key, telling her not to give it to him no matter what. She wouldn't be able to do it as a guild representative, but maybe as a friend? Belle, I must ask how you are acquainted with this character. Aina spoke up with a strict tone. You seem to know her quite well. I hope she's not taking advantage of you in any way. There was a look in her eyes that suggested something more. Belle might look innocent. He was more good-natured than anything else. He was more than aware of the vices of the world, including and especially the charms and appeal of a woman. Maria was very pretty. She was an older woman who dressed in riches and moved like a goddess herself. Having her come in and offering him, a young boy, money via donation could be misled as something else. His face was steaming. He waved his hands in denial, in a no. It's not like that, Miss Aina. Your guess is as good as mine. He really had no idea why Maria would go out of her way like this. He thought they were enemies, or something similar to. But she gave him the bone that rekindled his quickening ability. At the same time, she led him to the lair of a boss and watched him fight it without bothering to step in. And in the end, she clashed against him and left him bleeding. She didn't kill him. She left disappointed, making a comment about him needing to remember her. How exactly did he know her? He never met her before. Could she have been a friend of his grandfather? As he sat there trying to figure it out, his mind drew into a blank. A darkness. Something whispered to him. A memory just beyond him, but one he could glimpse at if he reached for it. He remembered a clock tower just beyond the garden, past the atrocity he had to navigate through. The room within was empty save for a lone chair and a stand beside it. And there, slouched over in the chair, lifeless, was a corpse. A corpse should be left well alone, he muttered as he struggled to remember the rest. The words simply appeared in his head, and he couldn't help but repeat them. They were the same words Maria had said to him. Beyond that, he couldn't remember anything else. Aina cocked a brow at his statement. It was an odd choice of words for his character, and she mistook it as his reply. She nodded, the smallest grimace distorting her pretty face, and adjusted her glasses. I'll trust your judgment, Belle. I'm sorry to have taken so much of your time. And no, he waved her off. I'm glad you're worrying about me, Miss Aina. It means I have a good advisor. I'm going back to the dungeon now. They departed after that. Belle let out a weary sigh as he trekked back to Babylon Tower. Aina would have had a heart attack if he told her about his skirmish against Maria down in the... What floor was he on anyhow? Aina would have had a heart attack again after learning he had gone past the 5th floor. She'd have given him a scolding about taking better care of himself. He rubbed his leg. It was still sore. With that money, he could take a rest for the week. But it wasn't his money, he thought. And without it, he couldn't afford to feed himself. So, with another weary sigh, he made his way back to the dungeon. 000. The Ganesha Familia was housed in the upper district of Ororio, preferably right beside the entertainment boulevard. Ganesha was the god of the masses and loved to be at the center of attention. Henceforth, why he spent the majority of his team's finances into creating a giant statue in his likeness for all to see. Many of his children cried knowing all of their hard-earned cash had been spent on something so extravagant. Even worse, no one could get into the main building without having to go through the statue. The idol of Ganesha sat with folded legs at the top of a grand stairway. The main doors were right where its crotch had been. Even the gods attending this celebration paused in their tracks and wondered if it was worth the party to enter this way. Some turned back and returned home. Nameless Ganesha Familia member, Q52, his name shall henceforth be Quinn, did not blame any of the guests from turning back. The ascension of humility, as his teammates would call it, had repelled the most of them. He almost wanted to tell the guests about the back door. But Ganesha pressed it was for exclusive use of the caterers and those of the Familia. It might have been humiliating having to enter through the employee entrance, but it was better than going through their patron god's crotch. Quinn watched a series of gods arrive for this celebration, each one trying to be more extravagant than the last, with the exception of the poor gods. No, even the poor ones held their heads up high and walked with a grace that proved they were a breed above humanity, until they saw the door at the crotch. He wondered if Ganesha did this on purpose to have a good laugh. A carriage pulled up at the bottom of the steps. Nothing unusual. The carriage was made out of black oak and decorated with gold and red velvet. There was no sigil branded on it, however. He couldn't tell which familia this belonged to. What was most strange were the horses, or the lack of. There were holsters and reins that simply floated in space where 2 horses would be normally. He saw them flap around, almost seeing in his mind's eye an invisible horse shaking its head after the reins had been pulled and the carriage came to a stop. There was no driver. The reins were suspended in air and then placed down by an invisible force. The coacher who rode shotgun leapt down, adjusted his suit and pulled his gloves, and walked with the grace of a ghost towards the carriage's door. There was no head on the man. He wore an extravagant suit befitting his status as the servant of a wealthy master. Rather, it was more like the suit itself was animated, and there was nothing inside. He watched with amazement as the coacher adjusted his top hat and monocle, making sure he was presentable before opening the door. He half expected the god within to be invisible. What he saw instead was just as startling. She appeared normal at first. A maiden goddess with flawless skin, rosy cheeks, large eyes, and golden hair. Her clothes were modest in comparison to the coacher, but as she started to ascend the stairway, Quinn began to notice the things off about her. Her skin was too smooth. and not in the divine way the gods had been made. Her skin was artificial. No, not skin. He realized her face was molded porcelain, polished and coated to look like human skin at a distance. There were also stains implanted to give her an almost natural blush. Her hands weren't gloved. He could see the joints and gaps within. This was the doll. An animated doll. "Good evening," she said with a monotone voice. No emotion whatsoever. Even some of the gods who were entirely dead on the inside had some form of personality. This thing, however, had nothing. She truly was a doll down to her core. "Good evening." His throat felt dry when he responded. "I have my invitation here," she said as she pulled out the envelope branding the Ganesha sigil. She presented it to him. She tilted her head and blinked. It almost fooled him into believing she was something real. "Is something the matter?" "And no," he stuttered and accepted her invitation. He didn't need to. But there was something wrong about her. He just wanted her to get past him. Enjoy the festivities. She bowed to him. A neat bow that was smoother than anything he could perform. Without another word, and without another glimpse at him, she walked into the den. She was probably the first god to have not glimpsed at the colossal statue towering over them. He had forgotten to get her name. He needed it to check the roster. Ganesha had wanted to know which gods were present for the evening. He liked to use the information to see which god's attention he couldn't get and plan for future events. Fortunately, Quinn had taken her invitation. Oedon? He blinked. It wasn't a god he was familiar with. He checked the roster in his clipboard. There it was. Between Oedon and Osiris. But strange. He could have sworn that name hadn't been on the list. Otherwise, he would have inquired about it with his patron god. After all, Quinn was put in the front with the list in order to shoo away those pretending to be gods. He took pride in knowing everyone in this list. Well, not everyone on the list. Ganesha had invited over 500 deities. Learning each and every one of them had been a tremendous hassle. Surely Quinn had missed or forgotten about a few of them. She was on the list. That was all that mattered. 000. Things were going so smoothly too. But then Freya had to show up. Hestia scowled at the goddess of beauty. She couldn't stand her personality or any other god just like her. Freya was beauty incarnate and knew it. She flaunted her beauty like a fur coat. That greeting and smile of hers was totally fake. There was no need for Freya to act so civil in front of Hestia. And when Freya was present, so too was Loki. The goddess of beauty and the goddess of mischief were the two gods who had the strongest familius in all of Orrerio. None other could compete against them, not even close. It seemed almost natural they would know each other. Heck, they were probably friends for public appearances only. If they weren't, then their teams would be at each other's necks. Hestia couldn't like Loki because she remembered the goddess was once a man in the upper world, no matter how much Loki said otherwise. Besides, it was always Loki who started the fight. "Wasamata," Loki greeted as soon as she approached the group. Those leering eyes of hers were honed on Hestia. "Am I not allowed to greet you without a reason? It'd be rude not to say hi. Get with the program, itty bitty." "Don't make such a face, Hestia," Hephaestus muttered as she took a sip from her wine. The goddess of the forge had been her best friend for eons, even back up in the upper world. It was Hephaestus who gave Hestia her big break when she fell to the lower world. Actually, it was more like Hestia mooched off of her before Hephaestus got sick of it and gave her the boot. And yet Hestia always returned begging for scraps. It was Hephaestus who found her a place to stay and a stable job. The abandoned and ruined church for the former, and the server to a fried potato stand on northern South Street for the latter. "Oh, Loki," Freya steered the conversation away before a fight could break out. "I hear about your familia all the time. Things must be going well?" To hear someone with a familia as good as yours say that, I must be moving up in the world. She scratched the back of her head as a shade of pink blossomed on her cheeks. "But yeah, my children are my pride and joy. Mind if I brag?" "Oh, an opportunity presents itself this early in the gathering?" Well, Hestia couldn't ignore such a chance. "Hey, Loki," she began ever so gracefully. "I have a question for you about someone in your familia. Wallen, something or other." She waved her hand off. She remembered the name perfectly. She simply chose not to remember. "Oh, the Sword Princess?" Freya looked positively enthralled all of a sudden. "I would like to listen, if you don't mind." Hephaestus found this as the right moment to slip away. She had said her piece to Hestia and greeted the other gods. She nodded to Freya, who was the only goddess to notice her, and tried to slip away. Tried. Hestia seemed to notice she was about to leave and clung a grubby hand onto her dress. Hephaestus sighed and decided, against her better judgment, to stay. "What's this?" Loki snickered. "Itty Bitty has a question for me?" Someone looked to the sky. "Is it Armageddon? Ragnarok? Did hell just freeze over?" Hestia clenched her teeth. If it wasn't for Belle, she lied to herself, she wouldn't be bothering to talk to Loki. But here it is. Does she have a boyfriend or someone of interest? Loki's thin eyes opened just a smidgen, just enough for her dangerously intoxicating glare to slip through the slits. I see you've heard that rumor too. Moron, she's my favorite. I ain't giving her to anyone. You hear? I don't care about some white-haired newbie. As soon as I find him, I'm gonna mount his head on my bedroom wall. White-haired? Newbie? A cold chill ran down her spine. And no, it couldn't be. Ace Wallenstein couldn't have. She was interested in Belle? This was worse than she thought. Belle had a tremendous crush on the Sword Princess. What was he going to do once he learned she was interested in him as well? She was going to lose him. She was going to lose Belle. You don't happen to know something about that, do you? Loki's glare sharpened as she watched Hestia fidget in place. Don't be ridiculous. Hestia couldn't make eye contact. It was suddenly hot in the room, and she was starting to sweat. I was only asking because I heard the same rumor. Why, you know how we gods love gossip. Ah ha ha ha. Yet another terrible lie. This was the first time she heard about some rumor regarding the Sword Princess. Had she been looking back at Loki, Hestia would have seen the way Freya's eyes glinted. I'm sure it's just a phase, Freya offered to Loki. You know how the children can be sometimes. Personally, I can't imagine the Sword Princess winding down with someone. She seems so driven. Meh, Loki shrugged. Ace is always working hard. She's a kinda ditz who lacks common sense sometimes 'cause of it. But she's still my Ace and I ain't handing her to no one. There was the sound of clapping coming from their side. It was applause from a single individual after having watching Loki mount her foot on top of the table and state her intentions. Heads turned. The instigator had been a young woman with a sickly appearance. She was pretty, surely, but there was something off about her. Her skin was too smooth. Those eyes were too large. And there was no expression on her face at all. She seemed more like an animated corpse than a goddess. Hestia quickly realized this thing wasn't of flesh and bone. This thing, she was a doll. A doll with human proportions. Good evening, goddesses. The doll spoke in a soft voice devoid of emotion. It bowed elegantly but without feeling. I have heard word the keeper of Loki Familia is present among your group? Present? Loki raised her hand, after getting off the table, with an uneasy expression. Who are ya? Don't think I've seen you before. The doll's eyes shifted towards the crimson-haired goddess. I am but a plain doll. I am the keeper of hunters. I am here to request you instruct your wards away from our den. It is rude to invade another's home. My hunters have warned your wards, but I am here to make sure. Will you abide? It felt wrong. One voice, no tone, no pitch at all, and absolutely no emotion. It was like listening to a single note being played on a lousy instrument. Hestia wanted nothing to do with this thing. You are not a god, Freya accused. Her eyes narrowed. Nor are you a magic construct. I've never seen a color like yours before. Nothing so putrid. What are you? You are correct. The doll turned away from Loki to answer Freya. I am not your kin. I am of mine. I am but a plain doll, crafted by the humans. I was made to love them. That was how they made me. Is that not how it should be? I do love the humans, because I was the one who made them to love me. It tilted its head and placed its glass hands over its chest. It even rocked its body side to side as if the words swayed its heart. It would have been lovely to witness had it the ability to change its face. Instead, a dead stare lay permanently frozen for them to see. Do you dare lay claim to being a primal? The doll's eyes snapped up. Hestia almost swore something human swept through the doll. She could have sworn something dark had glinted behind its glassy eyes. But no expression appeared as it stared directly at Hephaestus, who so boldly questioned it. A primordial deity? The doll questioned with another tilt of its head. If that is what you wish to call me. The little ones have called me other things. Your children have called me others. The humans call me many things. I have no name. I have no body. I have no form. But many identify me as many things. They say I am Oedon, the Great One. A primal. Hestia remembered the last time the primal deities roamed the world. She still feared the experience. Her father had been one such creature. He devoured her and her siblings in fear they would overthrow him. She sat in his stomach, constantly burning for who knows how long until her youngest brother, Zeus, had broken them free. Kronos wasn't the only primal to have existed. There were others, hundreds more beyond her family tree. Other gods could attest to the age before the upper and lower worlds. It was nothing but chaotic. And this doll claimed to be among one of them? Bullshit, she swore. The doll didn't look her way. Apparently, she wasn't important enough to draw its attention. Instead, deciding its business with both Hephaestus and Freya was complete. It returned to Loki. May I have an answer to my request? Will you make sure to have your children keep away from our home? Oi, was it you were saying earlier about warning them? Loki's eyes turned dangerous. For all of her eccentrics and her charm, Hestia was being polite. Loki was the goddess of mischief for a reason. And, sometimes, mischief borderlines destructive. My familia was down in the dungeon this week, doing an expedition. You saying your familia attacked them? The 60th floor is our home, said the doll. Your children were on their way. We asked them politely to leave. They refused. We defended our home. Loki snickered, almost snorting inelegantly. Yeah, right. As if some unheard of toy like you could stop my familia. We're nothing but the best. The doll only stared. It said nothing for a long time. Loki wasn't intimidated. She stared right back. But it dragged on to the point where the realization kicked in that she was staring at a doll. She started to feel embarrassed. I shall take your answer as a decline, the doll said suddenly. Very well. We have sought to warn you. I will take my leave. Good night, goddesses. It gave a cordial bow before turning and walking away. Their conversation had drawn in a crowd, and the gods circling around them split open to let the doll pass through. Rather, it was more like they didn't want anything to do with it. Murmurs went around. There's nothing like a party crasher to ruin the mood. Freya gave a sigh that still sounded like music. How the hell she did that, Hestia demanded to know. I suppose it doesn't matter. I've gotten what I've needed from this party. I think I shall call it a night. Slowly, life began to return to the party. In the background, Ganesha thought it was his boasting of excellence. He'd been providing some sort of monologue about how great he was for the past hour and a half, and decided to keep boasting to keep the fire going. His children could only give weary sighs at the sight of him, while apologizing to the gods who were unfortunate enough to be standing near him. Leaving already? Hestia was a little surprised the goddess of beauty was retiring, and without a man at each arm. You just got here. Freya offered a kind smile. Oh, I learned something valuable today. There was something that had gotten my interest lately, and I thought I could learn all about him if I asked around here. I was not disappointed. Him, she said. Freya was interested in a person, and when Freya got interested in someone, she went to no lengths to get him. Hestia felt like she needed to sit down. There was only one person Freya could have been interested in. After all, the goddess of beauty had went directly towards their group as soon as she walked into the celebration. And who had they talked about? A white-haired newbie. She wasn't sure whether to run home and cradle Belle in her arms and protect him, or strangle him for getting the attention of the greatest seductress in all existence. Because, seriously, how the hell was Hestia supposed to compete with something unworldly like Freya? Hestia, can you let go of me now? Hephaestus tried to pry her fingers off of her dress. Hestia had been holding on this entire time. Hey, are you listening? What's gotten into you? Loki and Freya left already. Hestia snapped out of her panic attack. She had been clenching tightly to her friend's dress all along. Oh no, she had wrinkled it. Maybe she wouldn't notice? It looked extremely expensive and Hestia couldn't afford to cover for it. Sorry, she said with a forced grin. It's just, Belle is giving a lot of trouble lately. Hephaestus wanted to make a comment about her dress, but she decided to let it go. She wasn't very fond of it anyways. She only dressed for the occasion. The white-haired boy, right? He seems to have gotten quite the attention lately. Well, how has he been as an adventurer? She didn't care all too much. She was only trying to be polite and calming Hestia enough so she could finally slip away and get on with the rest of the party. There were some other gods she meant to talk to before the night was over. That's right. Hestia snapped at attention and shot her hand through her purse, while trying to move aside the food she had crammed within. They were going to just throw away the leftovers anyways, so might as well take them home. Hephaestus, I need you to do something for me. I am not lending you a single vowel. How rude. Hestia gasped. I only need your expert opinion on something. Surely something like that is free. Belle managed to get his hands on some new weapons. They're really cool. They combine into a short sword and can separate into a pair of daggers. I was just wondering if you could tell me anything about them. Hephaestus' single eye shot wide open upon hearing the description alone. Her hand latched onto the one Hestia was about to use to pull out the twin daggers. Only the hilt was exposed and Hephaestus hoped no one spotted them. Come with me, she urged in a hushed voice as she dragged Hestia away from the room. They exited the building through one of the side doors. Hestia was flabbergasted there was another door besides the one at the Ganesha's crotch, and Hephaestus checked to make sure there was no one else in earshot. Still, she made sure to keep her voice quiet. She spoke in a sharp hush. Hestia, where did your child get the blades of mercy? That's what I want to know. But Hestia hadn't taken the hint at all the precautions and talked normally. I want you to look at them and, they have a name? Are they some legendary weapon? Legendary? Oh, by the root of all creation. She had no idea. Those are the weapon of choice of the crow, Hephaestus whispered. The murderer who assassinated several familia, including their gods. Hestia let loose a small noise at the bottom of her throat. Her smile was frozen on her face. It was before you got here, a few years back. But everyone who has lived here long enough know about the crow and his instruments. Just look at them. Do those look like the weapons to use against monsters? Those are the weapons created to hunt adventurers. Eh. Hestia was now shaking at this point. They heard a noise. Someone in an apron had come out with a large bag, the garbage boy who was doing his job. We can't talk here, Hephaestus stated. He grabbed Hestia's arm and dragged her away from the Ganesha building. Come to my office. Hestia, I hope no one saw Belle with those weapons. Chapter 4. It's been a few days since his goddess left for some party, was it? In fact, did she say where she was going? Regardless, Belle was starting to get concerned. It was at the end of the week, and there hadn't been any word from her. He hoped she was doing well. There wasn't much he could do about it. He'd wait another day before sounding the alarm and turning the city inside out in search of her. For now, he should focus on the dungeon. He had finished healing the other day. His leg was in top shape with no more flashes of pain. Unfortunately, he still couldn't go to the lower regions of the dungeon like how he wanted. The goddess still had his weapons, and he didn't feel the starter's dagger from the guild could support him. He could use the money Maria gave him to buy a new set of weapons. Maybe some armor too. No, it wasn't his money. He needed to return it the next time she showed up. Oi! Wait up, Naya, whitehead kid. He recognized the voice of the one who called him out as he was jogging down the street. He usually did in order to warm up for the dungeon. He was just about to pass the benevolent mistress when one of the cat people called out to him from the cafe. And beside her was the elf from the other day. The way she looked at him, it made him feel like he was naked in front of her. Yes? He approached the two. He wasn't sure what business he had with them. He remembered returning Seer's basket last night, so they shouldn't be asking something regarding her. Good morning, Naya. The cat girl gave a wide grin with a salute. Sorry to call you out like that, Naya. Got a favor to ask. Here, Naya. Without warning, she pressed a coin purse into his hand. Seer is your friend, whitehead kid. So I want you to give this to her, Naya. He did his best to keep his smile up. Anya, the elf spoke up. You're not being direct. Mr. Crannel is confused. Liu, Nuri stupid. Anya raised her head as if what she was saying was too smart for anyone else to understand. Seer forgot her wallet, so I'm asking him to take it to HR. You knew that, right, whitehead kid? That's how it is. The elf Liu turned back to Belle with the practiced patience of one who had long learned to deal with Anya. I apologize for the confusion. No, I got it now. Belle's smile was more at ease this time. That's what's going on. Are you sure it is okay to accept our request? She asked next. Anya, the other employees, and I are too busy preparing for the day to go after Seer. I know we are interrupting your plans for today. It's not that big of a deal, he waved it off, tucking the purse into his backpack. But is it true Seer is skipping out on work? Anya did not choose her words well. The elf looked over at the cat girl. There was something in her gaze that made the feline flinch. It was over, and her stalwart gaze returned to Belle. Seer is not playing hooky. Her situation is different because she doesn't reside at our establishment like we do. Today of all days? Belle thought about it for a moment. Could she have gone to see Monsterphilia? Monsterphilia. It was something relatively new to Belle, who had been living in Orario for no more than a month and being an adventurer for 2 weeks, almost 3. Once a year, the adventurers of the Ganesha Familia would capture monsters in the dungeon, bring them out into the Colosseum on the surface, and put on a spectacle for people to watch. Supposedly, the monster tamers of the Ganesha Familia were the best and knew how to put on a good show. Belle was curious himself. He'd have never been to any sort of festival. Nothing as big as this one anyways. There had been a few harvest celebrations back in his farming village. Nothing fancy and as crowded. He supposed he could take the day off to check things out. One day off wouldn't kill him. He had enough money saved for that much at least. Yes, she went to partake in the festivities, Liu nodded once. Mr. Crannel, this may be out of the blue, but is your goddess not back yet? I've yet to see you properly armed for the dungeon. His smile became nervous. Even Liu could tell he was a newbie. And no, she hasn't come back yet from her friends. I've been careful. I'm only staying in the upper levels until she gets back. Liu stared at him for a moment. It felt like he was being interrogated. I see. Be sure to take good care of them once they are returned. The person who gave them to you will be distraught if they saw you without them. Yeah, I'd be pretty upset too if… Wait, what? He had sighed with understanding, while scratching the back of his head before the depth of her words hit him. Miss Liu, do you know something about those blades? Meanwhile, Anya was sobbing in the corner, having been forgotten from the conversation. Liu blinked once. Her expression didn't change. I happen to know the previous owner of those weapons. She and I are acquainted. I can't tell you who she is, only that she trusts you with them as a worthy successor. Now, please excuse me, Mr. Crannel. We must get back to work before Mother Mia catches us being idle. May you find your worth in the waking world. Why you two? He managed to say. He had gotten a clue on those twin daggers, but Liu didn't seem to be the type of person to freely release that kind of information. Plus, he doubted he could have made her budge. She seemed to be the type who took charge and would walk all over him if he tried. Her departing courtesy was certainly interesting. Must have been an elf thing. But he wished her the same so to not be rude. With a quick bow to both girls, Belle turned on his heels and resumed his jog. Instead of heading to the dungeon, he headed towards the festival grounds. Waking world, Naya? Asked Anya as soon as he left. You would have to be in the know, Anya, Liu responded. She wiped her hands off her apron while she watched Belle slowly disappear from the street. It is a greeting between hunters. Anya scratched her cheek while squinting her eyes. She didn't understand it all. Must be an elf thing. Nuri not liking white-haired kid, Arnaya? Seer will be pretty upset with you. Mr. Crannel is someone I deeply respect, she admitted. She turned and went back into the shop with Anya in her tow. I remember us meeting once before. He is someone who will carry your burdens, whether you want him to or not. He's that sort of person. 000. On Main East Street, there is a private pub on the second story of a restaurant. The building was tall enough and in the right location for the customers seated at the window tables to have a full view of the festival grounds. She watched as a myriad of mortals ran amok. Children playing games and tugging at their parents, lovers laughing together, friends eating delights. All sorts of merriments were shared. Freya didn't bother watching any of them. She had no interest in the dull colors that their souls radiated. She was not just a mere goddess of beauty. She once ruled in the heavens as a judge of souls for the afterlife. Freya did not need to use her divine rights to activate this innate ability to peer into the soul and know their innermost secrets. It was perceived as a color, and from there she could decide whether the individual was innocent or guilty, or if she wanted to toss them into the pit simply on a whim. Her eyes traced over the crowds in her seat at the pub. She saw the rainbow of colors as an ocean, but not one the color she was anticipating and finding. Her heart was racing, desiring to seek the one who had captivated her heart and stolen her attention. Never before had she seen a soul so clear. There had been no color to him whatsoever. She was astonished by it. It was the rarest gem she had ever witnessed, and she had to have it. She wanted to hold it close to her bosom, to love it for the remainder of eternity. She wanted to know if it would remain pure or if it would change into a new color, not one of any spectrum, both mortal and divine, but of something entirely new. That white-haired boy. She wanted him for her collection, and he would be her crowing prize. Yo, sorry to keep you waiting. Freya pulled off another masterfully immaculate smile as she turned to face a good friend of hers. She greeted Loki in a sing-song voice, not at all. I just got here myself. Unlike Freya, who dressed in the most alluring of dresses, under a thick cloak that had to hide her beauty else be the center of attention, Loki was dressed in a plain tunic with faded rolled pants. She always favored the male attire. Haven't had brekkie yet. Mind if I grab a bite? Do as you please. While Loki took her seat and looked at the menu, Freya allowed herself the triviality of taking a glimpse at the woman escorting Loki. She stood away from their table at the goddess back, likened to a watchdog. Golden hair and golden eyes with the beauty that would put certain gods to shame. The color of her soul was also something curious. Not enough to get Freya fascinated, but surely interesting. If only she didn't have those bandages hiding her pretty face. Ace Wallenstein was an adventurer who was as beautiful as she was skilled. Such a shame she was wounded like this. But such is the burden of being an adventurer. Are you going to introduce us? Freya asked. You need introducing? Loki's tone was innocent, but it was the sharp look in her eyes that gave her away. She knew Freya was just making face. This is the first time for us to meet face to face. Loki opened one of her thin eyes, letting loose the wave of chaos that came from her endless gaze. It didn't affect someone with the mind of Freya. "'Kay then, this is my Ace. That enough for you? Ace, this is a goddess. You should at least say, hello. Nice to meet you." The sword princess spoke softly with a cordial bow of respect. Freya's smile flexed a tad bit. She readdressed Loki. "Can I ask why you brought the sword princess with you? Don't you trust me?" "Course I don't," Loki had no shame in admitting. "But that ain't why I brought her. It's the fair, yeah? What better time for a date than with my Azu?" She tried to, not very discreetly, reach for the slender thigh of her child, only for it to be slapped away. Ace did not blink. Her expression did not change. She had reacted more out of instinct, as if it was just as automatic as breathing. Loki rubbed her reddened hand. "Well, that and she's finally back from an expedition. Turned really nasty. My poor Azu came back to me beaten up like this. But she'll be back in the dungeon before you know it. Someone just had to tell her to relax, yeah?" "Ho?" Freya's smile shifted. It was no longer genuine but purely polite at this point. There was a fire that had sparked. "Don't tell me it was that doll that did this?" Loki didn't say anything. The maddening glint in her eyes told everything. "You won't tell me what happened?" Freya pressed for further information, Gossip, really? Loki's lips thinned as she tapped a few fingers on the table. 3 of him, from what I've heard. An old geezer with a scythe, a mage knight with a glowing green sword, and some kinky. Popped out of the air and fought the advance group on the 50th floor. Said to turn back, or else. It was our loss. She didn't just have a sour look on her face. She was positively fuming on the inside, and some of the miasma was leaking out. Those dining alongside them sensed the calamity about to unfold and quickly exited the room. In a matter of seconds, it was just the 3 of them. Wiped the floor of us, my best team says. Freya could hear the strain and grit of Loki forcing herself to admit. You should learn from this, Freya offered. Your team is just as good as mine, Loki. Humility isn't a curse, but something to make you strive. Yeah, Loki sneered but had calmed down for the most part. We're going back down there. Gonna make him pay for embarrassing us like that. The team's pretty set on it. Haven't seen them this gung-ho about something since they were brats. Do tell me if there's anything I can do to help, she offered. I'm not overly fond of something like that running around. It makes my skin crawl. Loki clicked her tongue. This is our problem. I'll let you know, yeah. Enough about that. Why don't you tell me why I'm here? Freya offered another kind smile. I only wanted to chat. I heard you passed out on some liquor after the celebration. Hestia certainly gets under your skin, doesn't she? The goddess of mischief's eye twitched once. I'll ask you again. Why? Freya tilted her head, feigning ignorance. I don't understand. What's the matter, Loki? Come on, moron. Loki opened both eyes this time. You've been strange recently. Claim to not be interested in the celebration, but poke your head at the last minute. What was this about some new interest you said to itty bitty? You make it sound like I'm scheming something. Freya let loose a small chime of laughter. But the goddess of mischief wasn't taking it as a joke. She was serious, and the look on her face could kill even the vilest of beasts. Those chaotic eyes of hers bored into Freya, not so much searching for the answer within as Loki was threatening for it. She was growing upset over having to come all the way here over something so trivial. Freya didn't budge. She kept her smile up, unperturbed by her fellow goddess. The murderous glint didn't faze her in the slightest. Eventually, it was that which made Loki sigh in resignation. Oi, it's a man, ain't it? Freya's smile shifted ever so slightly. It had not been a physical change, merely a change in perspective in her eyes. Not even Ace, who had been staring at her the entire time, had noticed the change. But Loki did, mainly by intuition after having known Freya for a few centuries. So, you got an eye for a child already in another familia, I take it? Geez, woman, that all you think about? Y'all go after anyone, young or old? How rude! Freya pretended the comment insulted her. I do have standards. Loki gave her a blunt stare. She didn't believe it. The conversation wouldn't press on, so she made it, and yes? Freya's smile flexed once more. Who's the guy? What child are you after now? When'd you find him? Even Loki was susceptible to the toxins fumed by gossip. She was a goddess, and many like her craved entertainment. And there was no juicier steak out there than the scandal of romantic conflict. Loki was craving to know which familia Freya was destined to ruin. The goddess of beauty didn't answer right away. She looked out the window with her silver eyes peering into escape only she could perceive. Everything happening outside did not matter. Her mind was swept away to past events. He's not that strong. Weak if you compare him to the children of our familia. Easily upset, he starts bawling at the simplest of problems. That kind of child. She gave a very exuberant sigh. The kind a maiden would have over the thought of their first love. He was beautiful, pure. I've never seen anything like him. Her eyes blinked. A playful smile graced her lips like the sort found on an innocent teenage girl. This time she watched a pair of lovers across the street. I found him by accident. He just happened to walk across my line of sight on a day just like this. The markets were crowded. Adventurers were going to taverns and brothels to spend their earnings. And in the sea of people, I spy the faintest glimpse of white hair. She pretended to not have noticed A's blink, the first reaction she had the entire time. Rather, it was more like Freya ignored it. Because there, in the crowd of people, she caught a glimpse of it. White among the sea of colors. He was moving through the crowds, trying to reach to the core of the festivities. He was heading towards the center, the Colosseum, towards Monsterphilia. Her smile shifted once more. No longer was it alluring. It became predatory. I apologize, she said, getting to her feet in a gracefully fluid motion none could replicate. Something has come up. Let's do this again soon. Was all Loki could say before Freya was out the door. 000. He's not as tact as he once was. Maria kept her frown since the beginning of the week. Belle was certainly artful in the ways of the hunt. She had thought by granting him the lost knowledge of quickening something within him could stir and he'd remember her. It had worked, but nowhere near as potent as she had desired. She had only been able to scratch the surface. She had clashed against him, half to curb her frustrations and the other half to knock sense into him. Perhaps he could have remembered their death battle in the clock tower. Perhaps he could have remembered the secret he had reaped out of her. Alas, he couldn't remember anything further. Their battle had been tedious and consuming. He was nowhere near as graceful as he once was in the nightmare. He made mistakes. She was able to carve into him with such ease there was no relief. He was flatfoot. Because he could not remember the dream, he could not remember the amount of skill he had acquired. He did not know the limits of his power acquired by the doll. When they fought, he battled with the barbaric and sloppy style of an adventurer. Not a very good one either. He seemed so young and inexperienced. He had been granted an impossibly powerful weapon but knew not how to wield it. He relied only on instinct. While his mind could not remember the dream of the hunt, his body could. Muscle memory was something that even decades would have difficulty wiping clean. But it still hadn't been enough to match against her. To defend himself, surely, but nowhere near enough to push her. Which was why come today she would make him remember. Her orders had been to harass Loki Familia until they learned their lesson, but there was the opportunity to kill two birds with one stone. Monster Philia was a good opportunity. It was easier than having to infiltrate the Familia's lair and assassinating a few targets. Gehrman and Ludwig would not like the idea once they found out what she had done. Innocents would perish. But it's not like their hands were any less drenched in the blood of the innocent. "Excuse me, are you lost?" She approached the guard and pushed him back. The dagger slid between his ribs as she leaned against him, as if whispering a secret into his ear. The guard tried to make a sound, but a punctured lung only had him hack blood. Dazed from the lethal wound, his legs backtracked him by her gentle guidance around the corner. No one suspected a thing around the crowded boulevard. She snuck through the gate after propping the guard against a bench with one arm over the back and the other covering the wound. His head was bowed, making it look like he had dazed off, perhaps from overindulging on liquor the night before. Orders were being barked within, but not in alarm. They were out of haste. Above their heads was the stadium with a roaring crowd demanding more entertainment. The workers below were hustling cages with monsters on levers and bringing them up for the stage performance. A captain was directing them around with a schedule in her hands. People glanced at Maria, but no one stopped her. The guard had let her pass, armed even. With her attire, she must be a person of importance. Perhaps a noble or an officer of some sort, come to inspect their inventory. It almost saddened her how easy this was going to be. Almost. 000. Belle couldn't find Seer. There were too many people, and he was pretty sure he had seen a few of them multiple times. There were so many people swamping the place he was getting lost. He'd been to the festival grounds before on numerous occasions. He knew his way around. But it was the amount of people that distorted his sense of direction. He found some breathing room by the large fountain. He needed to take a seat to get some air. The dungeon was nothing compared to this. It had only been an hour, and already he was exhausted. This was the significant difference between the modest celebrations of his village compared to a massive city like Ororio. He was getting dizzy from the people. Be ill. He recognized that voice. All of a sudden, he found the strength to stand, only to get knocked back down when a twin-tailed torpedo slammed into his chest, followed by squeezing the life out of him by thin arms as strong as a python. "Belle, I missed you so much." His goddess cried heavily as she squeezed him harder. "Gee, goddess," he gasped. His face was turning an interesting combination of blue and red. Blue because he couldn't breathe. Red because he could feel her magnanimous boobs against him. If he were to die like this, he could say he died a happy man. His grandfather might even be proud. He could almost see the man smiling at him as nothing but white began to flood his vision. Hestia, wanting to see the face of her ward, stepped off. She took note at how he was panting with some sweat. Seeing as how he was in his armor, he was probably fresh out of the dungeon. "Belle, it must be fate to have run into you here. What a coincidence we were reunited at the festival." Another lie from hers truly. She had been stalking, she had no shame in admitting it, Belle for half an hour, waiting for the most opportune moment to surprise him. She had lost sight of him a few times, but she followed her gut until she stumbled across him at the fountain at the center of the boulevard. "Goddess, where have you been?" Belle asked as soon as he had recovered. "I thought you were going to be away for a few days. It's been almost a week. Are you all right? Did something happen to you?" "Your goddess has been working hard these past few days," she said with a twinkle in her eyes. "Belle, you're going to love this. I have a surprise for you." She reached for her purse, but stopped shortly. A gentle smile grew as she retracted her hand. "But not yet," she said. "I'll wait to give it to you later. Right now we should enjoy the festival. Belle, we're going on a date." Without warning, she grabbed his hand and tugged him away from the fountain. He fumbled in his footsteps. "Goddess, wait. I'm not here for fun." I'm here looking for someone. Then you can do it while we enjoy ourselves, she said with a thin grin. It looked almost forced. 2 birds, 1 stone, all that. Take the day off, Belle. Today, you and I are going to celebrate. He couldn't argue with his goddess, especially with that smile. It hurt him to see her like that. She seemed upset about something and wanted to have fun in order to cheer herself up. He felt obligated to partake with her not only as she was his patron, but because he cared for her. Instead of being tugged away by her, he chose to grasp her hand back and walk alongside her. His goddess beamed a smile at him in appreciation. He supposed he could look for Seer this way. It was also likely by this point, she returned to the benevolent mistress after realizing she forgot her purse. But then she'd hear from Liu and Anya about him and return here. So the point was moot. He'd find her here eventually. The next instant he found himself sitting at the hillside away from the crowds, while he and his goddess were enjoying a pair of crepes. He knew girls like this sort of stuff, and he did too. But all he was seeing was Val coins instead of fruit pieces. They had jacked up the prices for the festivities, and he wasn't sure if he could afford a binge like this. Ahin! His goddess raised her crepe up for him to take a bite out of. He knew she said date, and this was something couples did. But he was an adventurer, and she his goddess. There were certain respects he had to pay, even when he really wanted to do something like this with her for real. Gee goddess, I can't take food from you. He said. It's not right. H here. Take some of mine. Well played, he heard her mutter, but took his offer. She made the most adorable look as she chomped down on his strawberries and cream crepe. When she pulled back, she had a little piece of cream on her cheek. She hadn't noticed. Almost out of instinct, he went to wipe it off with his finger. But then he realized this was his goddess and not someone from the village. He pulled his hand back and went to pull out the napkin he kept in his pack for lunches and to wipe off blood from his weapon. Go on, her eyes fluttered towards him. I want you to do it. She leaned forward with her eyes closed. She looked so tranquil as if she were expecting him to kiss her instead of wiping the cream off her face. His face was so red he could see the steam burning out of his nostrils. But he did it. He brushed his finger across her cheek and removed the cream. His heart was beating so hard, he didn't just hear it thundering through his eardrums. He could feel the pulse vibrate his entire being. Hestia made a noise. He nearly passed out. Hestia had grabbed his hand and put the finger containing the cream into her mouth. She sucked on it, longer than what was necessary. The cream was already gone, and she continued to play with it. He could feel her tongue twirl around his finger. A trail of saliva latched from his finger to her lips when she pulled it away. Delicious. Thank you, Belle. He couldn't talk. His brain had overheated and was forced to shut down. Did his goddess seriously just do this? This was something that was supposed to happen among lovers. She was teasing him. She must be. They were adventurer and goddess. There was no way she could be flirting with him. While he was having his mental breakdown, Hestia pulled out a small parchment of paper from her purse. It was a list of things titled, Thing to Do in order to steal back Belle from A's Wallensit and potentially save him from Freya and any other hussy out there. With a note scribbled name subject to change. She checked one thing off and tucked it back to her purse before he could notice. So Belle, it was a girl you were looking for? She started while munching on her crepe. It took a while for him to return to normal. Yeah. It was that girl from the tavern I mentioned. She forgot her purse, and they asked me to bring it to her. How did you know? Intuition, she said with a huff. There she went again, getting upset over nothing. He wished he could understand her sometimes. Maybe it was her, time of the month? I guess since she's just a friend, that's fine. For now, I'm sure she'll turn up eventually. Don't worry about her. You have a perfectly loving goddess right in front of Bleck. Something red was dosed on her head. It was Maria. She had approached them while he was distracted and had emptied the contents of a glass bottle onto his goddess. Something too thick to be wine. And the smell. Heaven above. Hestia put her hand over her nose. The liquid was all over her clothes and in her hair. This stinks. Hey lady, what gives? Do you have any idea how hard it will be to get this out of my dress? This is my favorite outfit too. No other outfit gets Belle to stare at my chest all day. Hey, say something. The much taller woman was ignoring the goddess of the hearth. Her eyes bored down onto Belle's. A sneer distorted her chiseled face. Belle Cranel, you've gotten weak since the dream. I've snuck up on you without any worry. You should do well to mind your surroundings while the hunt has commenced. Always. What is this stuff? Hestia went on. It's gonna stain. And it'll take a miracle to remove the smell. Wah-ah, be Belle. She was about to lunge at the woman for what she had done, but Belle stopped her. He put a hand on her arm and pushed her behind him. His spare knife was out and ready to defend his goddess. Maria looked at the knife with disdain deep in her eyes. She looked at it as if the petty thing insulted her beyond forgiveness. Instead of instigating anything further, She turned on her heels with her cape flapping against his face at the sharp spin. A hunter must always prepare themselves for the worst. Do not let your mistakes bring about your ruin, or hers. Don't you dare just walk away after dumping your drink on me. Hestia tried to chase after her, but Belle held her back. She was kicking and swinging her fists around, ready to claw out Maria's eyes. He was afraid his goddess might provoke the blonde woman into retaliating. Belle held her back until Maria had disappeared into the crowds. It took a moment later for Hestia to calm down. She sagged with her back leaning against his chest. He could still hear her grumbling dark curses. He could only sigh in relief. There were too many people for Maria to start anything anyways. Some had looked their way, drawn by the shouting his goddess had caused. Her words held merit, however. With someone like her around, he couldn't have gotten careless. Be Belle? He held his goddess a little tighter. He could have lost her in that moment. He wouldn't have been able to protect her because he hadn't been good enough to sense the danger. Maria had been right. That wolfman at the tavern had been right. He was weak. No wonder everyone laughed at his expense. I'm sorry, goddess, he whispered to her. The stench was bad, but it wasn't intolerable. It could have been worse. Maria had made her point to say so. This happened because I had gotten careless. This was your favorite dress too. The one you wear almost every day. She wore it every day because it was the cheapest thing she owned that could be washed on a regular basis. Everything else was for special occasion use only. But she couldn't tell him that. She sent a death glare in the direction Maria slipped away towards, and then relented her anger. Meh, there's nothing I can do about it at this point. It's not like it's the end of the world. I have some spare clothes. He flipped his backpack over from his shoulder and began to dig around. Babel Tower isn't far from here. You can use the showers there and put this on. That is, if you don't mind wearing my clothes. I'm sorry, I don't have anything better fitting for a goddess. She smiled at his ingenuity. That's very thoughtful of you, Belle. Your stuff is more than good enough. Besides, I'd have to question you if you did have a spare change of women's clothing. This way I don't have to go all the way home to change. Let's go before the smell soaks into my skin. Inwardly, he apologized to Seer for not being able to find her as quickly as he had liked and having to prolong his search further. They walked along the grassy area, away from the crowds so to not bother anyone with the smell. Whatever it was had been putrid. Even Belle was starting to get nauseated at the stench. His poor goddess must be doing worse being at the center of it all. It was a pretty mean prank by Maria, but the point had settled in. They were almost out of the festival grounds when something felt off to him. Nothing had triggered his danger senses to go off. But his body tensed with his muscles coiled, ready to react at the next instant. Something in the back of his mind told him what the problem was, but his current consciousness drew up at a clueless blank. Here it was again. That sensation, where his body knew something before his mind could reflect on it. Then came the sound that got him into motion. A scream. A chorus of screams. A howl of roaring. People turned at the origin of the commotion, drawn in confusion and curiosity. He saw the people create a ripple effect of panic that eventually reached him. He saw people going flying, having been thrown around not unlike the puppets from the children's stand. A flash of disbelief coursed through him. He found out that this was really happening. That people having a good time were being beaten to a pulp, being split in half, being torn apart into bloody shreds. People were running towards him. They were in a frenzy now, running away from the chorus of screams and howling of monsters. Monsters. Monsters had gotten loose and were going on a rampage on the festival grounds. They were attacking people indiscriminately. Harmless people who had no means to defend himself. He saw the flashes of adventurers branding weapons and charging without hesitation to retaliate, only to be knocked aside just as easily. He recognized the creatures and beasts as things found in the middle to lower levels of the dungeon. Ogres, trolls, a baby dragon, a zombie warrior, a shadow stalker, a siren, a silverback, all monsters that were beyond his level. He could not go and fight them like the adventurers who had just tried. He would get killed in an instant. But he didn't have a choice in the matter. The silverback raised its head and began smelling the air. He saw some of the other creatures do the same after catching the scent of something. But it was the silverback who had his attention. Because it was the silverback who looked his way. Behind a caged helmet, its red eyes narrowed. It stood on its hind legs and began to beat against its chest, letting loose a howl of ravenous glee, and then began to charge towards him. It slammed into those who tried to get out of its way and crushed those under its galloping limbs as it pressed forward too quickly for the fleeing masses to escape. He did not stand there any longer. His mind had yet to accept this reality, but he could not just wait there until it came to terms. The silverback gorilla was coming his way. His goddess would get crushed. It was the thought of her being in danger that made his feet move. He took a step toward his goddess and pressed both his hands against her, one against her hip and the other at her chest. The leverage was just right. Just as the silverback was about to leap at them both, He shoved his goddess away with everything he had in him. He hadn't calculated his newfound strength. She had been sent flying away. But it didn't matter. He had managed to get her away from the monster. Unfortunately, he didn't have the chance to use his quickening. Perhaps if he had moved a second before he could have. But his reaction time had cost him the first strike. The silverback swatted him aside with the back of its hand. He had taken the brunt of it without raising a guard. The world shook and his body screamed at him with the impact. He heard the sound of screeching metal as his starter set armor from the guild had come apart. It hadn't been built to withstand the pressure of such an attack and did nothing to protect him. It might as well have been made out of rice tissue. The sense of vertigo was forcibly ripped out of him when he felt himself crash against one of the stands and a sharp pain to the back of his head upon being slammed into the adjacent wall in front of it. His vision was a swirling hue of whites, grays, and blacks. It only lasted an instant. He forced his body to get up. It obeyed, screaming in agony from taking such a devastating blow, but it obeyed the will of its master. The adrenaline was coursing through his veins, forcing him to get back up. Belle, his goddess, had ran for him. She was the reason why he forced himself to get back up. She was in danger. They needed to get out of here. The life of his goddess meant more than a few scrapes of pain. The silverback howled as soon as it spotted her. It slammed its fists into the ground as it began to leap around in place at some sort of bewildered frenzy. "Goddess!" he shouted back, brushing off the useless armor now that it was in ruins. While it was light, there had been a good amount of weight to it. As it was now, it would slow him down. Monsters at this level could pierce through it with ease. He quickened towards her, vanishing into ash and mist and reappearing before her in a single leap. He saw the surprise in her eyes at having seen his skill personally. It didn't matter. He took her arm and pulled her away from the monster. She fumbled in her steps, but he pulled harder, jerking at her to stay upright. They ran down an alley, away from the fleeing crowds. Hopefully the monster would lose sight of them. "Goo-goo!" He heard it roar. Right behind him. He yanked on his goddess arm, this time pulling her into his arms as he spun around to catch her. He took a glance over her shoulder and saw that, indeed, the silverback was squeezing its body between the buildings to come for him. Its large arm was extended and swinging down to snatch Hestia away from him. He held her tight and quickened backwards. He slammed into a few garbage bins after making the mistake of not seeing where he was going. With her still in his arms, he rolled and used his knees to get back up. He didn't look back as he pumped his legs forward to sprint with everything he had to get away from the beast. Hestia clung to him tightly. He could hear her say something into his chest, but the words couldn't process through his mind. He was in overdrive right now. The blood was pumping too hard for him to focus on anything except to escape. Go-a-wah-wah. At the crossroads between the alleyways, he caught the glimpse of something coming at his flank. He only had an instant to see it was the zombie warrior. An adventurer who had perished in the lower levels of the dungeon, had been absorbed and reanimated to fight for it, sprinting at him with its sword raised to strike at him. Once again, he quickened away before the streak of silver could get to him. They were out in one of the main streets, but away from the festival grounds. "Q, are you kidding me?" Both he and his goddess shouted. Above their heads, the siren was circling around them. Its eyes caught them in open territory, and it took a dive for them. It flipped around at the last instant with its taloned feet extended to carve into them. He quickened again, now starting to feel the strain of having to use it in rapid succession. It didn't stop him. He continued to sprint with his goddess in his arms. His legs were burning and his lungs were sucking in as much air as was possible. But he charged on anyways, swerving back into another alley instead of the wide main streets. Clicky-kiki-kiki. Did he dare to look up over their heads? Of course he did. Right above, easily maneuvering over the rooftops of the buildings, acting as a safeguard, soon to become a prison against this creature, was an arachnid. Most of the spider monsters were half as big as Belle, which while was big wasn't as imposing as any of the monsters at Monsterphilia. But this was Monsterphilia. No one wanted to see a shrimp. The Ganesha Familia had caught themselves a mother arachnid, the queen of her den and 10 times the size of a normal arachnid. "Why are they after us?" he shouted as he quickened again, narrowly missing the shots of spider silk that would have gotten him stuck for sure. "Goddess, what did you do before you ran into me?" "I had nothing to do with this," she shouted back. "I've never seen these creatures before in my life." He leapt over a stairwell that led into a tunnel, just as the mother arachnid managed to squeeze its body to reach for them. The tunnel was too narrow for its bulky body to enter. He did get nicked, however, when it tried to reach for him with its legs. The needle-like limbs were more like points of a spear that cut into him. Better him than his goddess. He bit down the pain and pressed on. He realized the mistake he made when the tunnel was dark. Darker than it should have. The Shadow Stalker was in here with them. It didn't stop him. He continued to run. Going back would mean having to face the arachnid in a tight area. He held his goddess tight, ducked his body as low as possible, and sprinted with everything he had, bursting ahead with more energy since this refuge began. There it was, a glowing set of eyes within the shadows. The shadow stalker came out of its hiding spot and flexed its bladed limbs. Belle leapt. No, more like Dove, twisting his body around while cradling his goddess. The angle had been just tight enough for them to slip through the window the shadow stalker had opted in its strike. It hadn't been perfect. A deep gash ran across his arm. His back slammed against the floor as they slid. The air was knocked out of his lungs. He had flipped over to get back up, and it was his goddess this time tugging at his arm to assist him. They had made it through the end of the tunnel in that leap and had escaped back into the outside. The shadow stalker would be reluctant to follow them out in the sunlight. In total, they had run past 4 blocks all within the past few minutes. Belle was sweating bullets and gasping for air. But they still weren't safe. He could feel it in his bones. Danger was still upon them. He had been right. The ground shook as soon as they broke free once more from winding alleyways and had entered a small park. The silverback had caught up to them. Outraged with the chase, it brought its fist around to slam into both of them. Belle had been better prepared this time. He shoved his goddess away from the blow and quickened out of its reach. The silverback sneered at him. It slammed its fists down onto the ground, reared its head back, and unleashed a threatening roar inches away from his face. "I'll kill you," it had told him. Belle was left shaking. His eyes were wide. He couldn't move. The silverback sniffed once and turned towards Hestia. The goddess fumbled onto her rear and backpedaled away. She was screaming his name, trying to get him out of his stupor. The silverback took a few steps forward and began to reach for her. "Belle," she shouted again with dread and desperation. She could move no better than he. She was frozen with fear. She couldn't command herself to get up and run away. 000. He wiped off the blood that had gotten all over his face before any of it could get into his eyes. What a strange place this was. A hunter must hunt, the old man had said. But hunt what? The beasts, of course. Just about everything constituted as beasts in the night of the hunt. Belle had killed all of them and drank the echoes of their blood. Their dying wishes and failed clinging to life had soaked into his soul, soon to be returned to the doll for him to grow stronger. It reminded him of Exley, only he couldn't recall what Exley was for the life of him. It felt like he always returned to someone after going on an adventure and growing stronger for it. There had been a variety of beasts. Rabid dogs that ran amok on the abandoned streets. Vicious crows as large as his head with wolfish fangs. Ogres dressed in rags with chunks of stone strapped to their fists. Even people. Yes, people. But none of them were sane. They had all succumbed to the madness and attacked anything that moved. He should have been hesitant in approaching them, but his mind had told them they weren't human. They were beasts. He also saw wolfmen. That had been interesting. But among all the beasts present, they had been small fry. Nothing but grunts. This wasn't some adventure. This was a hunt. He had been tasked with cleaning up the streets and making sure those who hid away in their homes were safe, even if they hadn't been very welcoming towards him. Small fry. Until he came across the bridge leading to the healing church. It was massive. Impossibly so. It was a monster unlike any other. Thick shag fur covered its hide with spiked antlers at its head. There was the faint humanoid skeleton upon its build, or at least it could stand on its hind legs if it so chose, and its right arm was strikingly similar to his. Its left arm, however, was grotesquely large, being long enough to reach the floor even should it stand straight. It towered over him. It was at least 500 kelly tall. He could have run away. That should have been the right thing to do. But the words of Garin resonated through his head. He was a hunter, and a hunter hunts beasts. This creature was no different from the others he had faced. He met it head-on, digging his dagger straight into its thigh after his first dash. It smacked him aside hard enough to send him flying. He crashed into a carriage, a relic that had been abandoned since the plague struck this town. Someone had laughed. A chortle of noise that suggested this was actually humorous. He struggled to climb out of the carriage after taking such a powerful blow. A powerful hand gripped the collar of his shirt and pulled him free. "What do you think you're doing?" the stranger had asked. It was a man past his prime with aged hair and a wrinkling face. At least, as much of his face as he could see. Bandages had been wrapped around to cover his eyes. He was dressed in a wide-brim hat and black cloak. He carried an axe in one hand. His attire and choice of weaponry, this man too was a hunter. The colossal beast at the bridge took cautious steps back. It hadn't treated Belle like a threat in the slightest, but this man made it weary. When he spoke, Belle caught the sight of his teeth. His sharpened teeth with a pair of fangs. "The night has only just begun. You'll not last the hunt that way. Come on, I'll show you how it's done." There was a taste of dry humor in his tone. He laughed at Belle, but not as an insult. More like as a teacher would at his student. He had expected Belle to make this mistake and was going to patiently show him the correct way. It would explain why the man had come out of seemingly nowhere right when this monster showed up. He had probably been watching Belle all along. The beast roared as the stranger swung his axe. The staff extended, allowing him to use both hands this time. With a ferocious noise at the back of his throat, the man charged forward with his axe raised. The stranger fought very much like any beast Belle had come across. Almost exactly like them. 000. Oh, a hunter, are ya? She asked, almost mockingly. She had every right to give him that tone. Her twin daggers continued to drip the blood of the beasts he had failed to cut down. She had saved him when he had gotten himself cornered. Too many of those wolfmen had chased him. He tried to fight them off, but they had smacked him around. If she hadn't been up on the rafters doing who knows, he would have been dead. She was dressed oddly, at least to him. She donned a layered black cloak, a dark suit, and had a beaked mask to ward off the stench of the plague. He couldn't help but liken her to a crow. And an outsider, she sighed after looking at him again. A flick of her hands wiped the blood off her blades. Another swipe, too fast for him to see, and the daggers combined into a sword and had been tucked away into a holster he couldn't see. Her cloak hid them well, along with any other tricks she might have hidden. I am sorry, he bowed his head. He needed to show his savior his appreciation. Thank you for saving me. What a mess you've been caught up in, she muttered while looking at the trail of corpses she had made at his expense. And tonight of all nights. Here, use it to return to the safe haven. You don't belong here, little rabbit. He didn't see where she pulled them out from. She took a step forward and placed the odd instruments into his hands. Hunter marks, his mind had told him as if he knew what they were already. If he consumed one, he could magically be transported back to the lantern the little ones kept lit. And he could use that to escape back into the dream. He thought about it. Honestly, he could have returned to the doll to make his body stronger with all the blood echoes he had just gained. But not through his own merits. Through this stranger who saved him. Did he tell you nothing? She continued to mutter, watching him. She clicked her tongue behind her mask. You must prepare yourself for the worst. There are no humans left. They are all flesh-hungry beasts now. They can't be reasoned with. They will kill you if they spot you. Best to kill them before they do. So, he was right. The things he had killed had been humans at some point. The more he lasted in this hunt, the more the fog started to clear up. It felt like a dream, honestly. But the more he fought, the more he killed, the less it seemed like a dream and more like reality. They didn't tell him what would happen if he died. He didn't want to die. No one wanted to die, not even the beasts he had slain. They fought tooth and nail against him, knowing if they didn't give it their all they would surely die. And he cut them down anyways without a second thought. He was frightened something else would come along to do the same. He had almost perished against the beast at the bridge if Gascoigne hadn't shown up. What's wrong? The woman asked when she didn't see him do anything. A hunter nerved by a few beasts? He heard her snicker. The same humorless noise as if he were a part of some joke she had heard 1,000 times. No matter, she went on. Her head lifted. He could feel her gaze behind her mask. Without fear in our hearts, we're little different from the beasts ourselves. Enough trembling in your boots. A hunter must hunt. She pointed towards the back of the church. There was a door that would lead him further into the city. She said nothing more as she leaned against the support beam and stared out the window. But even with her back turned against him, he could feel her attention locked on him, judging him. A hunter must hunt. He repeated the words in his mind. He chose to embrace the fear when he walked out of the church to continue on with his mission. 000. The silverback sneered at him. It slammed its fists down onto the ground, reared its head back, and unleashed a threatening roar inches away from his face. I'll kill you, it had told him. Belle was left shaking. His eyes were wide. He couldn't move. The silverback sniffed once and turned towards Hestia. The goddess fumbled onto her rear and backpedaled away. She was screaming his name, trying to get him out of his stupor. The silverback took a few steps forward and began to reach for her. Belle. She shouted again with dread and desperation. She could move no better than he. She was frozen with fear. She couldn't command herself to get up and run away. Belle couldn't move not because he was consumed with fear. Fear coursed through him, of course, just as it would through any creature who desired to live. He did not shake with fear. His eyes hadn't bored into the silverback out of something as weakly driven as fear. It was outrage that had kept him in place. He was shaking because his blood was boiling. Don't touch her. He had wanted to shout those words. He opened his mouth to do just that. The thing to come out of his mouth had been a beastly roar. It came from his own vocal cords that blasted through the air, shaking everything within the vicinity. A ripple of pressure ran through the silverback's fur. The monster flinched and took a reflexive step away from Belle after sensing the presence of its predator. It bared its teeth, but did not attack. It was only provoked to defend itself after sensing its life in peril. Hestia was staring at him as if he had never seen him before. Her expression hadn't fazed Belle. His heart was thundering. Branding his knife, he kicked off the ground. His newfound status had propelled him forward, launching off the ground like an arrow straight for the silverback. He reeled the knife back, ready to lunge it into the chest it had exposed in its attempt to step off. He slammed into its chest with enough force to send it reeling. His shoulder slammed into its thick chest hard enough to see its muscles coil upon impact. But that's not what he wanted. He wanted to pierce through its skin and puncture its heart. His knife had shattered as soon as it touched its chest. Just like his armor, it was nowhere near strong enough to deal with a higher-level monster. Instinct drove him to quicken away before the silverback could recover. He couldn't hurt it. His bare fists did more damage to it than his equipment. And he knew he couldn't kill it with his hands only. He needed better weapons. He needed his weapons. Those daggers his goddess had borrowed. "Belle, what did you?" she tried to ask him as soon as he was within range. A large shadow loomed over her. The mother arachnid had caught up to them. "Goddess!" he shouted, tackled her to the ground, and used the momentum to have them both rolling away. The arachnid's legs stabbed into the ground after them, trying to skewer them. It took more effort for him to get up than last time. He was getting tired at having to constantly move like this. If he could only get a break to catch his breath. Finally, fate had answered him. The silverback had charged at the arachnid and challenged it. It bashed its fists against the spider's side, making it double over. The spider was quick to recover. It ignored them in favor of lashing back against the silverback. Belle used this opportunity to get away. He pulled his goddess along as they entered a neighborhood. He didn't mean to drag more people into this, but he needed to use the buildings as cover to regain his stamina. He picked up his goddess again and leapt over a wall. He pressed his back against it while keeping his eyes locked on the sky in case something else came along. "Belle," Hestia panted along with him. "You're hurt." "I'm fine, goddess," he assured her. "They're only a few scratches. I'm just glad you're safe." They couldn't get anything else to say. A chill went down his spine as he heard a new set of howling. He put his hand over his goddess' mouth and tried to make his body as quiet as possible. He even held his breath because he was breathing so hard. Now if only he could get his heart to stop beating so hard. There was something on the other side of the wall, and all he could see was its shadow looming over. It had a long neck with a horse-like head. It was the baby dragon. It had followed them this far out and had entered the neighborhood. He heard it sniff the air, linger in place for a moment. His heart skipped a beat and Hestia clutched onto him after seeing the same thing, and then carry on down the road. They waited a few seconds for it to pass by. "Goddess, they're after you," he stated. "Belle, I promise you I didn't do anything when I got here." She defended herself. "I read the sign. I didn't feed any of the monsters. I didn't have anything to feed them with even when I wanted to." "No, it's not that," he shook his head. "It's what Maria drenched you with. Whatever it is, it's luring them towards you. They'll keep coming after you." He watched her face turn as white as snow. They'll keep coming after her. They'll keep chasing after her. There were too many of them, and trying to flee for this long had been nothing but a miracle. He couldn't run away. He would protect his goddess even if it meant his life. "Goddess, I need my weapons. Do you have them?" She fidgeted around with her hands clenched against her purse. A look of guilt crossed her face. "I wanted to tell you. I wanted today to be special so I could tell you properly. I sold them." His heart dropped to his stomach. He couldn't manage to ask the single word at the tip of his tongue. But Hestia spun around to look at him square in the eye. "I got you a better weapon than those daggers. Here." She pulled out of her purse a slender case, with the seal of the Hephaestus blacksmiths. What she pulled out of the case was a dagger unlike any other he had ever seen. It was black, not from the metal used in its creation. It was black from the plethora of runes carved along its side. This was no mere magic weapon. This was something so intricate and beyond comprehension, he couldn't even fathom what sort of magic lay hidden within. She pricked her finger with it. Her blood ran down its edge. His breath was taken away as the runes across it lit up with her divine blessings, with her fauna. The same divine blessings she had given him to become an adventurer. Gently, she placed the dagger in his hands. "This is my gift to you, Belle. This is the Hestia knife. There is no other weapon like it anywhere. It is for an adventurer who is growing too fast for their own good, like you. So long as you believe in it. No, so long as you believe in us, in Hestia Familia, this blade will never betray you. It is as strong as you are, Belle. If you are weak, it will be weak. But if you become the strongest, it will be the strongest weapon." He could feel it vibrate in his grip. He could feel his being resonate with it. It almost seemed alive. Almost as if it were starting to wake up from a long sleep. There was more than deep magic woven into this blade. Yes, he could feel it. This had the blessings of his goddess within. The same blessings that had been granted to him. The same choice to accept a newbie right off the streets into her home. "We should run," she said. "Belle, use it if you have the chance to cut a monster or two." We gotta run where we can find help. You're right. He tucked the dagger back into its sheath and drew something out of his backpack. It was another miracle that had managed to survive. Belle, why are you handing me your shirt? She asked him. His face was boiling red for what he was about to do, but it needed to be done. Gee goddess, please forgive me for what I'm about to do. But it needs to be done. Without warning, and with his eyes closed, Belle reached for the cut of her dress and tore it straight down the middle. He pried it off of her. Belle. She almost screamed, covering her modesty with her arms. If you want to do it that much, then wait until we get home. No, wait. That's not what I meant. There's a proper method to doing things. You're going way too fast. What are you doing? He turned his back to her while he distracted himself with his hands. He tore her dress into strips and tied them around his wrists and around his neck. It's in your hair too, so some might be able to track you still, he said while he worked. I'm going to get their attention and draw them away. Use that chance to get away. Go find help. What? Her voice sounded lost. Belle. No. No, I can't do that. I won't do it. I'm not going to leave you. I can't lose you. He shouted. He lost control of himself. He couldn't hold his emotions back. The tears began to fall as his fears began to overwhelm him. He lasted this long being a man, but in the end he was a scared little boy. I can't lose you, goddess. Please. You're the only family I've had since grandfather. I care about you too much, goddess. That's why I'm doing this. He couldn't look at her. If he did, he might regret his choice. He might lose what strength and his fortitude he had right now. Belle. She whispered. She put a hand on his shoulder. He almost lost himself to that touch. Gee, goddess. I was really happy you wanted to go on a date with me, even if it's just goddess and adventurer. He didn't look her way. Couldn't look her way as he abruptly stood and quickened away from her before she could get another word. 000. He began to remember the dream. Little pieces. Small images. Brief hints and noises without meaning. But he could combine all of them to form a picture. It was like a jigsaw puzzle with the pieces scattered. He always had the pieces. He just needed to put them together. He stalked the streets, his heels clacking against the floor. Those living within each building had shut their windows and hidden themselves away, too afraid to come near the confrontation and gain the attention of the monsters. So much like Yarnham. So much like the night of the hunt. The baby dragon lifted its head as the wind gifted it with the sweet scent of the pungent juice, a beast-luring concoction fasted by the blood of other beasts. It worked just as well to the monsters of the dungeon, strangely. Or perhaps, not so strangely. Perhaps the monsters of the dungeon and the beasts of the hunt were similar in some sort of way. He would have dismissed it as coincidence. But something nagged at him in the back of his mind. Secrets are secrets for a reason, especially when the secrets are unseemly. He had uncovered some atrocious secret within the dream. He couldn't remember what it was, and time would remind him, but it was the feeling of the nostalgia that told him, that assured him the monsters and beasts were connected somehow. The baby dragon turned around after smelling him. He didn't run from it. He chose to face it instead. The Hestia knife glowed like white fire as it continued to attune itself to his status. It would need experience, however, in order to fully awake. It was still half asleep. He chose the baby dragon because of how close it was to his goddess. This was the first immediate threat. He would kill this one, and then move on to those battling in the park still. He would finish this creature off in a matter of seconds, before the two monsters realized their interest had escaped and they chased after the scent. He raised the knife as he took a stance he hadn't taken in this world. It was the one he had earned through the efforts of the hunt. A hunter must hunt, right, Miss Eileen? Chapter 5. It was a few years before you showed up, Hephaestus began once they had settled into her office. It caused quite the scare and Oreo hasn't fully recovered yet. They first began with a few missing adventurers. It was thought they had fallen in the dungeon, or had gotten involved with the wrong crowds. The missing individuals didn't have the most pristine of reputations. She took a moment to take a sip from her tea. It was a quiet night with only a few candles lighting her office on North Main. The building was one of the first stores set up when she taught the children her secrets of the forge. Rather than moving into the more industrious shop in Babel Tower, she chose to leave her office in this building with her residency nearby. This was her home. Hestia sat in a chair she had to drag from another room. This office wasn't where Hephaestus met clients to discuss contracts. This was her private workshop to deal with paperwork in silence. It was also the safest room, having need to be entered through a secret latch. Even the window that looked out into the street had been reinforced with magic and hardened glass. But then bodies began to turn up, Hephaestus went on. I didn't care much when it happened, so the specifics are a little hazy. I'm only going off of what my children mentioned upon rumors in the morning reports. They said the bodies were carved by a blade. Some other adventurer was going around killing them. It became evident these weren't just random killings. It would become clear the victims belongs to a specific familia and those aligned to it. And then, he changed his tactics. He would attack groups in the middle of broad daylight for everyone to see, and he always left at least one of them spared, to run away and tell his friends what he had just seen. They called him the Crow. A layered cloak woven like a pair of feathered wings, a black pressed suit, and a doctor's mask. He looked like a giant crow. Supposedly, he came out of nowhere and vanished without a trace before someone more competent could come to reprimand him. They likened him more to a demon than another adventurer. He had a bounty and a number of quests to capture him. Hephaestus looked away for a moment as she tried to draw on the memory. But all of this happened in the outskirts of town. I remember most of them didn't care about capturing what they thought was another mugger, a deranged one with how he dressed. I remember thinking the same thing. I ignored it as well as everyone else. One goddess took up the quest. She sent her entire familia after the crow. They were wiped out before they knew what hit them. I remember Brynhildr turning to Freya for help. Freya refused her since she had nothing left to offer. All of her children were dead. I heard from Freya she went back to her home crying her eyes out. No one had heard from Brynhildr since. She was found in an alleyway on South 2nd and Easter 5th. A deep stab wound from her back had done her in. Hestia hadn't taken a drink from the tea Hephaestus placed in her hands. The twin daggers rested on her lap. Their weight continued to grow as the goddess of the forge went on with her story. It was the ultimate taboo to kill a god. Even gods didn't go out of their way to kill one of their own. There had been events where they pitted their children against another's, but they always left each other alone. A human perishing could have their soul transferred to the afterworld, or could be reincarnated into a new vessel for the future. But when a god dies, there's nothing left. Nothing. Aurerio was in utter chaos. Hephaestus leaned forward on her desk. Familias made pacts with each other to watch each other's backs. The city underwent curfew protocols with nightly patrols organized by the guild. It didn't stop the murders from happening. The crow continued to kill anyone who got in his way. He killed a total of 57 adventurers and 3 gods. And then, he was just gone, she finished with a shrug. Poof. As if he was never there. Murders still happened on the streets, sure, but they were done by petty thugs trying to take advantage of the fear. Those were dealt with quickly. Slowly, order was returning to the city. But the fear has never been forgotten. Hestia was practically shaking where she sat. Her fingers ran through the side of the short sword. Then, this is the weapon of the crow? There's no mistaking it. Hephaestus' eye gazed down at the metal. She noted immediately the shimmer it gave off from the dim candlelight. No other metal known could refract light like that. The curve of the blade is made to carve flesh with the nook for disarming adventurers. They can detach to become swift double daggers and combine to become a heavy short sword for power. They're designed to adapt to any build. Hestia looked down at the weapon once more. The gravity of it was crushing her legs. She didn't know. She just thought they were nifty things Belle had picked up randomly. He said they had been in his possession as soon as he woke up from his nap down in the dungeon. Had the crow been near her, Belle? The thought of that devastated her. No, that couldn't have been it. Something like this wasn't something the crow would easily give up. Some other adventurer had probably found them, discovered what they were when trying to get them appraised, panicked in fear of the crow coming after them, and then dumped them on the first adventurer they found. She swore if she ever found nameless adventurer X, she will strangle him. How did your child get in possession of them? Hephaestus asked in all seriousness. He said he just found them in the dungeon, Hestia answered honestly, but withheld the part about Belle dozing off. Hey, she had a save face too. We didn't know what they were, so I thought about getting them appraised by you. Better me than anyone else, Hephaestus nodded gravely. A lot of gods lost their children to the crow. They still hold a grudge against him. Some might have been willing to accept your child as the crow simply out of spite. Those weapons are an extreme taboo, Hestia. They've tasted the blood of adventurers and gods alike. Hestia decided to wrap them back up in the cloth. She couldn't bear the sight of them any longer. The black metal frightened her. Who knew they had such a dark flavor text? The weight of them could still be felt. She wasn't willing to let them out of her grip, however. She thought frantically. Did anyone at all see Belle with these weapons? He was the only adventurer of Hestia Familia. He didn't have a supporter, and she was sure he didn't join any other team when he went into the dungeons. He was a solo member. Perhaps that half-elf knew. She was Belle's advisor and sponsor. It was likely Belle told her about this super cool weapon he woke up with. Nah. The guild was pretty resourceful. Someone there would have recognized the blades. What do you plan on doing, Hestia? Hephaestus asked while she tapped a finger against the desk. I don't know. Hestia sighed as she slouched forward. I want to get rid of them. These things are too dangerous for Belle to have. But it's not like I can just throw them away. Someone else might pick them up and wind up in the same position. And if I keep them, then the crow might come looking for his stuff. Oh, you know what? I think I might dump them on someone else like what they did with Belle. That way the crow will come after them and not him. Hephaestus raised a brow. I thought you said he found them. This is just a theory. Hestia waved it off while she thought. Now, maybe I should give them to someone in Loki's familia? Hephaestus chose to ignore that comment. How about I buy them off of you? She suggested. At the mention of money, Hestia perked up, but she held back her impulses with a dainty cough into her hand. Hephaestus, that's not very nice. I know I'm not the richest goddess out there, but 40 million, Val, Hephaestus offered. The breath Hestia gasped sucked in all the air in the room. The goddess of the forge waited calmly for the goddess of the hearth to recover. Hestia was sweating bullets. She gritted her teeth and responded with tremendous forced pain. I have to decline. Your family, Hephaestus. I care about you. Something like this is too dangerous to have. 50 million. Hephaestus cut her off. Hestia couldn't say anything. She flinched as though an arrow had struck through her chest. She even fell off the chair. Hephaestus took a drink of her tea while she watched lowly Big Boobs climb back to her seat. You tell me that horror story and you want these things? Hestia almost shouted as she waved the clothed blade in her hands. I'd rather toss them to someone I dislike, not someone I want to live through to tomorrow. Hephaestus, even if it's you, you're putting your children in danger too. What if this guy comes looking for his weapon? 55 million, Hephaestus said with finality. Half in Val right now, and the other half in promissory notes. I'll even grant you a high-end security vault with the guild to secure everything. It was a good thing Hestia was sitting. All the color and life drained away from her body. Her body sagged a little as her eyes went livid. Hephaestus folded her hands on the desk as she considered. I do not fear the crow, Hestia. He could be dead for all I know. But what I do know is you are in possession of his weapon. I am very much interested in studying how it was crafted. I want to make things that are just like them. I could ask you to hand them over, but a matter of professional pride obligates me to make you an offer. Consider this. You are hardly making ends meet with your current job. With this money, you could move to a better location. You can afford to feed yourself and your child. You could buy him the weapon and armor he needs rather than renting out through the guild. I'd even be willing to give you a discount if you buy through me. Hestia couldn't help but agree. She and Belle could buy a small house in the rural district. They didn't need to be in that damp and run-down church. She'd be able to feed him more than just scraps. She'd be able to buy him clothes and gear. He'd probably still want to be an adventurer. She can fully support him like the goddess she was supposed to be. He was growing so fast, though. Like a toddler constantly growing out of his clothes. Belle's growth was too fast. He was becoming a powerful adventurer at neck-breaking speeds. With this money, she could constantly buy him what he needed as he grew out of it. But that felt like such a waste. They'd probably blow out of their budget before they could fully settle into their new life. The solution was right in front of her. How silly of her to ponder about this. Okay, she said with a firm nod. I accept your offer. And I'd like to spend some of that money right now on a service. Hephaestus raised her brow again. I want you to make a weapon for my Belle. And thus, after a few, dreadfully exhausting, days, the Hestia knife was born. 000. Right now, Hestia was running. Granted, she couldn't run bare-chested. She had to steal, borrow a shirt hanging to dry as she ran. It was bad enough her boobs were flopping around everywhere. She already missed her dress. It was cute, tight, and held up her boobs without needing a bra. But, above all else, it's what made Belle ogle her at every chance. He thought she wouldn't notice. Right now she was running away from the carnage that was monsterphilia. Something had let the monsters loose at the festival. And because of that blonde janky spilling her disgusting red gunk all over Hestia did the monsters chase after her. Belle chose to stay behind and fend them off, tearing off her stained clothes and wrapping them around himself. Though she ran, she wasn't going to abandon her only child. Belle was hers. He was the first and only member of her familia. He was also the man she loved. There was no way she was going to just leave him be. Her running had led her to the guild. She threw open the doors and shouted with all her breath. Monsters! All activity within the guild stopped. All eyes were upon her. But no one moved. Her hair was a wreck. She still had that red gunk staining her skin, and she came bursting in with clothes too large for her. She was panting and sweating. They probably thought she was crazy. She caught her breath and tried again. Someone help. Monsters are attacking at the festival grounds. They all got loose. There was a pregnant silence as the heads of guild secretaries and adventurers eyed the other. To battle! One of them shouted, raising his sword over his head and letting out a war cry. Hoorah! Shouted the others in his team. They drew their weapons and ran out of the guild, nearly knocking Hestia to the floor. There was a universal shrug as the rest of the adventurers looked at another. They didn't draw their weapons, but they did hurry out of the guild. Meanwhile, the members of the guild ran around shouting orders. A security detail was being organized to support the adventurers and regain civil control. Maybe, just maybe, everyone will be on time to rescue Belle. 000. Belle wrenched his arm out of the weakness of the baby dragon's underbelly. He pulled out of it a chunk of meat that could have been a lung, or a stomach, or even the heart. It was hard to tell considering it was nothing more than a mesh of squishy pink gunk in his grip. The baby dragon let out a gargle of a scream. It wobbled in its steps with its head, trying to turn towards Belle's general location. It fell over before it could do anything against him. It twitched a few times before lying dead. He dug the Hestia knife into its throat to make sure. His paranoia from the hunt had him making sure whatever he killed remained dead. He moved, quickening out of the alleyway, and back towards the scuffle created by the mother arachnid and the silverback. They were still going at it as soon as he crouched down at the edge. The arachnid had wrapped silk around the silverback's arm and was trying to enclose it like a fly. But the silverback was strong and was able to resist while batting its other fist against the spider's head. They both paused as they sensed his approach. It was the draft of wind from the alleyway that sent the pungent juices odor their way. They stopped their struggling to turn their attention towards him. Belle took a few deep breaths to steady his nerves. He often tried avoiding multiple large creatures in the hunt. One he could dance around, but two could easily pin him in place. He adjusted the grip of the Hestia knife. The runes glowed as the metal started to heat up. He could feel the blade pulse after killing the baby dragon. It was fully awake and adjusting itself based on his parameters. Its stats were matching his. Still, he wished to have the blade of mercy. While the Hestia knife could cut through the baby dragon's scales like nothing, he was more familiar with Eileen's inheritance. It would have made him feel more comfortable being in this position. The silverback came charging first. The arachnid held back, being cautious or waiting to stab the giant ape in the back and steal its prey. Belle could use this. He quickened forward, sliding underneath the first swing of the silverback's arm. All the while, he dug the knife into the meat of the silverback's thigh and gave it a twist. The silverback let out a howl of pain as it stumbled to one knee. It tried to swat Belle aside, but he had quickened away. He came at the mother arachnid next. He wasn't going to give it time to catch him off guard. He wasn't going to expose his back to it. It was the bigger threat of the two, and he needed to kill it quickly before the silverback could recover. He cut off one of the legs when it tried to pin him down. Its fangs clacked ferociously as it moved back, reassessing the situation. It only made him draw closer to it. But rather than facing it head-on, he quickened around to its side. His knife plunged into its waist, and he pulled in an arch to create a long gash. Blood splattered everywhere. It leapt away from him. For a split second, he debated about following close behind. He could get under its body and kill it there. But his instincts told him differently. It was probably a trap. His instincts had never been wrong down in the hunt. Ignore them and you're destined to die. He had seen the civilians of Yharnam and his fellow hunters ignore their instincts. He dropped flat to the floor based on only the shift in air pressure. One of the park trees flew over his head and crashed a few feet from him. Had he ignored his instincts and remained standing, or even tried to quicken in any direction, then he would have taken a direct blow from something as thick as he was tall. The silverback let out a roar of frustration as it tore another tree out of its roots. It limped forward, using the tree as a crutch before lifting it up to use as a club. Belle waited until the last possible second to quicken to the side. A few branches scratched his face, but his jacket took most of the damages. He had been able to get out of the way while fooling the silverback into attacking exactly how he wanted. The overhead chop gave him some recovery time. He moved, kicking off the ground and leaping for the silverback. It tried to swat him out of the air, but Belle flipped over while using the traveling arm as a vault. He spun and drove the Hestia knife directly into the silverback's chest. It cut through the metal bindings, the chest cavity, and heart of the silverback with no resistance. The blade lit up as it drank in the exhale of the felled beast. The silverback lifted its arms to reach Belle, but he withdrew the knife and kicked off its chest. The beast fell on its back and went limp. Belle never stopped moving. He made sure to land on his feet. He could never find himself in a position that would compromise his mobility. It was why hunters wore such light clothing, why they wielded the trick weapons, and why they learned to dodge without rolling or having both feet off the ground. Quickening was a technique founded on this principle. It accelerated his movements, temporarily turning his body into dust and ash, just so he could match the superior speeds of the beasts of the hunt. The mother arachnid never stood a chance now that it was alone. He had fought worst monsters down in the pits of Yharnam. It threw silk his way. He raised his arm to have it stick there. The creature thought it had him. Perhaps to a less experienced hunter this tactic was seen as idiotic. And he'd have to agree. He could already hear Eileen's badgering over his carelessness. The arachnid began to retract its silk, pulling him in. He planted his feet on the ground and reached out for the silk. With a tug of his own and a grunt of effort, he jerked the silk back. The arachnid stumbled forward in surprise. It had tried to use its severed front limb to halt itself. With nothing to support that, it fell forward and struggled to get back up. That was when Belle leapt forward, quickening before it was too late. His hand plunged into one of the eye sockets of the spider. It let out a chatter of noises in agony as he reached forward. Something grossly squishy could be felt by his fingertips. He wished he hadn't taken off his gloves for monsterphilia. With a howl of defiance, he grabbed onto that squishy substance and yanked it out with all of his strength. Blood flew everywhere and coated half of his body. The feeling of being drenched in blood was a feeling too familiar with him. It was almost welcoming. Whatever he grabbed, yet another pinkish organ he didn't want to know what was, had made the mother arachnid go into a frenzy. It bucked around on its hind legs and rolled onto its back. Its legs twitched as though trying to crawl on the surface of the sky. Acid spewed out of its mouth while silk dripped out of its hind. It twitched once more before going limp. I wonder if I can sell this, Belle muttered while he looked at the strand of silk still wrapped around his arm. It wasn't exactly a rare drop item, but spider silk this durable could still be made into something. Clothing, he thought. Or maybe rope. He couldn't remember because he hadn't been able to access that deep into the dungeon where arachnids at this level were common. He decided to cut off what he could and stick it in his pocket. It made him also ponder where his bag had fallen to. It had been pried off of him during all the chaos. At least he still had Seer's wallet on him. Wait, he had Seer's wallet. He was supposed to hand it to her at the festival. Did that mean she was caught up in the chaos too? Oh no, he shouted while pressing his hands to his head in a panic. I gotta find her. I gotta make sure she's okay. The sound of screeching made him pause. A series of shadows casted over him. He looked up to find 3 harpies circling around him. They had probably followed his scent to this location. One dove straight for him. He didn't need to use quickening this time. It was as simple as taking a step to the side at the last second. The harpy's talons missed him by inches. It was just about to fly back up when his hand latched onto its leg. He dragged it back down, dug the Hestia knife through its back, and wrapped his arm around its neck. He didn't hesitate to break it. I really don't have time for you, he told the dead creature. I have to find Miss Seer and make sure she's okay. 000. Maria walked through the streets with gliding steps. Her eyes peered around at the chaos. Most of the monsters had spread out and left the festival grounds. Most of them had pursued Belle after using the pungent juice on his goddess. The ones that lingered ignored the alluring stench in favor of their own avarice. They attacked the general populace indiscriminately. Adventurers tried to stop them. All weaklings that had taken the day off from the dungeons in favor of the festival. They were able to best the weakest of the monsters, but nothing from the lower pits of the dungeon. But there was the occasional high-leveled adventurer that could pose as a threat. Maria killed them as soon as they dared to challenge the monsters. They thought she was another adventurer and made the foolish mistake of exposing their back to her. Right now it was quiet. Stands were knocked down, and there were plenty of corpses and wounded surrounding her. There were few running around with healers and medic personnel treating them. They all paid her little to no mind. She was just a background character for the time being. She crossed her arms as she wondered how Belle was doing. Perhaps she had expected too much from him? Even the best hunters could fall prey if they were caught off guard and surrounded. She unsheathed her rakuyo and parried a silver stream coming at her side. Oh, she groaned as she lowered her weapon. But never did she lower her guard. It's you. I suppose this works in my favor. I did come here for the Loki familia after all. Ace Wallenstein readied her sword. But alas, the girl had yet to learn her lesson. She was still wounded from their last encounter in the lower dungeon. Maria almost let out a sigh. Almost. She had to remind herself she did not come here for Belle Crannel. She was here to make good with Eden's message to Loki and her team. Ace narrowed her eyes. There's blood on your dress. It's not monster blood. Perceptive. Maria tipped her hat at the girl. Only the best can tell the difference. But what of it? There were slash wounds from blades on some of the dead, she pressed. You killed them. Yes. Maria lowered her head slightly. Her fingers curled tighter around the rakuyo. But what of it? It was all Ace needed. She leapt at Maria almost as fast as a hunter using quickening. Even with her wounds was she still this fast? Rather, she was ignoring her wounds in this burst of speed and strength. Their blades clashed. The girl was exceptionally skilled. Her moves were graceful, but not flawless. She was still young. For all her skill, she lacked experience. Plus, she was an adventurer. She spent all her time battling monsters. Maria was a hunter. She fought monsters, heretics, the innocent, and her fellow hunters who fell to the sweet temptation of the blood. Ace was nothing compared to Ludwig and German. She was nothing compared to her vanquisher, Belle Crannel. But there was still passion in those eyes. There was a fire that burned behind that doll-like face. Ace had picked up the sword for something that drove her. It was the sole purpose of her existence. Hardly anything else mattered until this mysterious goal was achieved. Ace saw Maria as an obstacle, something to overcome. Maria was one of the many goals she had set for herself. It was probably why she lost this second time. Maria parried the sword while snapping apart the rakuyo. She spun on her heels, using her cape as a distraction to the sword maiden. She brought the katana around first. Aze raised her sword to deflect the sinister edge, and Maria drove the dagger underneath the shadow of her prior strike. Aze's eyes widened. It was her instincts that saved her. The girl moved before her eyes saw the silver gleam of the rakuyo dagger. Bang! Aze lifted her sword to block. But the sort of weapon Maria had pulled out was not found in this land. Gunpowder had yet to be discovered. She might have considered it an arcane instrument at best. Her sword, meant to deflect the bullet, had miscalculated the power behind the minuscule object and almost had her sword flown out of her hands. Maria quickened around her flank, kicked her sword away, and used the same momentum to kick the back of the girl's knees. Aze fell to one knee with her other hand landing on the cobblestone to catch herself. Maria pointed the edge of the rakuyo katana against Aze's artery. "Your will is strong, but your wounds have slowed you down." Maria clicked her tongue with disappointment. "Such a mistake might cost you your life. Where is your master?" Aze gave nothing in return. She stared directly at Maria in defiance. But the girl wore her emotions on her sleeve, despite her stoic expression. She was trying to find a way to live. "That's a whole lotta. Enough of that," Loki sneered as she stepped out of the alleyway. Her eyes glared at Maria with utmost animosity. "Don't chubby hut in what belongs to me. If you hurt so much as a hair on my Azu's head." In response, Maria pressed the katana against Aze's skin. The sword maiden craned her neck to the side to lessen the tension. A small trickle of blood slipped out. "You're in no position to make demands," Maria countered in a dull tone. She lessened the pressure, but did not remove the blade from her skin. All of this could have been avoided. But now all the deaths from today are on your hands. You should have listened to Lord Eden's request. Perhaps now you'll listen after watching your favorite pet? Loki twitched. The pressure in the air increased. She was being pushed to the point of desperation to where she might draw upon the forbidden powers of her arcanum. Aze twitched as well. She saw no opening within Maria's stance, but would have died if she did nothing. She drew up her magical energies and pulled a last-ditch effort that might have saved her. But Maria also twitched. A cold chill swept through her as a sensation she was too familiar with consumed her. It was the instinct of the hunt singing to her. A powerful beast was approaching. A predator that might be able to challenge her. She could feel its presence in the air before hearing its voice. "Maria!" Belle shouted as his body was faster than the wind. Only the vague outline of his body could be seen through the bellowing gust of ash and mist. A trail of fresh blood followed after his image, flowing off of his body after being drenched in the ichor of monsters. Maria smiled as she quickened away from both Aze and Loki. She did not care if the goddess was going to unleash the full wrath of the heavens, or the sword maiden use her ultimate trump. This feeling, this shout of hunger, this bloodlust. "At last you remember me, Belle." Maria shouted with euphoria as she met against Belle. Her rakuyo lit up sparks against his knife. It was an instrument she hadn't seen before. It was a simple knife with the blade as long as his hand. But there was so much power behind it. Her eyes could pick up the silver metal, decorated with hundreds of runes on both sides. They were glowing with a mystical light. The observation only lasted a second. She drew her pistol and fired a shot just after they exchanged blows. Belle's eyes widened at her actions and had been able to dodge with the bullet flying past his ear. It did nothing more than clip a few frays of his hair. They went at another without a second's hesitation. Their moves were an endless flow of combinations. Every swing of their weapons was one stroke being channeled in an endless stream. They danced around the other, quickening when needed or circling around the other, while trying to pin each other with their legs, just as with their weapons. The first to expose anything would receive a shank or bullet. There was no honor in their attempts. It was nothing more than petty survival. This was how hunters fought. "Why?" he demanded as he parried her strike to his liver. "Why did you use that pungent juice on my goddess?" She almost died. "So you may remember the hunter's nightmare," she said calmly. Her heart was racing, however. She could barely maintain her excitement, and it would appear it had worked. "Do you remember the hunt, Belle? Do you remember at last who I am and the sin you have wrought onto me?" His silence was an answer of itself. She frowned. Some of her pleasure fell. Cold fury swept through her as they locked blades. Their faces were so close she could have kissed him. Instead, she spat with venom. "You don't remember me. You remember the hunt, but you've forgotten about me still, Belle. Why then do you seek me out like this?" "Because I don't understand," he bellowed with, were those tears in his eyes. He pushed her away. She used the momentum to roll and fire another bullet before rising back onto her feet. He jerked his torso to the side just for the bullet to graze the hem of his jacket. He moved towards her on careful steps, not quickening to rush into being pierced by her rakuyo. He kept his dagger pointed at her as he slid his feet forward cautiously. She kept her stance low while splitting the rakuyo once again. Her sixth sense kept track on Ace and Loki at her back. She wasn't willing to have either of them attack her just for being interested in Belle. With her arms spread out and both weapons pointed downwards, she readied herself for any approach no matter what direction it came from. Lady Maria, Belle looked at her like a man trying to understand the cruelness of the gods. Why? Why did you do all of this? I thought you were a hunter. We're supposed to kill monsters. We were supposed to rid the world of monsters. I thought we were heroes who protected the people from monsters. Wasn't that why the hunters were made? Maria didn't bother to hide her frown. It is that naivety that confines me to despise you, good hunter. You understand nothing. And I cannot exact my vengeance until you fully remember what you have done. There was silence between them for a moment. His eyes softened. He looked sad, heartbroken even. When we met in the dungeon, he said in a low voice, I got your message too from the guild. I thought you were a nice person. I thought we could have been friends. She chose to not comment on that foolish idealism. Resolve returned to his face. It was the cross between an adventurer who sought to defeat a monster and a hunter who needed to put down the frenzied. The grip of his knife tightened as he pointed its edge towards her head. The runes lit up brighter as a high-pitched whine began to climb. You've gone too far, Lady Maria. A hunter must hunt. Even if that means the hunter must. Whatever he was going to say was cut off by a blast of archaic force. Maria only had an instant to throw up her arms before a concussion of arcane energy knocked the air out of her lungs and threw her off her feet. She couldn't land on her feet. She tucked her body and rolled while keeping her blades apart so to not stab herself. It took an effort on her part to stop rolling and to land in a crouch. It took a half-second after that for the world to stop spinning and to regain her senses. The cause of the explosion had been Belle's knife. The runes had lit up bright enough to become a torch. The energy stored within was too much for the metal to tolerate. One of the two would give, and it had been the blade itself. It exploded in his grip. Belle was unconscious. His body rested against the side of a building wall with his head sagged forward. His limbs lay sprawled gracelessly over a few broken pieces of wooden crates. Maria rose to her feet while mentally taking tabs on her own injuries. There were a few aches and bruises. It was difficult to breathe. It was fortunate her cloak had taken the brunt of the impact, but not entirely. However, she could not afford to show weakness in the face of the enemy. She had been prepared for Ace to charge at her. She was well outside the blast range. But instead, the sword maiden had stood between the two of them. The blonde swordsman raised her sword at Maria, fully intending to stop the huntress from going after Belle any further. It wasn't the fortitude of Ace that stopped Maria. It wasn't even the oncoming sound of reinforcements down the road. It was the disappointment of it all. Belle was unconscious. There was nothing she could do to further her plans. There was nothing she could do for them to talk. There was nothing she could do to have him remember more about the hunter's dream and nightmare. She sheathed her rakuyo and reached into her inner coat pocket. She pulled out a blood vial and tossed it towards Ace in a casual underhand. The sword maiden caught it while using her fingers to examine what it was. Her brows knitted as she pieced together enough information about it. Give that to him, Maria instructed as she reached into her pocket for something else. Administer it directly into his blood. Consider it a healing potion from where I come from. I want him in good health for next time we meet. Maria said nothing else as she stepped away from the sword maiden. She placed a hunter's mark to her face and activated its mystery. Wait, Ace called out in challenge. But she did not move. Her own injuries had hindered her from fully opposing Maria if the huntress was being serious. Maria didn't stop. She vanished back into the current hunter's den. 000. Garin grumbled as he looked around. She really made a mess of things. So sloppy. This isn't like her. The doll said nothing as she pushed the elderly man in the wheelchair. She turned her head around in a similar fashion a human would have, but it didn't hold the same emotion. It was more out of emulation than anything. Humans and the other folk alike were roaming around. They were transporting the dead and wounded. They were cleaning up the damages. No one paid them any mind other than the occasional glance. Her eyes took note of something important, however. She stopped pushing him to walk around and examine what took her interest. Her head tilted in quizzical fashion as she knelt down to retrieve it. Lying in the middle of the street was a black hilt. It belonged to something whole. It was the core of her being that resonated with this instrument. It housed the power of one of the lesser ones, and the pale blood. Garin, the doll called out as she rose. She cradled the instrument between her hands while approaching the elderly man. She extended her arms to show him, is it possible to repair a weapon like this? The old man leaned forward with his cane resting against the floor. He took a sniff and squinted his eyes. His vision wasn't as good as it had been in his youth. It's no trick weapon. But, supposing we find the rest of the blade, yes, I think it's possible. The doll nodded as she moved back into her position to push Garin. Very well. I will instruct the little ones to retrieve the fragments. Are we done here? Garin nodded with a gruff, yes, I suppose we are. This whole mess was pointless. There wasn't anyone present to witness the threat against Loki. And Maria says the boy wasn't present. I'm sorry, my dear. We'll have to wait until the next festival to enjoy ourselves. He reached a hand over his shoulder to pat hers with fatherly affection. He smiled softly before facing back forward. Of course, the doll responded without any matching emotion. It was something predetermined before he had made the suggestion. She pushed him deeper away from the crowds and through one of the side streets. And in the next instant were they gone. 000. It was dark by the time Belle woke up, with the worst possible headache imaginable. Welcome back, Mr. Crannel. He would have jolted out of bed if his body didn't scream at him to take a chill. Plus, Liu placed a firm hand on his shoulder to push him back down. She went back to changing the wet cloth to drape it over his head. Where am I? He asked. He tried to fight off the lull to go back to sleep. But the feeling of the towel was so nice and cool. And Liu's touch was so gentle. It reminded him of his mother. At the benevolent mistress, Liu explained in a quiet voice. In one of the spare rooms we offer for guests. The sword princess covered your fare. Belle was fully wide awake at that point as he shot up. He ignored the sharp pain in his gut and the ringing of his head. Most of the blood went to his face at the horror of her words. Ara's Wallenstein paid for my room, and for you to take care of me? First I run away from her in the dungeon, and then I show her something like this? I just want to cry. You may want to keep your voice down. Liu shoved him back down to the bed. She draped the towel back over his brow, while pointing to the side of his bed. Hestia was sitting on a stool propped on the side of the bed. Her body was over his legs while she snored quietly. Belle scratched his cheek. His entire sword hand was bandaged. It was probably from when the Hestia knife exploded. Sorry. There is no need for you to apologize to me, Liu stated flatly as she gathered her things. If anything, I am the one who should apologize to you. You would not have been in the catastrophe of monsterphilia if I did not ask you for that errand. That's right. He almost leapt out of bed again. If Liu didn't give him a vicious glare that made his blood run cold. Seer. What happened to Seer? Is she okay? She is fine, Liu answered simply. She returned shortly after you left because she had forgotten her wallet. She was able to avoid the worst of it. She felt responsible for what happened to you and offered to treat your wounds. But Mamma Mia suggested one of the other girls take care of you instead. I'll let her know you are awake if you'd like. I would appreciate it, he said with a small smile. I still have her wallet, right? He squirmed under the sheets to reach into his pants pocket. But he wasn't wearing any pants. We returned it to her, Liu explained after reading his thoughts. You were drenched in blood and full of wounds, Mr. Crannel. We had to remove your clothes and clean your body if we were to treat you. Your goddess was adamant on doing it herself. So not only had A's Wallenstein seen him in such an unmanly state, but his goddess had also scrubbed him clean like a babe. Could today get any worse? Thank you for taking care of me, Miss Liu, Belle offered with a bit of an apology in his voice. Just Liu is fine, she assured in a flat tone. But I must ask, Mr. Crannel. I see your goddess has returned. Has she not returned your weapons? It's okay if you call me Belle, he offered in exchange. Liu just gave him a flat look. All right. Well, He fiddled with his fingers below the sheets. Listen, Liu, about that friend of yours. Exactly how upset do you think Eileen be if she learned I don't have the blades any longer? Liu blinked once. I don't believe I ever shared with you the name of my associate. I, just remembered I knew her too? He half explained and half hoped it was enough for her to accept it. Strangely, she did. She nodded once and then considered his prior question. I would think she would be most upset. Miffed, really. That such an honorable treasure with a rich history was lost and potentially in the wrong hands. If it were me, I would be disappointed beyond disgust with you, Mr. Crannel. But I digress. It is not my place to judge your carelessness. With every word, Belle felt like he had done the worst thing imaginable. Really, it wasn't his fault. His goddess had sold the Blade of Mercy for reasons unknown. But if he told Liu about this, then Liu might tell Eileen about it, and Eileen would get mad at Hestia instead of Belle. He didn't know how Eileen would react. Mr. Crannel, Liu's eyes narrowed to dangerous levels. What happened to the Blade of Mercy? He yelped in fright as he pulled the covers over his face, but just enough so his gaze couldn't break from hers. She towered over him with her hands on her hips. It was that stare that felt worse than anything thrown at him. Her eyes felt like twin daggers plunging into his core. Is there some way I can talk to her in person? Belle asked in all honesty. I think I should tell her in person. I think she deserves that much rather than through a message. I promise to not run away, Liu. She considered it for a moment. Eventually, she breathed out and nodded her head. That is an admirable thing to do, Mr. Crannel. Very well. Wait here for a moment. You mean she's here? He all but shrieked. He had hoped he could get a day or two to figure out what to tell her. No, I'm afraid she's not, Liu said to him while she circled around the bed to reach the door. Just wait a moment. I will explain the rest when I return momentarily. She stepped out of the room without making a sound. The door didn't creak, nor did the knob click against the frame. He couldn't even hear her footsteps on the other side. Belle sighed as he sat up to check on himself. There were a few bandages wrapped around his waist, all along his right arm from the fingertips to his forearm, and a few patches here and there. He felt sore and his muscles ached. His thighs felt rubbery from using quickening so excessively. But he also felt revitalized. It felt like someone had injected him with a blood vial. But those sorts of things don't exist in Oreo. While he waited, he combed the hair of his goddess. She mumbled something in her sleep and snuggled closer around his leg. Pins and needles flared from his foot as some of the pressure shifted. He hadn't known his foot was asleep until she moved. Liu returned a minute later with a wooden box in her hands. Her eyes scanned his condition and questioned why he was sitting up. But she didn't voice her concern. She circled back around to her original position he had first seen her in. She leaned over to hand him the box. At her nod, he opened it to find a silver bell. He immediately knew what it was. Have you heard of the tale about the boy and the wolf, Mr. Crannel? Liu asked as her eyes sharpened. Yeah. He blinked as he looked at the bell. Grandpa told me about it a few times. A boy would blow the horn for a wolf attack, and the whole village would come running. But there was no wolf. He did it 3 times until a real wolf came. But no one came to his oh. Yes, Liu nodded as she gestured at the bell. Use it only for emergencies, Mr. Crannel. I am sure she will answer because she trusts you. But what about the Blade of Mercy? He asked. I'm sure she also understands why you sold it. Belle almost jerked in his seat. Hell, he almost soiled the sheets. Liu already knew what happened to the Blade of Mercy. And her choice of words suggested Eileen knew as well. I will stress you no further, Liu said as she circled around the bed once more. Would you like me to send in Seer? Or would you like to rest some more? I promised to talk to her later, Belle said with another apologetic smile. It's just, I don't want to wake my goddess, and I don't think it's fair to Seer if we talk like this. Thank you for everything, Liu. And I'm sorry about the Blade of Mercy. Please tell that to Eileen for me. I'll see what I can do. Liu gave a slow blink as she stepped out of the room. Belle leaned against the bed frame as he continued to stroke the hair of his goddess. He believed in her. He was sure there must have been a reason for selling the Blade of Mercy. Sure, they were a poor familia, but money wasn't such a devastating problem. They always managed to get by even through the past few weeks. He had been injured, and she had been away from her job. He was sure there was more to the story than money. Liu suggested to know the reason and said in Eileen's place everything was fine. Or tolerable. Belle let his hand fall to his lap as he stared up at the ceiling. He couldn't go back to sleep. He remembered the hunter's dream. He remembered walking through the streets of Yarnum, slaughtering the beasts that flooded the streets and the deranged citizens cursed by the blood. He remembered hearing about the goodness of the healing church. He remembered learning about their corruption. He remembered those beasts. He remembered hearing about how once they were innocent civilians of Yarnum that had been mutated. He remembered so many hunters befriending him. He remembered some betraying him. He remembered some dying before he could do anything. He remembered all the rest going crazy until he was the last one. He couldn't sleep even if he wanted to. More memories began to resurface even as he sat here. A thick fog was gradually starting to disperse. He could recall vague sounds and images that were once nothing more than a swirl of colors. Soon they would become pictures. And after that would they become full memories. He was afraid of what he was going to remember. Belle, his goddess whined half asleep. Don't stop. And, just like that, his fears were washed away. Sorry, goddess, he smiled and chuckled below his breath. He put his hand back on her head and began to stroke her hair. His goddess let out a childish laugh in her sleep. Chapter 6. Am I to assume you are taking a break from the dungeon? Aina asked. For the time being, Belle nodded. He lifted his hand and flexed his fingers. My hand still hurts a little, and my armor was damaged beyond repair. I also don't have a weapon at the moment, and the goddess and I have been looking for a new place lately. Is that right? Aina tilted her head as she looked away from her records. A new place? I can recommend a few places if you'd like. Am I to understand this is with the budget that woman donated to your familia? No, actually. Belle scratched his cheek as he sighed. We've managed to get a little lucky as of late, and I'm not wanting to touch the money Lady Maria gave me. There was more to the story. A lot more. But Belle didn't want to tell Aina about the reasons Hestia had sold the Blade of Mercy. Belle still wanted to believe in Eileen. In fact, he didn't want to believe it had been Eileen who had gone around murdering those adventurers. After all, there was the crow of Canehurst that had left her to bleed out on the steps of the Grand Cathedral. It could have been that monster here in Oreo instead of her. His belief in her remained absolute. even if he saw the faded sketch of her beak mask on the blacklist of the guild. A sketch of Lady Maria was there as of the events a few days ago. It came to light by Loki Familia. She was the one responsible for letting the monsters loose in Monsterphilia. Speaking of which, Aina fixed her glasses as she leaned forward. Belle, I'm speaking as both your advisor of the guild and as a worried friend. You should sever all ties with that woman. Your familia can be under a lot of scrutiny should anyone learn of your affiliation with her. Only a few members of the guild know about this. I understand, Belle said and meant it. Aina nodded with relief as she went back to her papers. Now, since you don't have any armor or weapons, what are your plans? Will you be requiring to lease equipment from the guild, or will you be making a purchase through a vendor? I was thinking about buying from one of the equipment shops I always pass through. Belle thought about it. I always see a bunch of daggers I always wanted, but I still need to be conscious on my spending. The goddess says just because we have the vow doesn't mean we can spend it freely. So, I'm not sure what I should spend it on, really. Aina nodded once again. Very well then. Would you mind if I accompany you then? Huh. This is purely for the sake of performing my duties as your advisor, she clarified. Money is a very important asset as an adventurer. Your goddess is wise to say such things. If I accompany you, then I'm sure we'll be able to find something best fitting with your needs and your budget. Will you really? Belle practically leapt forward. He planted his hands against the table between them as he leaned in close. Really? She smiled and put her hands up in alarm. It would put my mind at ease knowing you've selected adequate equipment. Personally, I'd rather you didn't go into the dungeon at all, but we've already talked about this. Thank you, Miss Aina. Belle cheered as he sat back. When's your next day off? She blinked at that. Pardon? Wouldn't it cause you problems if you missed work? He asked. You always seem busy, and you complain about always having paperwork. I do no such thing. Unless you don't want to do this on your day off. Belle's face blanched. You might want to relax instead of worrying about me. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. For goodness sake, Aina sighed. I can take tomorrow off. Things have slowed down now that the Monsterphilia event has been dealt with. Is that okay with you?
Yes.
Belle nodded vigorously. Then I shall see you tomorrow. Aina smiled as she stood. I'll meet you at the town central tomorrow afternoon. Thank you, Miss Aina. Belle waved at her as he stood and hurried out of the guild headquarters. Aina gathered the sheets in her arms and went back to her desk behind the counter. Belle wasn't the only client she had for the day, but he was the last. There were a few other adventurers she had conversed with earlier in the day, and now she needed to sort out all their paperwork. Fortunately, she didn't have to deal with all the turmoil at the front desk. Or the exchange. Right now, nameless guild member A, or Abe, was arguing with members of Soma Familia over the value of magic stones they had delivered. Why? Cried Misha as soon as Aina took her seat. They worked beside each other. Misha sprawled herself across her desk after another guild member left another stack of paperwork in her to-do bin. It can't be helped, Aina said calmly as she began to organize her own stack of work. It's going to be like this for a while. There are quests for repairs and intelligence gathering being organized by the guild. But why not send all this to Loki Familia then? Misha sighed as she sat up. I mean, they're the ones who requested these quests. Why do we have to be the ones who? Hey, Aina. The half-elf looked up for a second, never stopping filling out the rest of her report. You seem to be in a good mood despite all this. The human girl narrowed her eyes. What gives? I know you're fine with working even after hours, but this is new even for you. Unlike a certain someone, I happen to appreciate the work environment, Aina retorted as she went back to her work. She closed the folder of one client, placed it in the finished bin, and reached for another. And maybe if you work instead of complaining all the time, you'd be able to leave on time. That's not what I'm talking about. Misha slid with the wheels under her chair to press a shoulder against Aina's. You're different from how you were this morning. Who was your last client? I don't pry into your business affairs, Misha, Aina sighed, knowing the girl wasn't going to let up until satisfied, or until their manager scolded them both. I had a late appointment with Belle Crannel. Oh, Misha's eyes lit up as she smiled. Aina's favorite little rabbit? What's he been up to? I haven't heard about him lately. He was injured because of Monsterphilia, Aina answered while she evaluated the report another adventurer made for a quest. He's been taking it easy as he recovers. There's not much else to say about that. He only came in today to go over his next plan once he recovers. Come on, what did he say? Misha nudged her, almost making her slip up while Aina wrote. Did he give you another compliment or something? Details. Aina put down her pen to look squarely at Misha. Nothing of the sort. Belle is strictly my client, Misha. Nothing more. So please do not come to your own. She's going on a date with the little rabbit, said nameless guild member C as she placed more work in their bins. We shall henceforth call her Cynthia. Aina stood from her desk. Her face was flushed at the scandal. It is not a date. I heard everything from the next box over, Cynthia continued. You're going to meet each other at the hotspot for dating sites while taking a day off. It's totally a date. It's in the shopping district right before Babel Tower. Aina argued, her face reddening further as she tried to convince them otherwise. She pretended to not see Misha's overgrown smirk. We're looking for adventurer's gear. That's all. On your day off, Cynthia said plainly. Together. Alone. Something like that might take a lot of time, so you'll probably stop somewhere for lunch. Maybe even dinner if things drag on. It's totally a date, Misha cackled below her breath. It is no such thing, Aina groaned as she sat back down. Cynthia shrugged after saying her piece and went back to being a background character. So, what are you wearing? Misha pressed on. It is not a date, Aina insisted, but knew she was going to lose no matter what she said. I'm sure he's the type of guy who'll be impressed no matter what you wear, Misha considered as she tapped a finger against her chin. I remember when you were first assigned to him. He was really cute and shy sitting in front of his Miss Aina. I can see why you have a thing for him. Aina chose to not comment. This was coming from the girl who may or may not be having some sort of inappropriate affair with her brother. Hey, Aina, what are you doing after work? Misha asked suddenly. Aina actually considered it for a moment. Nothing in particular. Why? Good. I'll be coming over then. Pardon? Don't be like that. You have to look your best for tomorrow. For the last time, it's not a... Both immediately went back to work as their sixth sense kicked in. Just then, the manager came out of his officer, looked at them with an expectant glare, and walked out towards the back room. 000. Welcome back, Belle. Hestia sang from her spot on the couch. With all the money they had gotten from Hephaestus, Hestia could have afforded much better attire. Instead, she had gone to a tailor to acquire the exact same dress she had lost in Monsterphilia, plus 6 other replicas. There was one for every day of the week. They washed and wore the same outfits on a daily basis out of necessity. Why she chose to have spare clothes of the same type was a mystery to Belle. I'm home, Belle called out as he stepped inside. He noticed the smell of a good meal wrapped up in a bundle on the small table. It still smelled warm and fresh. Did you just get here, goddess? Yup. Her smile broadened as she started to untie the sack of food. Look, I got all sorts of treats today. Isn't it wonderful? She had purchased some fried potatoes from her job along with baked bread and sliced meats. The smell alone made his mouth water. Oh, I almost forgot. Hestia rose from her seat and went to the dresser in the corner of the room. This was placed at the entrance when I got here. There's a note that says it was for you. She handed him a wrapped bundle of cloth. His brows rose as soon as the weight fell into his hands. It almost felt familiar, but he couldn't tell what was inside until he opened the package. He found a note on the side. It said it was to him on one side, but on the other side, written in common in bold lettering was, "Don't do it again." He had no idea what it meant until he unwrapped the package, pulled back the cloth, and exposed the contents into the open air. Hestia dropped the plate of food she was about to hand to him as soon as she saw it. It was the blade of mercy. Belle, she muttered in a shaky voice. Why? Why is that here? She had told him why she had sold the weapon. He understood, though it had saddened him for the past few days. So to see it in his arms once again terrified her. She was worried for him. The note couldn't have been from Hephaestus. Then, did that mean the crow had stolen from Hephaestus' vault? The crow had made contact with Belle? The crow wanted the blade of mercy to be in the hands of Belle. Belle looked at the note again. Goddess, I don't think it was right for us to get rid of them. She stepped forward to plead with him. Belle, you shouldn't have those. They're very dangerous. They belong to a very dangerous person. If another familia who lost their child sees you with those weapons, I don't know if I can protect you. He understood. The hurt shone in his eyes. But he clasped the weapons tighter. Goddess, I can't get rid of them, he said in a low voice. Please understand. I think this is what Eileen was trying to tell me. This is my inheritance from her. Eileen? She questioned. And then she flipped. Wait, Belle. You know the identity of the crow? I don't know if this crow and Eileen are the same person, he shook his head. And, even if they are, I don't believe Eileen is an evil person. She was a hunter of hunters. She hunted those who went crazy from bloodthirst. If she attacked anyone, then it was because she had to. She saved me so many times. Belle, what are you talking about? Hestia became worried. When was this? Have you been talking to this person while down in the dungeon? Belle shook his head. Goddess, I don't think you'll believe me. I'm still not too sure about it myself. But please trust me. I can't get rid of them. Besides, Eileen is telling me not to do it again. He gestured to the note in his hands. Hestia frowned with worry. Belle, I don't know. You're growing up fast, sure. But you're still a newbie adventurer. There are a lot of strong familias who's been done wrong by those weapons. If they see them and recognize them, they'll come after you. Belle knew. They had this conversation before, and it was why he had put his faith in his goddess. He didn't care about himself. He could take care of himself. He wasn't afraid of any other team coming after him because of the crow's past. But he was worried about his goddess. If they came after him, then surely they would go after her just the same. But the blade of mercy had been delivered to him by Eileen. He still remembered finding her bleeding on the steps of the Grand Cathedral. He remembered fighting the crow of Canehurst in her stead. He remembered returning to her victorious, her scolding him for being foolish, but thanking him in the end. He remembered her pushing the blade of mercy into his hands as she took her last breath. She had given her task to him, to never give into the blood, and to hunt those who did. They were the weapons he used to conquer the dream, and they had followed him into Ororio. "I'm sorry, goddess," he said without being able to look at her. "I just can't. I know I'm being selfish, and I know I'm going to cause you a lot of trouble, but these mean a lot to me, and they helped me out through so much. I can't let go of them." "But Belle," Hestia tried, "just the other week you had no clue what they were. You said they were just on your lap. Did you lie to me?" Hurt resonated through her voice. She never thought Belle of all people would have lied to her. "No." He jumped immediately. "No, goddess, never. I told you the truth. It's confusing. It was all a bad dream." Hestia couldn't understand. In any case, she put her hands on her hips and tried something else. "That weapon is under the ownership of the Hephaestus Familia. Belle, Hephaestus is the current owner since she bought them from us. You can't keep them even if you wanted to." She was right. They could try to return the vow and make up for what they had already spent on a loan. But Hephaestus coveted the blade of mercy as well. She was determined to find out how it was made and replicate its forging process. She wasn't willing to let go of such a treasure. Hence why she had spent such a fortune on it. She believed she would be able to return the profit once she discovered how it was made. Belle held onto the blade of mercy a little tighter. But he knew his goddess was right. However the weapon got here, it belonged to Hephaestus. No matter how much he wanted to keep it, he had to return it to Hephaestus. "Eileen is going to be mad," he said as he started to put the blade back into the cloth. That made Hestia's body shiver in a cold sweat. Why don't we hold on to them for a bit then? Keep them here, away from people's eyes. I'll talk to Hephaestus about them tomorrow. I have to talk to her anyways about the faulty knife she sold me." It was a compromise Belle was willing to take. Maybe he could stop by the benevolent mistress and talk to Liu about it. Maybe he'd be able to get a message to Eileen through her. "By the way, goddess," he said as he put the blade to the side and helped her clean up the floor of spilt food, "I'm going to be busy tomorrow too. Miss Aina and I are going to be looking for new gear for me." "Gee, goddess?" Hestia was glaring at him with a flat stare. "Your advisor from the guild? Belle, haven't you been getting a little too chummy with her?" "Miss Aina is just a really good advisor," he said more as an excuse than anything. He gave a weak smile as he supplied. "She's helped me out a lot and got me through the dungeon in my first week. She's offered to help me look for armor so we don't spend too much val. Is something wrong, goddess?" "No, nothing is wrong." Hestia spat out as she swept all the food and glass together. "Nothing at all, Belle. I'm not angry at all you're going to be going on a date with little Miss Half-Elf instead of your patron goddess. I hope you have a good time." She stomped over to the washroom to toss the things gathered in her hands into the trash. "Goddess." Belle rose and patted his knees of dirt. The room needed to be swept. "I was actually thinking, now that we have some val to spend, what do you think about having dinner one night? Before I go back to the dungeon? When's your next day off?" Hestia burst out of the room and nearly rushed into him if he hadn't taken a quick step back. Still, her face was right in front of his. "Really? Dinner? With me?" "Belle, I'm free tomorrow. I'll take care of Hephaestus first thing in the morning, run some errands, and meet you at sunset." But I have shopping with Miss Aina," Belle stammered. "It's in the afternoon, right?" Hestia said as though she knew all the details of the engagement prior. "You should be able to finish before sunset. It's not like the two of you are really going on a date, right? Right, Belle?" "Right. Right," he nodded and responded out of fear. "It's a date then." His goddess cheered as she jumped up and down. It did magnificent things to her boobs. Belle couldn't look away. 000. Belle was standing in the town center, right in front of the fountain, when he felt the presence. Someone was watching him. It felt like the eyes of a monster. He knew it as some grand beast on the hunt during the hunter's dream. As the crowds moved with their lives, he tried searching for this presence. He couldn't find anyone looking his way. Everyone around him was busy with their own problems. "Belle." He heard the voice of Aina. He forced himself to look away. "There you are. Sorry I'm late." He was going to retort with something rather cliché, but the words were caught in his throat. His mouth went dry as his lips failed to say anything else. He didn't know why, but he had expected Aina to show up in her guild uniform. Instead, she was dressed in a white, frilly blouse with a red tie around her collar, a layered red skirt, stocking, and she wasn't wearing her glasses. Her emerald eyes were as clear as day. "You would not believe the day I've been having so far," she said as she approached him. "Belle? Is something wrong?" He felt his cheeks flare as he forced himself to look away. "And no, not at all. I just got here myself." Aina leaned forward to look at his face. It made him shirk away further into himself. She couldn't help but smile and play along. "Belle, what do you think about what I'm wearing?" "Eh." He blinked and looked up at her. His face reddened further. "I think you look a little younger?" She couldn't help but laugh at his poor choice of words. She reached forward to pinch his cheek without putting any effort into it. "Belle, I'm only 19. I'm not that older than you." "Ahm, he said. She had to let go. If she pulled any harder, she would have made him cry. "Well, are you ready to go?" she asked. Belle looked over his shoulder once more, still searching for that presence. It was still there, still watching him, and he wasn't sure whether he should accompany Aina today with it around. The memories of the hunter's dream played through his mind, and his body was ready to react whenever. He wondered if he should cancel to search for this presence. Whoever it was, they were out for blood. No, it would be best not to leave Aina alone. Now that this presence had seen her, they might come after her once she was alone. "Why, yeah, sure," he said after a moment. "Where are we going?" "Come on then," she said with a cheery smile as she took his hand. It made steam fume out of his ears as she tugged him along. "We're going to Babel Tower to the Hephaestus main shop." Hephaestus? Belle nearly stumbled. "But I thought we were going to look for something cheap." "Don't worry about it," Aina told him. "Let's just enjoy ourselves for the time being and worry about the rest later." Belle apologized to his wallet as he followed Aina. 000. It could be said that the presence Belle felt was out for him. A's Wallenstein leapt from corner to corner, from bush to bush, from lamppost to lamppost as she followed behind the little rabbit. Her eyes narrowed as she observed his movements. She took note his detection skills were top-notch as he had sensed her observing him. She was curious about him. She had seen him slay a minotaur on his own despite being such a new adventurer, but she was baffled when he had been able to fight against the bloodied Kinky to a stalemate. If his weapon hadn't exploded on him, what would have been the end result? He was fast enough to match that woman. Maria, she believed he called her. They also seemed to know each other, suggesting they had a history. A's had checked the records. The boy had only been an adventurer for a month, and he was still only at level 1. So, did he lie to the guild about his stats? And if so, how could he be so powerful when he was so young? She needed to learn everything about him. Little did she know, she wasn't the only one playing stalker today. "This is what you people drag me to?" Riveria asked with a heavy and annoyed tone. "Don't you find it strange?" Tioni asked with a pair of binoculars in hand. "Yeah, Ace changed her habits for the past few days, and this is why." Her sister, Tiona, waved a hand while keeping hold of her own pair of binoculars. "She doesn't do anything except eat, sleep, and train." "Miss Wallenstein," Lafia sobbed as she clutched against the lamppost she hid behind. "It's just a rabbit. What could you see in him?" "Rabbit?" Riveria questioned. She took Tioni's binoculars, while ignoring her cry of protest, and looked at the figure A's had been stalking. "That's Aina. Oh no. Him? What's oh no for?" Tiona asked. Riveria handed back the ocular device as she sighed. "I say that because Lady Loki has a vendetta against him. I don't know why. There's a sketch of him on her dartboard, with plenty of daggers impaled into it. Actually look, there she is now." The high elf pointed to one alleyway. A shrouded figure was lurking in the dark out of sight of the rabbit adventurer. The members of Loki Familia recognized it as their patron goddess. Ace should have been able to spot her as well, but all of her attention was focused on her prime target. She was ignorant of all the stares she was receiving for her not-so-discreet mission. Yet, at the same time, Loki didn't notice her either for the same reasons. "This is going to get out of hand," Riveria said below her breath. The two Amazonas girls nodded in agreement. Lafia was rather indifferent to the whole thing. If Lady Loki took out the rabbit, then there wouldn't be anything to distract A's from their normal shenanigans. Lafia might have a chance with him out of the picture. And little did this group from Loki Familia know. They also weren't the only ones playing stalker. Hoo-hoo, Misha cackled below her breath. "Look at them together. They look so cute. I told you that skirt and tie combo would blow him away," said random guild member Q. "Personally, I think she should have exposed more bust," commented random guild member G. "But hey, Crannel seems to like what she's rocking." "Misha, do you really think we should be spying on them like this?" asked random guild member Y. "Of course," Misha said with a fire burning in her eyes and a shaking fist. "And we should be doing everything in our power to make sure this date goes off without a hitch. Everyone remember the plan? Now off with you before they get past phase 1. The other girls nodded vigorously and took off to their checkpoint. And little did this group know. Was that Belle just now? Asked Seer. Liu looked through the crowds. Her sharp eyes caught sight of a flicker of white among the masses. Yes, I believe so. We just missed him. Seer pouted. And I think there was another girl with him. Liu chose to say nothing. Yes, she had spotted a woman pulling Belle along the arm. But she didn't want to discourage Seer's feelings for the boy. We should hurry before the dinner rush, Liu said. They had been sent out by Mamma Mia to retrieve food for the chefs to prepare. They were running low on a few things. Seer frowned until an idea came to her. Hold on, Liu. Do you think he hasn't been around the tavern because he's been with this other woman? I do not believe so, Liu said quickly. You do think so? That's not what I said. But Liu, think about it. She did look pretty. And older. Do you think he hasn't been around because he's into older women? I mean, you were alone with him for some time when we were taking care of him. There is nothing between Mr. Crannel and I, Liu said in a flat tone. You saying that makes me doubt you, Liu, Seer grumbled. Liu looked around for a moment. Her eyes caught sight of everyone else looking down the path where Belle ran off to. We can learn about this ourselves. There is still time before the dinner rush. We will have to explain things to Mamma Mia, however. Oh, Liu. Seer dropped the crocodile tears and embraced her friend. I knew you would see it my way. Let's hurry before we lose him. Maybe we'll get to learn what kind of woman he's into after all. With that, Seer took Liu's hand and they took off towards Babel Tower. Now, while the female elite members of Loki Familia, members of the guild, and 2 girls from the benevolent Mistress know, they weren't the only ones who had their sights on Belle Crannel. Is there anything else I can get for you, ma'am? Asked a nameless waitress. Just the bill, answered Lady Maria as she indulged in the last of her tea. She sat with her legs crossed at an outdoor table belonging to a cafe. She had been people watching the entire time, observing those who came and went and remembering their schedules and habits. She was in clear view of Belle, who stood waiting by the fountain, who had sensed someone watching him, but had missed her entirely. It probably had to do with how she was only observing him rather than praying. She was nothing more than a customer to this cafe at the moment. She had also been able to see everyone else who had been drawn in by the boy. Well, it was her mission to acquire information on the city as well as to locate any hunter that had gone through the dream. It wouldn't hurt to join in on their fun. 000. 30 million, Val? Belle gasped as he pressed his hands and face against the display case. He had caught sight of a straight sword with a magic gem and a gold hilt. That. How can anyone spend that much on something like this? He was almost about to say the cost was almost as much as his familia had overall. But his goddess had told him to keep mum about how much money they had. They were still supposed to be a poor familia. Flaunting their sudden wealth would only provoke trouble. This is the front of the Hephaestus group, Aina explained. This is where all the high-end gear is made and sold. Only the top 10 familias really shop here with the exception of the occasional eccentric adventurer. I wanted to show you this just to start off. That dagger in the display case was 20 million, Val. Its durability was outrageous, and it did a multiplier damage boost on several different breed of monster. Something like that could have been a decent replacement for the Blade of Mercy. Though, he hadn't found anything the blade couldn't cut, nor had it ever lost its edge, now that he thought about it. It was super light too, and was both a pair of daggers and a short sword. Could this little dagger worth a house and living expenses for a year split into? No, it couldn't. The door to the shop opened. A grumbling, fuming, stomping Hestia came out before slamming the door behind her. Goddess? Belle turned to look at her. Her eyes snapped irritatingly at whoever called her. Belle flinched. She blinked and realized who it was and perked up immediately. Belle, so you came here? I wouldn't recommend it. Everything is very pricey and questionable. Questionable? Asked both Belle and Aina. Belle continued, Goddess, were you meeting with Lady Hephaestus right now? What happened? I tried to get her to make a replacement blade for you. Hestia soured again. But she swears nothing she makes is faulty, or it would ruin her reputation. So when I tried to argue with her, she told me to show her proof. And I told her there was no proof. The knife exploded into a million pieces. Belle nodded slowly as he listened carefully. She thinks I'm making it up to swindle her into giving me more money. Hestia flushed at the audacious idea. Can you believe her? After everything we've been through, she thinks I'm some greedy, shallow goddess. Belle chose very wisely not to comment on that. Instead, well, what else did she say? About, that thing? Oh right, those? Hestia huffed. She was about to answer until she finally noticed Aina's presence. Oh, hello. I don't think we've met. Right. Belle realized as well and flushed with embarrassment. Gee, goddess. This is. Hello, goddess Hestia. Aina gave a small bow of respect. I'm Aina Tool. I am Belle's personal advisor from the guild. It's a pleasure to finally meet you in person. Oh right. Hestia nodded a few times as she examined Aina. Her eyes flashed in recognition of a threat. Miss Advisor, can I have a word with you real quick? Hestia waved Aina over. The half-elf leaned over with Hestia blocking her mouth, so only Aina could hear. You're not abusing your job in order to seduce my Belle, are you? Aina's face reddened as she stood up straight. And no, nothing of the sort. Belle and I are professionally client and advisor. Nothing more. Hestia eyed the girl for a long moment, never looking away and never blinking. Aina began to feel uncomfortable as she shifted her balance between each leg. Okay then. Hestia gave her a beaming smile. Sure. No problem. Go on and have fun you too. Belle, remember our plans later. I'll see you then. Why yes, goddess. Belle answered slowly with a nervous smile of his own. Hestia waved off at the two of them before heading down the hall. She did not head towards the elevator that would lead her out of the shopping floors of Babel Tower. Instead, she flung herself around the corner of the nearest hallway. She crouched, peeked around the corner, and spied on the two from afar. They were sharing a quiet conversation, so to not disturb the other window shoppers. Belle was laughing while Aina had a soft smile. She said something, and it made Belle smile more. This hussy was going to steal away her man. She spun back around, pressed her back against the wall, and bit her thumb. Belle, you dummy. You already have an adorable goddess, so why are you chasing after this tail? See, Liu, Belle really is interested in older women. Seer, you shouldn't listen to the ramblings of this goddess. Hestia blinked and whipped her head to the left. A pair of maids were crouched beside her. The one with ash-colored hair gave a timid smile while the blonde elf had a completely placid expression. Hestia couldn't help but narrow her eyes. Who are you, and why are you stalking my Belle? We are merely observing, answered Liu. We work at the benevolent mistress where Mr. Crannel frequents. We have been curious as to why he hasn't shown up lately. We think he's gotten himself a girlfriend. Seer blurted out. That's the only reason I can think of. You know Belle, don't you? Is this true? What? Hestia flipped. Belle? Girlfriend? The three of them peeked around the corner together. They spotted Belle talking to Aina some more before she took his hand to lead him away. Belle flushed while following behind. He stopped suddenly and spun his head around. The three of them hid before he spotted them. It can't be. Hestia was heaving. Be Belle? Gigi girlfriend? No, I won't allow it. Not when he has this adorable goddess that he lives with. You must be Goddess Hestia. Seer smiled and extended her hand. I'm Seer Flova. Belle talks about you all the time. Does he now? Hestia shook the maid's hand while narrowing her eyes. This girl was also kinda cute, and close to Belle's age. What has he said about me? They're getting out of sight. Liu spoke up suddenly. She didn't need to peek around the corner. She had been able to watch them through the reflection of the glass of the display case in front of her. Hestia whipped her head around and saw that, indeed, Belle and Aina were out of sight. With her distracted, Seer gave Liu a thumbs up for the distraction. Belle loved his goddess immensely, but she had heard just as many complaints as there were compliments. She didn't want to tell this goddess all the things he shared with her. Liu only nodded in understanding. With a silent signal, they moved in pursuit. 000. M1. One of the members of the guild spoke to Misha through a magic stone earpiece. Targets approaching at checkpoint 7. Prepare to engage. Roger that, Misha muttered as she got into position. Keep groups 3, 5, and 7 on standby. 2. Get ready for phase 4. Group 1, with me. There was a chorus of affirmations before she pulled the stone out of her ear and leapt out of her hiding spot. In record-breaking time, with the support of nameless guild members B, C, Q, and Y, Misha was able to make a crepe stand smack dab in the middle of the floors of the shopping center. People stared at her in both amazement, shock, and as if she were mentally ill. This was the floor for blacksmithing and equipment requests. This wasn't the place for a crepe shop. You there? She called out in her manliest voice, which was hardly an octave lower than her feminine voice. Congratulations, you two. It's couples day. You get to receive a free crepe to share with your beloved. What flavor will you like? Belle and Aina stopped in their tracks as soon as Misha called out to them. Belle was looking around until he pointed at himself for confirmation. Aina blanched as she recognized who it was behind the counter. In fairness, it was a hastily prepared disguise. All the girls working the suddenly appearing shop had curly mustaches above their lips. It did nothing to hide the curves on their bodies. See couple? Belle sputtered. His eyes looked sideways at Aina before shooting straight back to the ground. Why you misunderstand? We're not a couple. You're holding hands, Misha pointed out as she went to preparing their crepe on the plug-in stove. So, what'll it be? We have all sorts of berries to choose from. Belle realized that he was holding Aina's hand. It was because the half-elf had grabbed onto his so to not lose him from the crowds. These floors were the busiest, and it was easy to get separated. Rather than being a couple, it was more like Aina was leading him on like an older sister making sure not to lose her younger brother. This isn't what it looks like. Belle blurted out with a heated face. Misha, what are you trying to pull? Aina asked in a flat tone. Misha looked up at her friend. Sorry, young lady. Names. Clyde. Oh, I like that name. Yup, it's Clyde. I don't know who this Misha person is, but she sounds like a fantastic gal. You should thank her for being your friend. She twisted her mustache while laughing to herself. It almost came off, and she had to press her fingers to reaffirm the glue. Hey, hurry the hell up. One adventurer said behind Belle. My gal wants a crepe, so hurry up and pick. Just pick something and move on. Said another adventurer behind that one. Seriously, they're still choosing? Said another behind the second. At this rate, couple's day is going to be over. Said a fourth. Misha gawked. There was a line. The patrons who had been negotiating with others had heard her announcement. To her complete amazement, each one of them had a second in line with them. Most of them were a pairing of man and woman. She saw at least 3 groups that had the same gender. But the line continued to grow to the point where it was curving around the hallway. People walking by were asking questions, received answers, and latched a hand onto their significant other to get in line. One strawberry crepe, please. Aina smiled wickedly as she saw the line behind her. Thank you very much. Misha prepared their crepe and handed it over to Aina with shaking hands. Please enjoy. Absolutely. Aina never dropped her smile as she took Belle's hand again. Come on, Belle. We still have much more to look through. For a moment, everyone could have sworn they heard the bloodthirsty cry of vengeance from the shadows of the floor. But it was muffled out. People questioned if they had heard it, but soon dismissed it while they got back in line. Yeah, but, Belle said as his eyes flickered around, searching for the bloodlust that had surged throughout the corridor. But he was dragged away before he could grasp it. One blueberry, please, said the adventurer with an elf girlfriend. Why, yes, sir, Misha said in her normal voice. Just one moment. She spun around and pulled in her fellow guild members into a close huddle. This wasn't supposed to happen. Do we have enough to satisfy these people? We only planned on feeding Aina and Mr. Crannel, said member Q. We have some spare ingredients just in case we wanted some, but not for all of these people. We may need to call for backup. M1. Call in for reinforcements and supply, said member B. Don't worry about us. We'll handle it from here. They pulled out a second stove from seemingly nowhere and another spatula. Q and B went to work filling out orders. This is M1. Misha knelt in the corner of the stand as she pulled the magic stone to her ear. Requesting backup. Requesting supply drop. Phase 3 is a total bust. The rest of the shoppers are wanting some, and we're going to get a lot of angry people if we don't satisfy them. 000. Maria was on the same floor as Belle, but in a different shop. She was browsing through the contents of this bargain shop. There were several sets of heavy armor, a variety of different swords, spears, and blunt weapons on display behind the clerk, and a plethora of shields lining the walls and decoration. Everything was for sale, supposedly. Everything was garbage. The quality was poor, and there was hardly anything present she would find useful. There was something on occasional she could use against another person, but they were nothing compared to the trick weapons designed by the hunters. They grew more powerful the more blood the hunter devoured. Their hunger became more ravenous depending on how many blood echoes the hunter reaped from their fallen enemies. The weapons in this shop would decay over time. They were disposable. Her rakuyo was both a blessing and a curse. She despised it for everything it represented as well as the blood arts she had inherited through her heritage. Yet she loved it as it was the closest thing to a friend she could ever possess. The door to the shop opened while she was behind one of the shelves. She was able to look through the gaps of items to find Belle, and his friend had stumbled inside. His face was reddened and body shaking with childish embarrassment. The girl, on the other hand, was delighted. Maria continued her evaluation while keeping mind of her position. Should Belle come around the corner, then she would relocate before he spotted her. The door opened again, this time quietly without ringing the bell over its hanger. Gold flicked through the crack of the door and slid in masterfully. The figure moved to Maria's far flank before the door shut on its own. Belle and his friend looked at the suddenly shutting door with puzzlement. They dismissed it immediately after seeing nothing wrong. And the clerk hadn't bothered to look up from his newspaper. Ace Wallenstein crouched down a few meters away from Maria. Her eyes narrowed as she spied on Belle and his friend. Her eyes followed his every movement. Maria paid her no mind while she continued her browsing. She paused, almost missing it entirely. One such box in the bottom shelf behind another article held her interest. She knelt down, rearranged things so she could grab it, and pulled it out. She recognized it immediately for what it was. How fascinating. Belle, you shouldn't be so nervous, said the friend. It's not that. Oh? Is it because you're embarrassed? Sharing a crepe with me startled you? It's not that. It's just, Miss Aina. Do you get the feeling we're being watched? Maria turned her head towards Aze, who had yet to notice her presence. Aze narrowed her eyes slightly at his words, but said nothing else. Her muscles coiled, ready to spring and flee as soon as Belle caught aware of her presence. People have been staring at us all day, Belle, the friend stated. Misha wasn't the first one to call us a couple. Your goddess thought we were dating too, didn't she? Did she? He asked while pausing. I guess you're right. Maybe it's just me then. I think you're too conscientious of this. Remember, we're just looking for new gear. Why don't you spread out and look for something? Yeah, okay. I'm going to look back here then. Maria hefted the box under her arms and went around the corner of the shelf. At the same time, Belle approached from the other side, completely missing her. She kept track on Aze, who had hid herself inside a suit of armor shoved in the corner of the room. Her golden eyes could be seen peering through the slit of the helm. Belle froze, turned to gaze at it, lingered for a moment, and then went back to his browsing. His instincts were getting better, but they weren't on par to what they should be. This wasn't the Belle that had defeated her in the nightmare. Why you? Maria gazed at the boy's friend without losing stride. This was someone Maria had recognized from the guild. She was a pretty young thing, too sheltered, if anything. She was no threat at all. She was staring at Maria with widened eyes. She was shaking. Her mind was racing between calling for help and fulfilling her duties as a guild member. The huntress placed the box down on the counter. She turned towards the elfish girl with one hand on the hilt of her rakuyo. She put one finger to her lips and gave the universal sign of silence. The girl's eyes flicked to the weapon before flashing back up towards Maria. The message had been received. With that, Maria stepped towards the exit. Her eyes went to the left. They met with the golden orbs of Aze Wallenstein, hiding like a child within the suit of armor. A private exchange was made with a glance alone. Hey lady, aren't you going to buy? The door closed before the clerk could finish his shout. 000. I didn't really find anything on my end, Belle said as he came out from the back of the room. Was there anything on the other side? Miss Aina? What's wrong? Belle. Aina jumped as soon as she heard his voice. It's nothing. Don't worry about it. And no, I didn't really get much of a look. Was that a friend of yours or something? Asked the clerk. 'Cause she just dumps this on the front and leaves. Are you buying it or what? Friend? Belle asked as he approached the box right in the middle of the counter. His eyes widened instantly. He pulled out the contents, spread it out to get a good look at it, and then threw it over his shoulders to try it on. It was large, fitting of a grown man rather than a growing boy, but it could be tailored. Maybe if he tucked in the shoulders, trimmed the sleeves, and maybe the hem since it was so long. It was a leather duster with a cape, several pockets at the front and on the inside, and a high collar that reached to his ears. There were buckles and zippers to customize how it could be closed. It was light, yet he knew it was durable enough to withstand several heavy hits. It was a hunter's cloak. There was no doubt about it. It even came with a tri-horned hat. That he probably wouldn't buy. It would hinder his vision. The collar was bad enough. I'll take it, he said without bothering to check the price. His eyes flashed towards the mark on the side of the box. It was only 9,900 val. Extensively cheap for something like this. Huh. Seriously? The clerk said despite his prior words. You really want to buy that crap? Belle leaned against the counter with an excited smile. Yes. And could you tell me how I can get in contact with the one who made this? Seriously? The clerk dropped his newspaper to gawk at him. That guy? Look, I don't know him personally. He just drops his shit off here and I sell it. He comes and goes whenever he makes something new that nobody wants to buy. You're the first to want his crap. Belle. Aina eyed him. I know you like light armor, but don't you think this is a little too light? There are some armor sets for your build over here. Nope. He stood straight and twisted around to get a look at himself. It felt like he was a little boy again trying on his grandfather's clothes. This is perfect. I couldn't ask for anything better. Trust me, Miss Aina. I would prefer a hunter's coat over the Canehurst set. Now there was a sad memory. The Queen of Canehurst. Maybe that was the sin Lady Maria had been talking about? He slew Logarius and freed the Queen of the Vile Bloods. But the Queen never did anything wrong. And she was kinda lonely. All they ever did together was talk. I'm not sure what you're talking about, but Aina tried to convince him otherwise. However, with the look of childish wonder on his face, she didn't have the strength to argue with him. At least buy something to go over that. Like some armor attachments. Belle brought his hand to his chin in thought. It was hidden by the sleeve, so he brought the hem of the sleeve to his chin instead. I could use some shin guards. The jacket always protects my upper body, but it always hurts when my legs get hit. Steel-tip boots too? No, regular boots are fine. I don't want to be too heavy. Aina let out a very audible sigh. She felt herself aging as she stressed over the safety of this boy. He wasn't going to listen to reason, and it was going to get himself killed. He paid for the jacket and chose to wear it out. He rolled up the sleeves to free his hands. He walked a little taller now that he felt comfortable. The hunter cloak was something he lived in throughout the dream. He found it in Yarnum in the earliest hours and wore it to the very end. He tried on several other sets other hunters had recommended to him, but the cloak he first found was his favorite. Where to next? He asked Aina. 000. I don't know why, Belle said as he shivered. He pulled the cloak closer around him while looking around. But that feeling is getting stronger. The thing about people watching you? Aina questioned as she sipped her lemonade. Belle, you're wearing that jacket at a cafe. Of course people are looking at you. No, it's not that, he said while looking out the window. He knew there was something out there watching him. The feeling of dread had gotten worse ever since they stopped for lunch. I don't know how to explain it. I guess, when you're in the dungeon and you know something bad is about to happen. Or when the world got impossibly quiet as soon as he stepped through a doorway, only to find something equal to a monster Rex appeared to try and kill him. Such as the cleric beast, the blood-starved beast, or the amygdala. He visibly shuddered after remembering the thing Patches dared to call a god. It was nothing more than a chaotic mass of conceptual flesh where staring at it would render anyone insane. Even Belle. Its very existence was just so wrong. Don't worry, Belle, Aina assured him with a soft smile. Nothing like monsterphilia will happen again. Security has been tightened around the city and everyone is on alert. You don't need to worry about that. He accepted her words but didn't lower his guard. He was still waiting on some sort of eldritch abomination to come crashing down from the cosmos. By the way, Aina cleared her throat. She reached down for her pouch and pulled out a wrapped package from within. She held it for a moment before handing it to him. I purchased something while you were browsing around. Consider this a gift from me. Miss Aina. Belle felt uncomfortable as he held the package. I can't take this. I can at least give you the money for. Consider it an investment, she countered while fixing her glasses. Rather, think of it as insurance. Belle, I've known a lot of adventurers that didn't return from the dungeon. Please accept this. It's more for me rather than for you. He couldn't argue with her after that. He undid the seal and tore apart the paper. Within was a shield brace. It was a piece of equipment that went over his forearm. It was light enough to not hinder his movements, but he would still need to get used to it once he went back into the dungeon. But it wouldn't get in his way. The shield was small enough to not go against his style of fighting, and probably strong enough to withstand a few sharp blows. Thank you, Miss Aina, he said and meant it. He knew she was worried about him. She was always worried about him. She had beaten sense into him the first time he enlisted as an adventurer. He also knew she had been right. If only she knew he had died against the Minotaur on the 5th floor. All of her advice had been correct all along. Maybe if he had listened a little better and remembered what she said, he wouldn't have wound up in the hunter's dream. Oh, of course. She stuttered and quickly looked away. Belle's head snapped up and looked out the window. The feeling of bloodlust had spiked immensely all of a sudden. He almost pinpointed its location before it quickly lulled down to its regular level. Now he knew for sure whatever was watching him was close by. Across the street, maybe. Hey, it happened again, someone said in the table next to them. What? Asked his companion. The murders, she said. There was another one found this morning. Another animal person? Yeah. You think this is connected with monsterphilia? Doubt it. The murders have been happening for a couple weeks now, and they only target animal people. Monsterphilia was aimless. Belle? Huh. He snapped out of his listening when he looked at Aina. I was asking you about your plans for the dungeon, she said with a knowing glare. She was silently scolding him for eavesdropping on someone else's conversation. I know about your long-term goal, but how about you start with something small and go from there? He thought about it for a moment. I'm not sure. I guess going down to the lower floors. Alone? She questioned in a sharp tone. It's not like I can join with anyone else. He raised his hands in defense. I tried. Nobody wants a newbie in their party. How about hiring a supporter then? She asked next. It would lessen your load of carry equipment and hasten your magic stone extraction. You would be able to worry about the monsters of the dungeon while your supporter worries about gathering the stones. That would help me so much, he breathed out. I probably spend more time cutting open monsters for their stones than fighting them. I'd like to learn more about it first. So I'll think about it. An excellent idea, she smiled proudly. If you'd like, I can search for a supporter and give you a list of candidates. Miss Aina, did I ever tell you how much I love you? He said with a few tears about to gather. She was a godsend. He wouldn't know what he'd do without her. Aina was trying her best to avoid eye contact with him. Her face was burning, and she used her drink to cool herself down. Saying something like that with that smile and that face. It tugged on her heartstrings. Something like that was a weapon, not a compliment. It was intoxicating. 000. Okay, Riveria sat on the bench as she gathered herself. I think we're done here. Ah, whined Tiona. But I want to see what's so special about Bunny Boy. I like White Rabbit better, Tioni said. What happened to Little Rabbit? That works too. But I have to agree with Riveria. Ace isn't doing anything, and we're just wasting time. We can't just leave Miss Wallenstein alone. Lafia argued. What if something happens while we're gone? What if that boy tries something? I think Ace is capable enough of handling herself, Riveria stated in a tired voice. And I'm more worried about her doing something to the boy with the way she's acting. But that's between her and him. Besides, we have this to deal with. On the floor in front of them was their goddess. She was gagged and tied up while wriggling around in an attempt to escape. Riveria never let her eyes wander, else the goddess of mischief would slip away. How many times did they save the boy now? They lost count. Loki had tried to skewer, smash, burn, slice, and all else in between. They weren't half-assed attempts either. The goddess of mischief had traps set up as though she had planned to kill the boy for years. Every contingency had been looked over. Everything was so thorough it was on par to her greatest feats through her forbidden arcanum. She did not, however, plan on her own children intervening. She was serious about killing him. Tiona muttered as she took her seat beside Riveria. I almost died a few times trying to stop her. Think we should tell the captain? Don't bother Master Finn with something like this. Tioni snapped. But come on. Tiona lifted her arms with exasperation. Who thinks about dropping a piano on someone? And how did she even get one dangling by a single piece of rope too? There was also the safe. And the anvil. And the wrecking ball. Just how many impossibly heavy things did she try to drop on the guy? I think 27? That sounds about right. Lady Loki, Riveria cut them off as she spoke to her patron goddess. Please be considerate of your actions from now on. You attempted to do harm on another familia's child. Even if it is a very small familia, the guild will not be kind to us. And we may lose a lot of credibility if word gets out our goddess murdered a single child. Loki responded with something vicious underneath her gag. She flopped around on the floor like an angry fish. Be that as it may, Riveria nodded slowly. Wait, Tiona interjected. You understood her? You are the head of our team, the high elf continued, ignoring the Amazonas. What you do will reflect on all of us. If you have something against the boy, then please take it up with his goddess. Issue a wargame if it will satisfy you. Something lit up in Loki's eyes at the idea. Hey, Riveria. Tiona waved at the high elf. Don't you think that's a bit much? It's only a team of one. And he's a newbie too. Having a wargame against him is just bullying. Riveria chose to not comment on what she observed about the boy this day. She did ponder why her teammates hadn't been able to pick it up. Ace surely did and was trying to uncover his hidden secrets. Riveria felt wary around the boy. Something about him wasn't right. The way he moved was akin to a high-tier adventurer returning after a raid through the deepest pits of the dungeon. He was constantly alert of his surroundings and ready for an attack. Yet, strangely, almost inhumanly, he behaved and acted like a naive boy. Either it was a farce, he was crazy, or there was something very much wrong with him that couldn't be explained through normal means. A wargame against him might not be so outlandish. We're going home, she said while pointing at Loki. Watch her for me. Yeah, sure. Tioni and Tiona answered together. Riveria paced around them, walked up the street, knelt down, and patted A's shoulder. The girl didn't whirl around surprised. She didn't know her teammates had been following her, but she did become aware after hearing Riveria's footsteps. Come on, Ace. I think that's enough. Leave the poor boy alone. Ace looked away from where the boy was sharing a meal from Aina. She pouted up at her teammate. There was a notepad full of scribbles in her hands. But I'm not done. Most of the notes were full of useless info, such as, for example, the flavor of crepe he had earlier this afternoon. Because, of course, strawberries was the secret ingredient to his superhuman growth. If you're so curious about him, Riveria glanced up towards the boy for a moment. Why don't you try talking to him instead? You still owe him an apology for the minotaur attack, don't you? Ace considered it with a tilt of her head. She glanced down from her notes, to the boy in the cafe, and back to her notes. She nodded to herself, gathered her things, and followed the high elf back up the street. I saw her, she said suddenly. Riveria regarded her without a word. She was here, following him too, Ace stated. Riveria stopped walking before joining their group. Is that why you've been doing this all day? You want to get to her? Ace considered the question for another moment. He was able to fight her. He knew her fighting style. He could counter her. He knew about that magic weapon. He fought just like her. Riveria had heard the story. Rather, she had heard the rantings of Loki back in headquarters. Supposedly, the boy had rescued Ace by fighting against the blacklisted woman on equal par. Loki had raged like no tomorrow. Half because her precious A's was defeated a second time by the same person, and half because some newbie had been the one to save her. And another half because it was Loki and nothing made sense to the trickster goddess, because A's Wallenstein had shown a considerable amount of interest in the boy. Plus, she had admitted in the tavern the other week she would consider dating him if he asked. So you resorted to stalking him to learn more about him. Again, A's, just talk to him. Maybe you'll be able to learn more about that mystery woman and her teammates. It would help us a lot if you do. Finn is already preparing for another raid against them. A's nodded without another word. They returned to their teammates. Tiona was sitting on Loki to keep her still before departing back to their headquarters at the Twilight House. 000. There. You see? Liu said simply. Their relationship is strictly professional. They are departing after their business is finished. This was fun, Seer said. I got to learn so much about Belle's preferences. We should do this again, Liu. We shouldn't. We've already intruded in Mr. Crannell's private life enough. And we've wasted more than enough time. Mamma Mia is going to be angry at us for taking so long to fetch groceries. I owe you one, Liu, Seer said as she stood from her hiding spot. She dusted the dirt off her skirt. Don't worry, I'll think of something to say to Mama. It was for my sake anyways. If you say so, Liu nodded. Should we do something about this one? She gestured towards the goddess sulking in the corner, drawing hexes into the ground and mumbling dark things about her ward and the half-elf. I think it'll be fine, Seer said with half-heartedly. I'm sure she'll realize nothing's going on between Belle and that girl. Goodbye, Goddess Hestia. It was nice to finally meet you. The sulking goddess at least had the courtesy to wave a hand while her back was still turned towards them. Seer and Liu exchanged a look, shrugged, and left the goddess to herself. Hestia continued to draw symbols into the ground behind the bushes. Belle, you dummy. 000. Maria walked through the hallways of the Gothic castle, located on the 60th floor of the dungeon. It was the home of the hunters for the time being. Her boots echoed against the stone tiles, while a few torches lit up as she advanced. Ah, Maria, it's good to see you again. Welcome home. She paused and regarded the man who appeared out of a swirl of light and mist. He had just returned to the base just as she had. To you as well, Ludwig. She dipped her head slightly in respect for the hunter. I hope your quest has been fruitful. He man delved into conversation with genuine interest. Not as fruitful as I would like, she chose to say. He noticed immediately on her guarded state. He chose to not comment on it. It's unfortunate to hear that. I must say it is the same on our end. I feel we are close to the truth, but there is still so much we have yet to explore. And the beasts in the lower floors are nearly as perilous as the ones we've fought on our first hunt. There are not as many of us as there once was, she commented. It cannot be helped if you make slow progress. It cannot be helped, he repeated with a few shakes of his head. We could use more recruits. Have you discovered any in the surface? A few, she chose to say in another careful tone. They are unlikely to join us. They seem to be comfortable in the waking world. That is most unfortunate. Ludwig's spirit fell just a partial amount. He shook his head again. What of the boy? Have you and your team located anything about him? She was silent for a moment, her face as unreadable as it always was. Gascoigne and Hendrik do not make for good seekers, she spoke up. They are starting to draw an unwanted attention. And I have not spoken to Gehrman yet, so I do not have an answer on his part. The search hasn't been as fruitful as I had liked. I may have to change tactics to hasten the harvest. Ludwig observed her for a moment. He knew she was hiding something, but couldn't find anything to pry out of her. If you will excuse me then, Ludwig dipped his head at her. I have returned to deliver my blood echoes to Lord Oedon. We slew what was it they call it, a monster rex? May the good blood be with you in your quest. She almost sneered at him. He knew she was of the Cainhurst lineage, but chose to say such things anyways. She kept her face a complete mask as she tipped her hat at him in reply. Ludwig turned away from her to pace deeper into the cathedral. Maria turned down another corridor to reach her quarters. She was sure once Ludwig reached Oedon, and therefore Gehrman beside her, he will learn all about her actions on the surface. 000. Freya screamed. She threw her wine glass across the floor with everything she had. That accursed doll. She screamed in such a high pitch the glass of her window rattled. Lady Freya, Otter, her right hand and the strongest adventurer in all of Orrio, watched her at a safe distance. What is it? My greatest prize? Freya fell to the floor in agony. She clutched her chest as though her heart was ready to give out. Soiled. Tainted. His soul is different from when I last saw it. It has been contaminated. It bears the same poison as that detestable primal. Tears of agony, regret, sorrow, and roaring hatred flowed down. The goddess of beauty sobbed as the one soul she craved more than any other had been contaminated. It had been the purest soul without color. She wanted to cradle it close to her. She wanted to watch it grow to see what it might become. She wanted to be the one to nurture it and then claim it for herself. She had never loved another soul like it. Dare she say it might have been true love. But then, as she gazed down at his actions earlier this afternoon, she saw something wrong with his soul. It was small. It was hardly noticeable. She blinked and it was gone, but she knew she didn't imagine it. The soul was no longer colorless. It was no longer innocent. It was an almost milky, pale color. A single drop fell into his soul. That was all it needed to ruin the entire thing. His soul was now impure. It was tainted, disgusting, repulsive, a living abomination. That damnable primal deity, the doll going by the name of Oedon, had somehow left a single drop of its presence make its way into the boy's soul while Freya wasn't looking. "Otter," she said in a low voice. She slowly rose, hair and dress swaying as a sliver of her divine power leaked out of her control. Absolute hatred resonated through her voice. "Gather a team. Go into the dungeon. Destroy those vermin." Chapter 7. No one had respect for supporters these days. They lightened the load of adventurers by carrying their gear, made a living out of extracting magic stones out of monster corpses, and had a few hidden talents themselves that could assist an adventurer in times of need. All the adventurer had to worry about was dealing with the monsters in the dungeon. But most adventurers looked down on supporters. All they saw were people who weren't good enough to become adventurers and resorted to becoming mere pack mules. So when Lilaluka Erda tried to terminate her contract with her latest adventurer, he didn't take it so well. "Come back here, you little shit." Lily ran from him. She was small, barely 100 selch tall, which was just slightly less than the average prom. She knew the alleyways like the back of her hand. She should have been able to escape the adventurer. But he was an agility build, and he knew the alleys just as much as she did. She wasn't going to be able to slip away from him anytime soon. I'm late. She heard someone rushing a few meters ahead of her. She didn't have the chance to slow down or get out of the way. The guy was a blur as he burst from the corner and slammed into her. They both went tumbling down. He had better control over his balance than she did. At the last second, he made sure to twist his body, cover her, and fall into a squatting position. "But where do you think you're touching, Lily?" But the boy had one arm wrapped around her waist and cupping a feel on her right boob. "Eh?" He squealed almost like a girl. He instantly let go and sprang up to his feet. "There you are, you little. Who the hell are you?" The adventurer had finally caught up to her. He eyed the boy while carefully moving forward and placing his hand on the Muramesa at his back. The boy looked from the adventurer to her. He had come to his own conclusion. He squared his shoulders, tried to make a brave face, horrendously failing as his lips quivered, and stood his ground. "Why are you chasing her?" "Shut it, brat." He drew the blade and pointed the tip towards the boy. "If you don't scram right now, I'll carve you up along with the piece of shit behind you." The boy didn't say anything at first. He hesitated. He looked over his shoulder and exchanged a look at Lily. She was still on the floor, her arms over her chest while she glared up at him for what he had done. He gulped, looked away, and hardened his resolve. He spread his legs out and lifted his hands. He was preparing to fight. Without a weapon. "Kid." The adventurer's brow twitched. "Do you want to die? The hell is wrong with you? Is Short Stack there a friend of yours, or something?" "Never seen her before in my life," he answered in a small and timid tone. "Then why the hell are you protecting that piece of shit?" The boy considered the question for a moment. He answered slowly, "Because she's a girl?" Lily couldn't help but roll her eyes behind his back. "The fuck are you saying?" The adventurer roared with his brow, twitching more angrily than before. "Just walk away and forget about this," the boy insisted. "I don't know what's going on, but you shouldn't point a weapon at a girl. Maybe you're just having a bad day? Fine. I'll slit your throat first, kid." The adventurer rushed in. He drew his arm back and swung his blade at the boy. Lily would like to say the boy ducked, but that wasn't right. Sure, in the next instance he was crouching on the floor as the blade sailed over his head. But that wasn't exactly what happened. She saw the blade go through him. His body had become a layer of mist, and in the next instance he was crouching on the ground. Right after that, he leapt forward, grabbing onto the sword arm of the adventurer, spinning his body around and twisting the wrist. The adventurer let out a groan of pain as the blade flew out of his hands. Still the boy moved. It all happened in a blur. He continued to twist the arm, forcing it around the adventurer's back. And then he swept the feet from under him, guiding him while falling to his side, and then shoving him to the floor. The boy put a knee on the adventurer's back with one hand still locked on the arm, and the other holding the head flat against the ground. Lily was tempted to clap at the spectacle. "You damn stupid brat." The adventurer spat as he struggled to break free. "Do you have any idea who you're messing with? Please stop," the boy pleaded as he held him down. "It's over now. Just let it go before it gets any worse." "You should listen to him." Another stranger entered the alleyway. 2 of them, in fact. They were a pair of maids from a local tavern, carrying a pair of brown bags full of food. The one who spoke was a blonde elf, and the one beside her was a human girl with a concerned expression. The elf looked absolutely murderous. She had a sort of aura around her that frightened Lily more than the adventurer chasing after her. Even the boy looked ready to pass out. Where the hell do your rats keep coming from? Everyone except for the adventurer realized something deadly had made an appearance. You intended to kill someone who is destined to become a close companion to someone irreplaceable to me, the elf said as she climbed down the stairs. Continue with this farce, and I will stop you myself. Lu, said the human girl behind her. Her face flushed as she glanced at the boy quickly. You don't have to say it like that. What the hell is wrong with people today? Squirmed the adventurer as he tried to stand up, but the boy held him down firmly. Does everyone want to die today? Enough. It was a simple word, yet it held the gravitas of an executioner bringing down their axe. The noise of the city seemed to quiet down in response to the elf's tone. Finally, the adventurer realized he was out of his league. You can release him, Mr. Crannel, the elf Liu said to the boy. I believe he understands his situation. Yeah. Why yeah. Sure. The boy was sweating himself as he responded. He slowly got off the man while keeping a cautious eye on the elf. The adventurer stayed on the floor for a second. He was grinding his teeth with fury. He slammed one fist onto the ground, grabbed his sword, but took off running rather than to try to challenge the boy and elf with his weapon. Damn it all. He roared out while running away. 000. Belle let out a heavy breath of air he had been holding in. His heart was hammering. Just what did he get himself involved in? Thank you for helping me, Liu, he said to her. No, I'm sorry for getting in your way. Liu shook her head with her usual blank expression. I don't know what came over me. You seemed able to handle the situation without my intervention. I still appreciate your help, he responded while his shoulders sagged. He felt tired all of a sudden. You mustn't sell yourself short, Liu retorted while shifting the balance of the bag in her arms. You disarmed him adequately. No one was hurt. No blood was shed. Why yeah, but… Enough, she said flatly. Okay, was all he could say. Mao, Seer pouted as she walked up beside Liu to join the conversation. You two seem to be on friendly terms. Liu, I thought you were my friend. Now you're stealing away Belle from me. Belle blushed as he scratched his cheek. He wished Seer would stop with the teasing. He might look a little young, but they were the same age. She shouldn't treat him like a little boy. Liu didn't answer right away. She blinked at Seer's words. Is that so? I haven't noticed. I suppose I have found myself capable of talking to Mr. Crannel a little more openly. But I have no intention of getting in your way, Seer. Belle spoke up. What are you two doing here? Liu didn't answer. Her eyes gestured for Seer to jump in and take her chance. We were out getting groceries for tonight, Seer answered with a beaming smile. You see, the bar is busiest at night because that's when all the adventurers return from the dungeon. If we don't stock up regularly, then there'll be all sorts of problems if we run out on something. Belle nodded a few times at her words. Belle, Seer put on a pouting face, one of her many weapons against him. I haven't seen you around lately. I know you're not going to the dungeon lately, but you haven't been visiting me either. Don't you like me anymore? His face reddened to a tomato. He waved his hands around in denial. No. It's nothing like that, Seer. My goddess and I have just been so busy lately. We've been looking for a new place to purchase. Really? Really? I promise. That's still not nice of you to not tell me, she went on. I've been waiting for you every night for the past few nights, but you never showed up. I was starting to think you didn't care about me any longer. It was making me sad. But I just said that wasn't the case. Belle's shoulders sagged a little more. You shouldn't play with a maiden's heart like that. But… She dragged out the word and paused, making sure she had his full attention. If you promise to come by for dinner, I might forgive you. I'll be angry if you don't. Poor Belle didn't stand a chance against her. All he could do was nod in agreement and make the promise. Even when it struck him like a bolt of lightning, she had suckered him into spending more val at the benevolent mistress. She was, without a doubt, going to pile on all of the special orders like she did the first time he showed up. I can't come tonight, he said to her. I have plans with my goddess, but I'll be able to come tomorrow. For sure. We have to get these back to the bar before it gets any later, Seer said with a brightened smile after shaking off her crocodile tears. Are you ready, Liu? Oh, wait. Belle put up a hand towards Liu before she was about to depart. Liu? Can I have talked to you real quick? It's about our, friend? Liu eyed him with her stoic gaze. Her eyelids drooped slightly as she nodded. Seer frowned. She wanted to stick around to make sure Belle really didn't have an interest in Liu. Liu was a very pretty elf, after all, but the conversation seemed something private. She had no choice but to step back and let them have their privacy. Yesterday, I received a package from Eileen, Belle said in a low voice for only Liu to hear. She still kept a fair amount of distance from him, but nothing suggested she couldn't hear him. She gave me back the blade of mercy with a note telling me to not get rid of them. But, see, the thing is they belong to Lady Hephaestus. She bought them from my goddess and— You are mistaken, Liu said in her normal voice. She wasn't bothered if Seer heard. The ones you hold now are her personal tools. Every hunter who returns from the dream returns with their equipment. Was that not the case with you, Mr. Crannel? The ones goddess Hephaestus purchased are still in her possession. Is there anything else? He ended up scrunching his eyes and scratching his head in thought. How in the world did that work? Eileen gave him her blade of mercy right before she passed away from the dream. So, while he had her weapon throughout the dream, how did she wake up into Orurio with another set? It made his head hurt trying to figure it out. Is it really okay if I have them? He asked in a shaky voice. I mean, is it safe? I've been hearing a lot of mean things about Eileen. I believe in her, but I don't want my goddess to be in any danger because of another familia, but I don't want to anger Eileen either. Your worries are understandable, Liu agreed. However, I cannot be the one to decide for you. What you do with them is up to you. However, it would be best to keep them. There are other dangers out there besides a few familias who hold an old grudge. I believe you will find no better weapon elsewhere. Not even by Hephaestus herself. He found himself agreeing with her. She was right. There was Lady Maria to worry about. He wasn't sure if he could beat her with any other weapon. After browsing the entire day through weapons, after evaluating all of their stats, he couldn't help but compare them to the trick weapons of hunters. Only those found in the ridiculously expensive Hephaestus shop could keep up, and even then they fell short. Thank you, Liu, he said with a reassured smile. I feel better about this now. I'll find a way to convince my goddess. Liu only bowed in a departing courtesy before turning away. Bye, Belle. Seer waved a few fingers while her arms held the bag close to her chest. Make sure to remember your promise. I'll see you tomorrow night for dinner. He gave her a very nervous smile. He was and wasn't looking forward to dinner tomorrow. On one hand, the benevolent mistress was full of cute maids, and Seer gave him special treatment. But on the other hand, he felt his wallet was going to implode. Wait a minute. Dinner. Oh no. He realized what he had completely forgotten. His head whipped around to look up at the sky. It was getting darker. I'm late. The goddess is going to kill me. I'm late. I'm late. I'm late. He took off running, continuing with his previous emergency. He had gone home to drop off what he bought, dressed in something appropriate for dinner, and then realized he was running behind schedule. With everything that happened, he had forgotten about the prom he had rescued. He was sure she was fine somewhere. She was probably frightened off by Liu since she took off running as soon as the elf maid showed up. 000. Ah, Gascoigne's head followed after where the boy ran off towards. There he is. That him? Asked Hendrik. I remember him being taller. You don't recognize him? Only met him once. The other man shrugged while leaning against the wall. They followed the boy until he bled in with the rest of the crowds. Was fighting against my life at the moment against that damn crow. He came in last second to help her. Didn't get a good look at his face. That's him, Gascoigne reassured. He moved away from the edge of the alleyway to slink back into the shadows. His partner followed after him. I haven't forgotten his stench. Do we call it in? Maria hasn't. I was wondering why she was acting so strange lately. I told you we should have ignored her just for today. And look what we find. She knew about the boy all along. No, we keep this to ourselves for the time being. The hunt is ours. It's personal. It explains her orders. Hendrik muttered. She wanted us away from him. But why? We all want a piece of the rabbit, Gascoigne replied while he reached into his pocket and pulled out a music box. He flipped it open and listened to the tune with such focus it was almost a drug in itself. He shuddered as he forced himself to close it. He's done us all wrong, he finished and walked deeper into the darkness. 000. He adored listening to the stories of the healing church. Lady Maria. They had developed the miraculous blood transfusion. The healing blood cured anyone of injury or disease. Nothing save for the most critical of accidents, and time itself could ward off its effects. People flocked from everywhere to Yharnam in pursuit of this miracle elixir. Lady Maria, save us. But with the flood of people came the arrival of the beasts. Lady Maria, please hold my hand. Yet, once again, the healing church stepped in. They engaged the beasts with their own factions of hunters. It was their sworn duty to protect the citizens of Yharnam and promised to purge the beasts. They were ready. They were prepared. He should have realized that, maybe, they were a little too prepared. Lady Maria, please kill me. Lady Maria, in my suffering. His opinion on the healing church started to sway once he read about the purges. Districts were burnt to the ground. Suspects infected with the bad blood were dragged out of their home and executed out of fear, and some who went to their facilities for a cleansing never returned. He remembered what Jura said. He was a hunter who had sworn to protect the beasts roaming around Old Yarnum, one of the districts the church had set aflame years afore. He had told Belle the things he had been hunting weren't always beasts. They had once been human. Lady Maria, guide us. Lady Maria. Lady Maria. Simon had only reaffirmed his suspicions. He never answered any of Belle's questions. He only encouraged the boy to continue on with his journey, to delve deeper into the nightmare and the secrets it had sworn to protect. Belle had learned from the man in the hunter's prison Simon had once been a member of the church. His garb was proof of it. Simon had been sworn into the church's most elite and secret faction, pretending to be a beggar so to have a closer ear to the innermost workings of Yarnum's citizens. It was his task to silently remove anyone suspected of infection without being noticed. Belle had been warned to turn back. There were no beasts for him to hunt. Yet he pressed forward. He owed Ludwig that much after slaying the once and glorified first executioner of the healing church. He was regretting it. Not a pretty sight, is it? Simon asked him once he joined him in his wandering through the hunter's nightmare. The true face of the blood-worshipping, beast-purging healing church. There wasn't a hint of mockery in his voice. He was beyond that. He had known all along about the darkness behind the healing church. He stated it as simply as he was commenting on the weather. They were in the research hall of the healing church. This was their main facility. It was a house of horrors. It was designed to be something akin to a hospital ward. There were multiple floors within the clock tower with several rooms lining with poster beds. Medical equipment were pressed against the walls along with several cases of the healing blood. A spiral staircase rested at the center of the building in order to easily access any department. The inhabitants of the research hall were grossly mutated. They resembled humanoid figures, almost as much as the beasts of the hunt. They were tall, lanky, and all of them had overgrown, pulsing, bulbous wads of pus for heads. They wandered around the hallways, dragging their feet in four stands, and continued to chant nonsense under their breaths. They either muttered something relating to water, or prayed to Lady Maria for salvation. But that's not all, Simon went on. He gestured to the grand staircase. You seek the secrets fueled by the nightmare, do you not? Then here's what you must do. Climb the astral clock tower and kill Maria. She hides the real secret. Belle hesitated. This wasn't the real secret? This wasn't the worst of the church? What else could they have hidden? He didn't want to learn more about the darkness of the people he had looked up to. But it was this questioning that had him climbing the spiral staircase. 000. Belle nearly jerked awake. His body spasmed, and he stopped himself from leaping off the sofa. He remembered walking out into the garden by the research hall and facing against what Simon called the living failures. They were the abominations the healing church had thrown away in their pursuit of matching the greatness of the old ones. He woke up from that nightmare because the back of his mind told him he had murdered things that were once human. Belle. Nother nightmare? He would have sat up if he could. But, hiding under the covers and laying on his chest, was his goddess. Her hair was down and she was in her sleepwear. She mumbled while rubbing her eyes and lifting her head to look at him in a sleepy gaze. If the nightmare didn't startle him, he was completely awake now. Gigi goddess, what are you doing on the sofa? She yawned and sat up on his legs. She shivered once and wrapped the blanket around herself. You were saying something in your sleep and tossing around. I tried to wake you but you wouldn't. So I stayed with you until you calmed down. I'm sorry for waking you in the middle of the night, goddess, he mumbled sincerely. I've caused you so much trouble when you weren't feeling well. Huh. She blinked at him in confusion. Are you feeling better? He asked as he sat up. Is your stomach hurting still? Why don't you try to go back to bed? She had told him she couldn't make it to dinner because of a sudden stomachache. There was nothing that could be done about that. He made her tea to settle her stomach the night before. They went to bed shortly afterwards with the promise to have their dinner night some other time. On the bright side, he didn't make her wait. He couldn't be late if the plans were canceled. Oh, that. She looked away. Don't worry about that. I'm feeling fine. But Belle, you've been having nightmares more than often. Do you want to talk about it? He would very much love not to. I'm fine, goddess, he said with a small smile to try and assure her. Just the stress from monsterphilia, I think. His goddess eyed him with another worried expression. All she could do was sigh and relent. All right, if you say so. Just, Belle, you know you can talk to me about anything, right? If anything's troubling you, please let me know. I don't like it when you're like this. You're starting to scare me. He lowered his head with guilt. He was starting to become a burden to her after everything she's given him. She was his goddess. She was more than just the only one who would take in a newbie adventurer. She was his family. It's too early, she grumbled while pushing him down and laying back on top of him. She rubbed her cheek against his chest as she curled up under the blanket. Let's go back to sleep. Just like this. B bathroom. He blurted out, and then deciding that it was a good idea, he managed to get out of her clutches to reach the washroom. He shut the door behind him and let out a breath of air. His heart was racing with too much excitement in the morning. His friend downstairs was angry with him. It enjoyed when the goddess was rubbing her legs against his thighs, and he dunked his head into the bucket of water they used as fresh water. The water was cold enough to send a jolt of shock throughout his body. He shouldn't be having such improper thoughts about his goddess, no matter how much his mind and body enjoyed being so close to her. It was early in the morning with the sun still away, but he might as well get today started. A couple minutes later, and he stepped out of the washroom to gather his things. He found his goddess huddled in a little ball underneath his blanket. He heard her muttering something incoherent and chose to pretend to have not heard. "Are you going out to the dungeon?" she asked after a few more minutes of silence. She had heard him gather his equipment. He had prepared his backpack, donned the hunter's cloak, and placed the blade of mercy at his waist. The coat did well to hide it as he buckled it shut. He was able to do some tailoring the night before, but had yet to pull back the sleeves. The bottom hem touched down to his ankles, a little longer than the coat he used before, and it wasn't a necessity to trim. Until he tripped. Maybe he should trim that next. "I'm going to take it easy and stay in the upper floors," he answered her. "My hand still hurts a little, but I should be fine. Besides, I want to try out my new gear." She yawned and stretched, lifting her arms over her head and arching her back. Belle took the chance to peek over his high collar to look at the way her breasts pressed against the thin fabric. His heart skipped a beat, and he felt all the blood rush up to his face when he could make out the outlines of two pointy objects trying to pierce through the gown. He took his eyes off of her as soon as she was done and lowered her arms. "Stay safe then," she told him before falling sideways onto the spot he slept on. She nuzzled her face into his pillow and made herself comfortable. "Sleep well, goddess," he told her before starting to head out. "Belle." He heard her call out to him just before he was about to climb the stairs to the surface floor. He turned to look at her over his shoulder. She was looking up at him by the edge of the blanket. "Have a good day," she said softly. He smiled at her. "You too, goddess." He climbed the stairs and shut the secret door quietly. It was a brisk morning. He shivered at the sudden cold after stepping out of the warmth of their hidden room. The church they lived underneath was run down and in ruins. It was drafty with half the roof collapsed and missing glass from the windows. He stretched while he walked. He decided it would be best to jog his way to the dungeon in order to warm up. Orio never slept. Even now, with the sky turning a pale gray with the sun still beyond the horizon, people moved about the streets of North Main. Adventurers were on their way to Babel Tower to begin their daily routine of dungeon exploring. Shops were starting to open up while others were closing at the approaching daylight. "Good morning, seer," he said while passing by the benevolent mistress. "Be Belle." The ashen-haired girl nearly dropped her broom. She had been sweeping the front deck when he called out to her. "Wait a minute. Come back here." He jogged backwards until he was in front of her, but he kept his legs pumping. "You're earlier than usual, and you surprised me with today of all days." She puckered her lips in the cute way that had suckered him to spending money too many times. "Just wait here a moment. I'll be right back." She placed her broom against the wall of the tavern and rushed back inside. He kept his pace while tilting his head to gaze inside. There was some commotion going from behind the scenes, and he was sure he heard Seer's voice mixed with someone else's. He didn't have to wait long for her to return. "Here you are," she said with a sweet smile as she stretched her arms out to deliver him a wrapped lunch. He stopped jogging in place. He knew these were her morning rations. Her breakfast, really. She told him she would snack on something throughout the day, but her next major meal wouldn't be until dinner. "Seer, you don't have to give me your breakfast," he said. His stomach didn't exactly agree with him. It chose to roar out in defiance. "I think you need it more than me," she said with a few giggles under her breath. She forced the bundle into his hands before he could protest further. "This is me cheering you on. And this is another reason to make sure you keep your promise. You do remember, right?" She lowered her head and gazed up at him through her bangs. She looked so cute and innocent whenever she did that, especially with the way she swayed around while nervously playing with her hands. He remembered the promise. He had never forgotten. He was going to come to dinner like he had promised. But now he couldn't break that promise no matter what. Not with the way she was acting. He also knew this was all just an act. She just wanted his money. But was he a sucker for cute girls like Seer? He wasn't sure whether to blame or thank his grandfather for this one. "I remember," he told her while stuffing the lunch away in his backpack. "I'll be coming right after I get done with the dungeon. Be sure to spend lots tonight," she said while tilting her head and smiling brighter than ever. Sure," he said with a nervous smile. They said their goodbyes, and he went back to his jog. Another minute later, and he was halted by the herd of adventurers making their way to Babel Tower. Despite the massive gates, there was still heavy traffic. Just about every familia in Orio was making their way to the dungeon at the same time. This was the morning rush that Belle slept through. "Huh, there are so many people this early in the morning," he said to no one in particular. The sun was barely creeping over the mountains miles away from the city. There's always morning traffic in any city, commented the adventurer beside him as he moved on. No matter what world you're in. See, this is why I fly everywhere, said his partner. You don't even drive. You're like, what, 16? 17. And even then I can either catch the bus, or just walk. Or fly. Go to hell, how you do. Just go to hell. What a very odd bunch. At the least Belle wasn't the only one carrying his own gear. The two of them were carrying their own bags on their back as they sank into the crowds. But as Belle peered around him, he began to take notice that hardly any of the adventurers were carrying their own things. They wore their armor and kept their weapons on hand. Sure, but standing beside them or behind them was at least one supporter. Belle began to take notice how many supporters there were. He wondered if Aina had been able to find a supporter for him. No, most likely not. For all her amazement, it had hardly been a full day since they saw each other. She was probably busy with the morning rush in the guild to be worrying about him. He wasn't her only client. Mister, you with the white hair. He blinked and turned around. Standing right in front of him was the prom girl he had saved yesterday evening. She was dressed in a white cloak with a hood over her head. But he recognized her despite not seeing her face. And on her back was a sack 3 times her size. Literally, it was larger than she was. He could fit himself inside and have plenty of comfortable space with all his things. This little girl was carrying something as large as that? Hi, he said as he leaned forward to get a good look at her. You're the girl from yesterday, aren't you? Have you met Lily before? She said after shuffling her balance. Mister must be confusing someone else with Lily. Lily only saw you with a bag. Lily was only wondering if you don't have a supporter. He scratched his head. He was pretty sure this was the same girl. Hunters don't last long in the hunt by second-guessing. So he didn't understand why she was feigning ignorance. But it wasn't his place to question it. She might have had her reasons. Or, he wasn't that impressive to remember. She probably didn't remember it was him who saved her. She probably remembered you more than him. Adventurers were giving them a look. They were standing in the middle of the road and Lily's bag was blocking 2 people's worth of standing space. The adventurers had to go around her and were getting annoyed over the inconvenience. I don't have a supporter, he said. I asked my advisor to look for one. She clapped her hands together and spoke in a chipper tone. Then would you like to hire Lily? Oh, Lily hasn't introduced herself. Lilaluka Erda is Lily's name. He smiled politely and extended his hand. Belle Crannel. Lily? Do you think we can talk about this elsewhere? We're blocking everyone's path. Sure, she said while shaking his hand. Lily needs to discuss the terms of employment anyways. 000. The 5th floor wasn't as packed as he thought it would. Of course it wasn't. He was still a newbie. All the other adventurers had plowed their way through and went into the lower and more difficult floors. That's what sucked most about being a solo adventurer. Even the newbies of respectable familias got to be carried by their stronger teammates. They got to go to the lower floors and gain more excelia faster. And magic stones, which would be exchanged for Val. By no means did he regret joining Hestia Familia. But he did wish his goddess would accept a few more adventurers. They were going to blow out the money Hephaestus had given them before they knew it. There was only so much Belle could do as a solo adventurer. He was only getting scraps in the 5th floor. The goblins and kobolds were only giving him spare change. He decided to push himself and go down into the 7th floor. There was a slight change in difficulty. Belle moved as the killer ants blocked his path. Each one was as large as he was. Their skin was as hard as stone, and if they weren't dealt with quickly then they would call for backup. Killer ants lived in farms. While they might be a few here, this floor was crawling with hundreds of them within its walls. They were still no match for him and his blade of mercy. The trick weapon carved through their hardened skin with no resistance. He swung it around as a short sword as he pressed forward. Every swing had killed at least one of them. Sometimes he could gather them together and kill 2 at a time. While he wanted to test how durable the hunter's cloak was, his instincts and habits told him otherwise. He kept on his feet and constantly moved. He never stayed in the same place longer than a breath. He never allowed himself to get surrounded. He dominated the battlefield by controlling where his enemy would move. He found the 7th floor to be easy. It was almost disappointing. Mr. Belle. Behind. He was already moving before Lily called out to him. He had heard the low rumble of tunneling within the walls of the dungeon before she did. He leapt forward with the blade of mercy pointed directly ahead. A killer ant popped out of the wall. It didn't get the chance to slip out before Belle cut off its head. Its body hung up there. He remembered when he would be panicking, flopping around everywhere, and running away after realizing he was gravely outnumbered. Now he only thought about how to use their numbers against them. He was using tactics to manipulate them to herd together and pick them off carefully. The dream had only been one night. He shouldn't have been this much different since the Minotaur attack. But, in fairness, it ruled under dream time. He could have been there for a few short hours, or a couple days, or maybe a full year for all he knew. Mr. Belle sure is amazing, said Lily as she went straight to work. She pulled out a special knife used to get under their armor to extract the magic stone. Lily has only seen strong adventurers move like that. Are you sure you're a newbie? Her question caught him flat-foot. Yharnam had their own unique brand of dungeons. He shuddered at the memory of them. But he also found how their foundations weren't all that different than the dungeon within Oreo. He wasn't sure how to answer her, and instead chose to ignore the question. He watched her work. She was a lot faster than him. She was able to peel back their hide and pull out the magic stone at their core in a matter of seconds. He would have been struggling for a couple of frustrating minutes. Lily has also never seen a weapon like that, she said while staring at the blade of mercy. What is it? It looks unique. He flicked his arm downwards. The blood splattered against the wall. Not a single drop stained the ashen metal. It was a gift from a friend, he chose to say. There's really no weapon like it. Lily said nothing as she worked. She was able to extract another stone while keeping her eyes locked on the blade of mercy. Mr. Belle, she stood and pointed towards the killer ant lodged in the wall. She flipped her carving knife to hand it to him. Lily can't reach that one. Can you? Sure, he said with a friendly smile. She nearly yelped when his arm blurred. He stuck the blade into the carcass of the ant from underneath and pulled it out of the wall. It fell to the floor with a thud. He flicked the weapon clean again, tucked it underneath his cloak, and scratched the back of his head. Sorry, Lily, but you're better at this than me. She withheld her groan of frustration. But, honestly, what was she thinking? She couldn't just take that weapon and think he wouldn't notice. He would notice instantly the shift in weight if she tried to take it while he was distracted. Don't worry, Mr. Belle, she said as she went to work. This part is Lily's job. You just need to worry about the monsters. You know, Lily, you can just call me Belle. She shook her head. Mr. Belle can call Lily whatever he likes, but Lily will keep an air of professionalism. After all, Lily is just a supporter and Mr. Belle is the adventurer. He wanted to say something, but then his stomach growled. He instead lowered his head in embarrassment. Why don't we have lunch? He suggested. When she was done, they relocated to a wide area for them to sit together and have lunch. Lily had a sweet bun while Belle had a packaged meal. It looked like something his sweetheart had packed carefully for, or his mother. Ah, here, Lily, he said as he pulled out one of the sandwiches. You can have one of these. She eyed him. Mr. Belle, are you sure? That looks like someone went through a lot of effort to make. Lily doesn't want to be some sort of homewrecker. I have no idea what you're talking about, he said while leaning forward to hand her the sandwich anyways. Just take it. You can't just eat bread. Look, this has meat and cheese in it. There's some fruit in here too if you like. I have plenty to share. Lily thought he was just naive. She didn't think he was also thick. If Mr. Belle insists, she said and took him up on his offer. He tried to strike up a conversation with her. He tried to get to know her. She gave him blunt remarks and vague answers. She didn't want there to be a connection between them. She didn't want to get attached to this foolish boy. All she wanted was to find her chance to take that expensive-looking weapon and sell it. She had heard him talking to that elf girl about them. He thought he was being quiet enough. Maybe he had fooled that other maid, but Lily's ears were sharp. She had heard his entire conversation around the corner of another side street. Maybe then she would be able to clear her debts. Now, if only she could get him to stop talking. 000. Belle slammed 2 pouches full of Val on the bench. He and Lily had just returned from the exchange department of the guild after a full day down in the dungeon. Both were silent for a moment as they stared at the pouches. Finally, the excitement came rushing in on them. T30,000 Val? Belle shouted with disbelief. That's amazing, Mr. Belle. Lily agreed with a few feverish nods. She was eyeing the coins hungrily. It's because Mr. Belle is a strong adventurer. Usually a group of 5 make this much in a day. You were able to do it by yourself? 30,000 Val. He still couldn't believe it. He had been able to make that much collectively since the start of his career as an adventurer. He'd have been lucky if he managed to make 1,000 in a day. He'd have considered it his golden week if he had made 5,000. But after his experience from the hunter's dream, the monsters in the earliest floors of the dungeon were cakewalk. There was no contest. He plowed through all of them like a real predator. Now, Mr. Belle, Lily began in a professional, if not wary tone. There's just the matter of splitting the earnings. Oh yeah, sure, he said while picking up one of the pouches. He placed it in her hands. Here you go. She stared at him with her jaw slack. W-wa? And Mr. Belle, aren't you going to try to take all of it for yourself? No, not really. I was just thinking I wouldn't have been able to make this much without you. I'd waste too much time gathering the magic stones. And my backpack only lets me carry so much before I have to go up to the guild and exchange them. I'd be lucky if I had gotten 1/10 of what we got normally. She was flabbergasted by him and his generosity. She pitied him somewhat. Only fools were this nice. People probably walked all over him. If that's what Mr. Belle says, she said while placing the pouch in her large bag. Hey, Lily, are you free by any chance? He asked suddenly. I had some dinner arrangements. Would you like to tag along? We can celebrate our earnings together. She wanted to decline. He was too nice for his own good. But this might be an opportune chance to get close to him and take his weapon while he was distracted. Maybe if they go someplace with a lot of cute girls and some alcohol, she could swipe them easily. And she'd never have to see him again. Sure, she said cheerily. 000. You want to do what? Scoffed Gareth. You heard me. Loki leaned against the table of the meeting room. A war game. We heard that part, Finn said with a careful smile. I think what we're all asking is, for what reason? And against Hestia Familia? I know you don't get along, but don't you think this is going too far, Lady Loki? Because something ain't right about her child, Loki pressed with a sneer. He's cheating somehow. He got lucky against the Minotaur after Azu wounded it. But it's more than a coinkydink if he matched against that kinky. Finn blinked at that. His eyes narrowed a fragment. Az was already hurt, Tioni offered with a shrug. She would have mopped the floor with her if she was at full strength. The only reason why they beat us the first time was because they caught us while we were camping on the 50th floor. And didn't you say his weapon shattered after a few blows? He can't be that strong if he has weak gear. We're talking about the rabbit that ran away from the Minotaur? Bet scoffed. Tomato boy? The hell is this about him facing against that crazy broad? He protected me, Az said flatly. It hurt her pride to say such a thing, but they continued to belittle his triumphs. He distracted Maria before she could hurt me further. If he wasn't there. Az, I think you need to get your head checked, Bet cut her off. That kinky hurt you more than you realized. She was able to match you back in the dungeon. What makes you think some newbie could stand up against her? She didn't respond. She could only glare at him as words failed to form to argue for the boy's sake. Lady Maria? I thought it was her. Heads turned towards their captain as he muttered to himself. Finn's head was downcast as he was deep in thought. Oi, Finn, Loki barked. You know the kinky or something? Only by reputation, he answered firmly. He had hoped it was enough to satisfy them, but they were all hungry for information at this point. He had to give them something. She's not from around here. She belongs to a group of monster hunters. And among their ranks, she's one of the best. Not from around here? Questioned Tiona. But Orio is practically the center of the world. Only the strongest of adventurers are found here. Everyone else out there can't break past the 3rd level. Finn could only shrug and offer an apologetic smile. I've heard of brigands uniting for similar cases, Gareth offered. Up north where it's cold, there are a few clans that have disputes over who can slay the bigger monster. Never underestimate the rest of the world, Finn offered with his smile frozen in place. These people have killed the worst monsters imaginable. I believe they could have killed the Leviathan and Behemoth if they had been available during their prime. If they are here, then it means they found a prey that can match their strength, especially if all of them have gathered rather than just one of them. Do they aim to kill the one-eyed dragon? Her eyes narrowed. Her immaculate expression broke as animosity and vengeance sang throughout all of her being. Everyone in the room felt it. Finn lowered his head as he too had to look away. Perhaps, he offered in a careful tone. His response only made A's eyes sharpen. Loki opened the slit of her eyes just a fraction. Her orange orbs glared hard at Finn. You know something, don't you? You knew all along what we're up against. I recognized them but didn't want to believe it, Finn admitted. They're not supposed to be here. Last I heard, they were all wiped out by one of their own. What kind of idiot doesn't finish the job? The room became quiet as their normally calm captain spoke in such a sharp tongue. That name, Ace said. She looked at her captain. What was his name? Finn looked at her with a slight tilt of his head and a raised brow. The Good Hunter? That was what everyone called him, from what I've heard, anyways. I believe his name was Belle Crannel? Her eyes widened slightly. She fell back in her chair with her head lowering in thought. She curled a finger underneath her chin. Finn watched her closely. That's the name of the boy, isn't it? He asked Loki. Belle Crannel? The one who was able to match against Lady Maria? That's the name she called him by. Loki waved a hand as though she smelled something foul. But come on. Prolwy found it in some book or the tabloid or something. Lady Loki, Finn spoke in a firm voice befitting his status as team captain. I've sworn an oath to serve you and this team. But I cannot condone this war game. I will not participate in it if you wish to initiate it. If this is the person I believe it is, the one who killed Lady Maria before, I think it would be a tremendous mistake to make him our enemy. Huh? Loki let her mouth hang open. The hell you saying, Finn? You can't be scared just 'cause of some wannabe pretending he's his fave hero or whatever. I second Finn's decision, Reveria spoke up. She had observed the argument and decided it was better now to say her piece before things collapsed. Regardless of his reasons, I believe this would cripple our reputation, Lady Loki. We are a top familia. We can't challenge a fresh team out of some petty grudge. Petty? Loki spat. Honestly, this feels kinda like bullying, Tiona said next. It's a familia of one. We have more than 200 members. Even if it's just here today against him, it's still unfair. Tiona shared a wink with A's. A's eyes twinkled as she gave her teammate a small nudge of a nod. What are we doing this for again? Gareth growled. 'Cause some new kid rescued A's? We should be congratulating him instead. Hey, A's, why don't you give the lad a kiss or something? I'm sure he'd love that. A's tilted her head towards the ceiling as she thought about it. She did need to approach him anyways to learn more about him. Maybe she could use that to her advantage? But it would be her first kiss. The one with Tiona doesn't count. Maybe she could kiss him on the cheek? It was something to consider. There's nothing to consider. Loki roared out as though she were reading A's thoughts. That ain't happening. You hear me? Don't say stupid things like that, Gareth. The dwarf snorted as he grumbled something under his breath. Regardless, Riveria spoke up once again. We don't have probable cause to declare a war game against Goddess Hestia. Then why the hell did you suggest it? Loki barked at her. To calm you down so you would stop trying to kill him, if not momentarily. You know she's not going to give up now that the idea is there, Tioni said. Her sister nodded. Yeah. You know I can hear you too. We know, they said together. I'll do it, Bet said aloud. Doesn't need to be a war game. I think a private duel should do the trick. The little punk needs to respect his seniors anyways. You're just saying that because Ace chose him over you, cackled Tiona with one hand covering her mouth to hide her snickering. Get off with that. He barked after slamming a fist onto the table. It ain't even about that. Oi, Finn. This Crannel guy you're talking about. He really beat those guys down in the dungeon before? Yes, Finn said while keeping a careful eye on Bet. Then that kid doesn't do him justice, Bet crossed his arms. If you want to carry such a badass name, you gotta have the power to back it up. You gotta earn those kinds of things. Don't try to find justification for bullying, Riveria said. Actually, Finn began as he thought for a moment. That might be fine. They all looked at him. He went on, why not just challenge him to a private duel? That way we can find out for sure if he really is a newbie or on par with Lady Maria. Lady Loki, if Bet wins you can be satisfied with this, can't you? We would have to compensate his familia. Loki slouched in her seat as she crossed her arms. She pouted but said, yeah, I suppose that's dandy. Bet, you better make sure you bring him to the edge of death. Please try to not get carried away, Finn said to Bet. The wolf person sniffed at that. Is that fine with you, Ace? Finn asked with his usual friendly smile. You're not upset about any of this, are you? She shook her head slowly. No, this will do. I am curious about him myself. I want to see what he is capable of. And I am confident he would win. Like hell he will. Bet barked. Seriously, Ace, you've been all over that boy since the Minotaur incident. Just what do you see in him? She thought about it for a moment. She had a myriad of answers, but none of which she was willing to share. And though she might be willing to let go, she couldn't find the right words to express them. I am curious, was all she could say. And it was the furthest what she wanted to say. But, alas, she was never one for words. Then the last thing we would need is to issue the challenge in the first place, and to have Mr. Crannel agree to it, Finn went on. If it's all right with all of you, I think it would be best if I go to represent our team. I will declare the challenge in the name of sport rather than insult. He might be willing to come along if he believes it is a learning experience. Why you? Bet asked. Because I'm team captain, Finn answered simply. And I also believe he would be scared off by you, Lady Loki and Ace. A friendly face might keep him in place just long enough. The three named frowned at that for different reasons. Ace was practically pouting. She did nothing wrong against the boy. She didn't know why he ran away from her during the Minotaur incident. I think this emergency team meeting is concluded, Finn said after looking around the table. No one was objecting with his words. That's all then. Everyone's dismissed. 000. Plate after plate after plate was slammed down right in front of Belle. I didn't order this, he said in a weak voice. Oh, Belle, you're so funny. Seer laughed with a twisted smile. She smiled, but he could feel the bloodlust radiating off of her. A growing boy like you needs to eat more. You need to bulk up if you're going to be charming other women. Hey, Seer, can I have another ale? One patron called out. Coming, she sang in a benevolent tune, as though she hadn't been spewing fire between her teeth. With that, she went back to her serving duties. He didn't know why she was in such a bad mood. She was spewing sunshine and rainbows as soon as he stepped into the tavern. But as soon as he introduced Lily did all that become a fountain of blood. Seer wasn't the only one being like this. All the other maids were giving him a mean look. Even Mamma Mia was looking at him with disappointment. She went out of her way to look at him, make sure their eyes had met, and shake her head in disapproval. Mr. Belle is incredibly inconsiderate. Even Lily was upset with him. I didn't even do anything. He sobbed as he dug into the plate of deep-fried fish. It was the house specialty and one of the most expensive dishes on the menu. He cried as all of today's earnings were being flushed away. What you're saying is only reaffirming Lily's words, she said at his side. Lily said she didn't want to be a homewrecker. So not only did Mr. Belle give Lily a bento made by that girl, you also ignored her invitation. But I'm here, he said between bites. He was slowing down. His stomach felt like it was about to explode. I didn't ignore her. I promised to come and here I am. Lily could only sigh out of sympathy for poor Seer. She had a long road ahead of her. Maybe Mr. Belle should apologize to her? She suggested. Lily thinks she was looking forward to being alone with you. But I thought she would have been happy if I brought a friend, he said after swallowing. You know, supporting the tavern and all that. Mr. Belle does not know the way to a maiden's heart, she said after taking a small sip of her own ale. Only a little bit. She needed to keep her mind focused for the task at hand. And Lily doesn't like imposing like this. Here. Lily will call it a night. She placed a few val on the counter and stood up from her seat. You're leaving already? He asked. She gave him a flat stare. Mr. Belle should enjoy himself with that maid. He can't do that if Lily stays here. Good night, Mr. Belle. I guess. He sighed, dumbfounded. Lily couldn't help but roll her eyes for him to see. Thank you for today, Lily, he said. I wouldn't have been able to get so much without you. Will I be counting on you tomorrow as well? She shook her head. No, I don't think so, Mr. Belle. I don't think we'll ever see each other again. Huh. He nodded with a sad look in his eyes. Well, all right then. Take care. And thanks again. He extended his hand out to her. She glared at it, decided she could finish her charade, and shook his hand. Mr. Belle is a very strange man, she said to him before gathering her things and leaving the tavern. She picked up her large sack by the side of the front entrance where other adventurers' gear was being kept in check. Huddling her cloak close around her body, she headed out the door and started to run up the street. She had done it. That fool had lowered his guard with all the scorn directed at him. What an idiot. A few girls were giving him the stink eye, and he melts like butter. He had placed the sword against the counter because it was too awkward keeping it in its holster as he sat. He hadn't noticed when Lily took it under her cloak, not even when he shook her hand. She walked out with it cradled under one arm. Now all she had to do was get it appraised by her regular, sell it, and get herself a new life. It took no less than 10 minutes for her to weave through the side streets and make her way to the black market shop. It was disguised as a rundown floral shop that went out of business with magic. Only when she entered did it reveal its true colors. Ah, Erda, said the gnome behind the counter. What brings you here tonight? Mister. She was practically bouncing on her feet. Look what Lily has brought for you today. It's a super amazing weapon that cut through killer ants like nothing. I've seen a lot of weapons that can do that, he said while fixing his cap. All right, let's see what you... What? His tone made her blood freeze. She had pulled out Belle's sword from her robe and wasn't even done placing it on the counter when she felt something go wrong. The gnome was looking at the weapon in absolute horror. All the color in his face had drained away as his eyes widened as large as saucers. Sweat poured down his brow. His eyes flickered up towards the windows into the back room. He even looked at the shadows of the shop. The blade of mercy. Where did you get this? He asked in a terrified voice. No, never mind that. Get out. Get out of here at once. Get out and never come back. Leave before he comes. Get out. Lily shrieked as the gnome pulled out a sword from under the counter and started swinging wildly at it. She ducked under and began to crawl her way out of the shop. She slammed the door shut just in time to block the sword he had thrown. It would have impaled her if the door wasn't magically reinforced. She held the sword, the blade of mercy, in her arms. She was shaking with fright. That gnome was hardly afraid of anything. He dealt with the underworld on a regular basis. Questionable familiars, rogue adventurers, and mobs were nothing to him. He was just a merchant who traded with stolen goods. He had forced her out of the shop. Though she couldn't tell on this side, she knew the gnome had bolted his door shut and sealed the windows. She could hear his muffled footsteps running around the shop within. Now what? She could try elsewhere. There were a few other shops and merchants she could try to strike a deal with, but they all ran within the same information circle. If this gnome recognized the sword and evicted her, they would likely do the same. She would have to go to the outskirts of town and try someone fresh. Something in the back of her mind told her that wasn't very smart. Dealing with new clients was never favorable. The starting terms were always abusive. But that's not what bothered her. She had a feeling in her gut that she would never be able to sell the sword. No one was going to buy them. They would all recognize it and treat her the same way the gnome had. There was something wrong about this weapon. She could almost feel it as it rested in her arms. Eventually, she began to move. She still huddled the sword in her arms as she moved out of the side street and onto the main road. Belle zipped right past her in a maddened frenzy. His head whipped around. Their eyes met, and he kept running forward out of sheer momentum. He slammed his heels onto the ground, tripped, and stumbled around. "Lily!" he shouted as soon as he stopped. "And Mr. Belle?" She froze. She had been caught. If she had sold the blade by now, she could have feigned ignorance. Instead, she was caught with him in her arms. This isn't what it looks like." Lily was just. "I'm glad I caught up to you," he said while panting on the floor. He put a hand on his chest and took a few breaths of relief. "You must have picked those up by mistake. Did I put them by your bag on accident?" "I must have. I thought they were with me until you said something about it." She blinked with heavy disbelief. "Mr. Belle, you don't think Lily stole this?" She found herself asking. "What? No." He blurted out as though he had insulted her. "I never would have thought that. I'm sure it was just an accident. You helped me out so much today, so I would never suspect you of something like that." She just stared at him for a long moment. "Mr. Belle, you're too nice for your own good." She said it as an insult. He took it as a compliment. "That's what the goddess always says," he said as he stood and approached her. She had no choice but to hand the sword back. He placed it within the holster on the inside of his coat. "Thanks a lot, Lily. I don't know what I would have done if I lost them." "Them?" she asked. "Mr. Belle, what exactly is that weapon?" "It's called the Blade of Mercy," he answered with another one of his too cheerful smiles. "It was a gift from a very important friend of mine. It means the world to me." It didn't answer her question. "Sorry to hold you up like this, Lily," he said, his smile shifting to something apologetic. "I better get back to the tavern before Mamma Mia thinks I dined and dashed again. Have a good night." "Yes, you too," she said. She almost considered renewing their contract. But it would be best to cut off all ties with Belle. It would be too dangerous to be seen with him. Rather, to be seen with that sword. Who knows what trouble she would get into if someone unsavory recognized the weapon. She wondered if Belle knew about the sword any more than she did. No, she realized. He more than likely didn't. Belle was just as thick in the head as he was nice. And that's what's going to get him killed. Lily thought she made the wise decision in staying out of his life. 000. She had hoped she could have made her way to her secret safe house. But fate was never kind to her. Fate had been cruel to her. Fate did more than not care about her. The celestial entity had gone out of its way to make Lily's life a living hell. The regular group of adventurers belonging to her familia had been waiting for her. They knew she frequented this area and caught her by surprise. They surrounded her, pinned her to the ground, and took her things. "Well, well," said their leader. He was an animal person with raccoon features. He shook the bag of Val Belle had given her today. "Look, boys. We made a jackpot tonight. Thank you very much, Lily. You've done us a kind service bringing what you owe." The group cackled. It took every ounce of her willpower to not scowl at them. If they took any suggestion she was angry at them, then they would punish her. They would only beat them, but lately she was afraid they were growing bored of that. She was afraid they would do something more to her body. "Lily was going to find you," she said while still on the floor. She didn't dare to move. Their leader frowned at her. "I'm sure you were. With just half of this treasure, I bet. This way we won't have to bother you for a while. Aren't you glad?" He pressed his foot against the side of her head. Pressure threatened to crush her skull. Yet, all she could do was grit her teeth and bear through the pain. "Now nobody will bother you, like usual," he said. "We give you a home and everything, Lily. What do you say?" She swallowed her pride and anger as she spoke through a cheery tone for their sake. "Lily is very grateful for adventurers. Lily is so happy to be friends with them." "That's right," he said. And then he kicked her across the face. She saw white for a moment as her body flew back. She hadn't been on level ground. She fell halfway through a road staircase before slamming down and bouncing on its steps. She rolled with it, tucking her arms in and making sure she didn't land against the terrain, else crack open her head or land crooked. It only lasted a few seconds, but it felt like hours until she finally rolled onto the bottom floor. The adventurers above laughed and joked at her. Their laughter could be heard throughout the night until they were gone. Lily remained on the floor with one arm over her eyes. She refused to cry. She lacked the ability to cry. This wasn't the first time they had done something like this. It wasn't even the 10th time. And it wasn't going to be the last time. She refused to cry because she swallowed all of her hate to store it for later. She despised them. She wanted to break ties from her familia, but only if she could get the Val to buy her way out. If she paid off all her debts, then who was she kidding? She was insurance to them. She was a comfortable means of getting money. They weren't going to let someone like her go free. What disgusting vermin those pigs are. She nearly shot up. She didn't know anyone else was around. She didn't hear them approach until one of them spoke. There were two of them. One was dressed in a long black cloak with a wide-brimmed hat and a scarf. He was a middle-aged man with graying hair and bandages over his eyes. The other was a man dressed in a faded yellow jacket of similar fashion to Belle's. He had a high collar, a tri-horned hat, and leather garments. The only thing visible about him were his eyes. He kept to the wall with his arms crossed. The man in black extended his hand for Lily. She didn't take it. She was cautious as she got to her feet and took a few steps back. The man didn't seem insulted. He shook his head instead as he pulled his hand back. When he spoke, she saw the flash of sharpened teeth. They resembled the teeth found on a dog or wolf person. Beasts, the lot of them. I'd kill them now if I could. Perhaps then would you be free from their abuse? Who are you? She asked as she slowly stepped back. She only asked to stall time. She didn't know them, and her instincts were telling her they were extremely dangerous. They might be higher-tier adventurers with the amount of bloodlust radiating off of them. She needed to get out of here. We saw you earlier today, said the man in yellow. And last night, for that matter. We know who you are, Lilaluka Erda of Soma Familia. His answer made her freeze. They knew who she was. So even if she ran, they would find a way to find her. Now, said the man in black to his partner. There's no need for any of that. This is a lady in trouble. I am obligated to ease her suffering. Priests, sneered the man half-heartedly. He rolled his shoulders without releasing his arms around his chest. Have it your way. Just get on with it. I am sorry for startling you, little missy, the black one said as he tipped his hat slightly. The name's Gascoigne. That there is Hendrik. We happen to be friends of the good hunter you were escorting today. We have a favor to ask of you. Mr. Belle? She asked. She knew it. It had been wise to sever ties with him. But she wished she had been quicker on it. She wished she hadn't decided to search for him this morning. If only she had last seen him in the alleyway, after cutting off ties with her previous contractor. Now she had gotten herself mixed up with something she had wanted to avoid. The very same, said Gascoigne. You see, we only wish to talk to him. Would you do us the kindness of assisting us? In exchange, we'd like to remove you of your worries. All of them, the yellow one, Hendrik said. He reached into his coat for something before tossing it at Lily's feet. To call it a magic stone did it no justice. It was a magic rock. It was a chunk of purple stone that shimmered with power under the moonlight. It was almost as large as her head. Something this size would take a raid team of level 3, no, level 4 adventurers. Half now, Hendrik said as he flashed another magic rock from the inside of his pocket. The other half afterwards. And we'll make sure those from your familia never bother you again. Lily was lost for words. She stared at the rock at her feet. If she went directly to the guild, she could get 1 million, maybe 2, Val by trading it in. With her connections in the underground, she could possibly get more out of it. And they were offering to give her another one. What can Lily do to help? She asked. Chapter 8. Mr. Belle. Lily was thinking we go down to the 10th floor today. I was thinking the same thing. But I don't know anything about the floor. Do you think we should investigate before jumping in? Lily has been down there before. Lily will escort you. Ah, thank you, Lily. I wouldn't know what I would do without you. He didn't stop to question why he was with her today. He was sure she told him they wouldn't meet up again. But here she was. And they were going down into the dungeon together with such familiarity of each other's presence, it was as though they have done it hundreds of times. In the next instance, they had reached the 10th floor of the dungeon. He couldn't remember going through the previous floors or hunting any monsters. The back of his mind assured him there were a few scuffled on their way, and there was nothing for him to worry about. The dungeon floor opened into a vast area. It more resembled a dried-up canyon with cliffs, ravines, forests of dead trees, and valleys for as far as he could see. There were no winding corridors or a straight path to the next floor this time. He would have to venture around until he found where he needed to go, or buy a map the next time he was topside. Mr. Belle, Lily went to the edge of the cliff and pointed at something down below. Look, there's something shiny down there. Lily thinks it might be treasure. Treasure? He jumped in place with excitement as he dashed to her side. He leaned over to peer over the cliff, squinting his eyes to try to see the bottom. Lily, are you sure there's something? He felt the bottom of her boot kick his knees in. He fell forward, trying to twist his body to reach for the edge of the cliff. But his hand slipped as his fingers grazed the edge. He went tumbling down, hitting the uneven slope of the cliff and slamming onto a few dead trees that were sprouting off its side. The straight fall would have killed him if he didn't bounce around on his way down. Still, the impact at the bottom floor knocked the wind out of him and made his vision blur. He heard laughter from above. But it wasn't the sound of Lily's light voice. Her head bucked back with laughter. Her clothes ripped with 8 black appendages appearing out of her back. Her human limbs hung dead as the legs of a spider lifted her body up. Her hair fell off like a wig. And she continued to laugh down at him as she clung to the wall of the cliff. Don't dally, you lucky scamp, said not Lily, but Patches the spider. The gift of the godhead Cometh. Beasts and kin started to surround Belle. They came from the dark corners of the ravine, from the cracks of the ground and descending down the wall like patches. Belle was trapped. He reached into his coat for the blade of mercy, but instead he found something abnormally squishy. It was the lunch Seer had made him this morning. They were a pair of steamed meat buns. So, if his lunch was where his weapon was supposed to be, where did he misplace the blade of mercy? Eileen was going to kill him, and it was from that thought did he wake up from his dream. Belle wasn't in the dungeon down in the 10th floor. He was lying flat on the couch in the secret room of the church. The pillow and blanket had been tossed off at some point. It was all just a really bad dream, he realized. It explained why he met up with Lily without an explanation and why he was able to get through the dungeon so quickly. Dream physics, that's all it was. And look, the blade of mercy was resting against his gear in the corner of the room. Eileen wasn't going to have his head after all. He was safe. So why did it feel like he was still holding onto the lunch Seer gave him? His hand was cupped around something just like a meat bun. It was as soft as a pillow with a smooth, elastic texture to it. It was also large enough for his whole hand to sink into it. If Seer had made him something like this, he wasn't sure if he could finish it all. He looked down at what he was grasping. All the blood drained away from his face. Once again, the goddess Hestia had climbed onto the sofa and slept with him. She had her back to him while she curled herself up against his side. Her face was a little red while she was mumbling something in her sleep. She had a wide smile with a bit of drool slipping through her lips. In his dream, he had reached for his weapon. In actuality, he had slipped his hand around his goddess' arms, through the nape of her nightgown, and inserted his hand within. His hand was squeezing her left boob from under the material. His hand squeezed a few more times before his mind caught up with what he was doing. All the blood that had drained away rushed back to his head fast enough to make the room spin. He was groping his goddess while she slept. It was like a dream come true. He had always wanted to do this, but his 14-year-old libido didn't know how to handle this amount of excitement. There was some running around in circles and rolling around on the floor, and in the next instant Belle found himself huddled in the corner with the blanket over his head as he muttered apologies to his goddess in earnest. He was on the verge of tears. He had done something so indecent to his goddess while she was defenseless. What will she think of him? Belle, I'm telling you it's fine, she told him for the third time while she patted his back. It made him sob a little harder. Honestly, I wouldn't have minded if you went a little further. Now he was crying because of his goddess mercy. She was forgiving him for his indecency. And now she was going as far as to say she was okay with it. She was too kind. Far too kind. He had done something wrong to her, and she was treating it as nothing. I'm sorry, goddess, he shook under the blanket. You didn't deserve that. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. He heard her sigh. She wrapped her arms around him and pressed herself against his back. He felt her breasts push against him. It sent electricity through his spine as his hand twitched by reaction. The impression was still fresh on his mind. He could still recall how soft it was. It's okay, Belle, she said in a soft voice. I was the one who snuck in with you. It's my fault. Just come out of there, please. He shuddered once more before nodding. He poked his head out of the blanket and turned to face her. They remained on the floor as they exchanged glances. She smiled at him while he couldn't meet her eyes. His face was still burning hot. Goddess. He started slowly. What were you doing there? Was I tossing around again? Not as much as the last few times, she answered. She had a nervous smile as she looked away. She fiddled with her fingers. I just thought, maybe you wouldn't have any nightmares if I joined you instead of waiting? Yeah, that's it. You seem to have slept much better, Belle. But you also seem to have another bad dream. She frowned at that. It made his heart sway seeing his goddess be so distressed over him. And not really, he answered. I, was just having a dream about the dungeon. I forgot my weapon and was surrounded by monsters. I was afraid Eileen would be mad at me for forgetting them. It was mostly the truth. He dreamed about Lily betraying him, or rather, she being Patches all along. But what really woke him in fright was the potential of Eileen being furious with him. His goddess eyed him for a moment before deciding he was being truthful. Or, she couldn't find anything to argue against him. Instead, her attention made its way to his pile of equipment. Her eyes fell upon the blade of mercy. Belle, I know you told me that was a spare, but... She struggled to find the right way to explain her worries. Are you sure it's safe to lug those around everywhere? What if another familia sees you with them? Someone who has something against the crow? He had an answer for that. He opened his mouth to answer. But something cold made him realize how callous the answer was. Instead, he chose to say something else. I think it would be safer to have them with me, he said in a clear voice. His eyes met hers for this instance. Lady Maria is still out there. And I'm worried she'll come after me again. And you, goddess. I need the blade of mercy to protect you. The purpose of the blade was to hunt other hunters. You should let the guild worry about that, she waved it off. There's a bounty on her head. Let some of the stronger and more experienced adventurers worry about her. Belle, I know you're growing really fast, but you're still a newbie. He bowed his head at that. He should just tell her about the hunter's dream. But would she believe him? The event was all just a dream, after all. She might chalk it off as a fantasy. She believed his recent growth in power had come from the dungeon. I don't understand how you know about the crow, Belle, his goddess said suddenly. I don't know how you made friends with such a dangerous person, but that weapon means a lot to you, doesn't it? She didn't approve of his selfishness. She was worried about him, and it resonated through her voice. She wanted to understand everything about him and was on the verge of strangling him to find out. But she was also holding herself back for his sake. She gave them to me, he answered. I can't just throw them away or stow them. She gave them to me with the intention of me using them. Hestia was quiet for a while. She crossed her arms while biting on her lower lip, her brows scrunched with thought. She looked irritated at him when next she spoke. Belle, you must never show that weapon in public. Keep it under that jacket at all times. We have the money, so go buy a spare weapon before going into the dungeon. Use those only. Only use the blade of mercy in the case of an emergency. Do you understand? Do not let anybody see you use that weapon. I mean it. He blinked at that. See, can I really? He asked while leaning forward. You mean I can keep them? She glared at him while poking at his chest. I mean it, Belle. I'm not entirely okay with this. But if you're so serious about keeping that weapon, then you need to be responsible with them. Plus, I'm not sure whether to be more afraid of another familia or the crow herself. I believe in you, Belle. I know you'll be able to take care of yourself. Just, please listen to me about this. He nodded vigorously. Yes, goddess. I'll take very good care to listen to your advice. Thank you very much. She leaned away from him and let out a weary sigh. It was a shame, though. Someone had already seen him use the weapon before. Lily, his temporary supporter for the one day, had seen them. He had determined from her reaction last night she didn't recognize them. But she had tried to steal them when he wasn't looking. Mr. Belle, you don't think Lily stole this? He knew but didn't have the heart to accuse her of it. Less than 2 months ago in the waking world, he was nothing more than a naive farmer trying to become an adventurer. He spent some time in Ororio getting swindled left and right as many took advantage of him. Like Seer. But, his time in the hunter's dream changed him immensely. Beasts weren't the only things he had to worry about. He had to worry about his fellow hunters. Some went crazy during the hunt. Others pretended to be his friends all along until they stabbed him in the back, or kicked him off a cliff and into a poisonous river. Perhaps that was why he had a dream of Patches impersonating Lily. Belle was always aware Lily had some sort of hidden agenda, but couldn't determine what it was. He did believe in her, though. He watched her from a distance while they worked together. She didn't betray him until he lowered his guard and she took the blade of mercy. Still, he couldn't fully blame her for it. He blamed himself more so. She wasn't like Patches, least not entirely. She didn't betray him with the intention of his body slowly decaying by acid. No one was hurt. It was why he chose to let her go rather than try to make her answer for it. You should go now before it gets any later, Hestia told him. Stop by the guild and lease a weapon until we get you something better. I do need to speak with Aina anyways. He muttered. Her eyes flashed as her glare intensified. It felt like staring into the eyes of a kin. I need to see if there are any supporters available. He threw out reason as though it were an excuse. He didn't know why the look she gave him made him break into a cold sweat. Just that? She asked with her eyes narrowing. And nothing else? Nothing that needs to be talked about, was all he could say. He was afraid of her reaction and chose to respond in a neutral tone. Then I have nothing to worry about. She perked up instantly. She lifted her chin and puffed out her chest while her hands rested on her hips. She even laughed to herself. Go and take care of business then. I'm going to be spending today looking for a new love nest for the two of us. A love nest? He laughed quietly, taking it as a joke. He wished his goddess wouldn't tease him about stuff like this. He knew it was just the two of them, but he sometimes wished she wouldn't use terms like that. It hurt his pride as a man. The first few jokes made him blush and become excited. That someone like the goddess Hestia tickled his fantasies. Now, they made him sulk. He wished he could have called this place their love nest. But they were goddess and adventurer. The furthest he'd be able to get with her was the accidental boob action like a few minutes ago. But he still hoped that, one day, he could get just a little closer to his goddess. And, just maybe, these fantasies could become a reality. He hoped and dreamed for that day to come. Then, I'm going to get ready and be off soon, he announced as he stood. 000. Good morning, Seer. He greeted the ashen-haired girl this morning as well. Good morning, Belle, she greeted back with a smile full of sunshine. It didn't hold any malice from last night. Did that mean she forgave him? He couldn't tell with her. I've been waiting for you. Another full day in the dungeon? She had been waiting for him. She pulled the wrapped box from the porch railing and handed it to him. Thank you, he said while putting the lunch away in his bag. I'll probably be staying in the upper floors again. My hand's feeling better, but I want to make sure. I also need to get a spare weapon from the guild before I do anything serious. She raised a brow at that, looked around in search for something, and then waved at him to approach her. He did, blushing at how close they were. She put a hand up towards her lips as she whispered to him. You didn't lose your sword again, did you? Liu was going to be upset with you if you did. She was mad last night when that prum stole them under your nose. She wouldn't stop telling us how irresponsible you were. His smile froze on his face. He really hoped you didn't run off to tell Eileen that. He ran out of the tavern last night and got his blade back. There wasn't any reason to tell Eileen. Right. And no, he told her softly in a shaky voice. I still have them, but I just figured it would be nice to have a spare for, just in case. She nodded at that reply. That's what I've heard from other adventurers. I've heard them mention about having backups just in case something breaks, or if a certain type of weapon doesn't work on a specific monster. Look at you, Belle. You're really starting to become a real adventurer. He wasn't sure whether to take it as a compliment or an insult. He was a real adventurer. A newbie, sure, but come on. They both felt the stare of Mamma Mia from within the benevolent mistress. The tavern keep welcomed Belle and allowed Seer to converse with him while she was on duty, but they were pressing her by extending their conversation this long. I should get back to work, Seer stated with a much more calm appearance than he was. He was practically shaking in his boots. We still need to take the tables to the front for the cafe shift. Good luck today, Belle. Oh, and I love the coat. You look dashing. Her cheeks were red as she said this. He hardly noticed. Her compliment had made his own face redden as he looked away abashed. They waved each other off, and he went back to his morning jog towards the dungeon. He promised himself to return afterwards to hand her back the lunchbox within, and to only talk a little bit. He couldn't afford to support the benevolent mistress on a daily basis, no matter how much money he and his goddess had at the moment. He kept running until he was around the corner from the guild. A lot of adventurers were on their way to Babel Tower, but not as many as there had been yesterday morning. The morning rush was starting to die down, yet the guild still looked crowded. He wondered how long he would have to wait before he could get Aina to meet him. Good hunter. He felt someone tug on the back of his coat. It made the blood in his veins freeze. The voice was so soft and so quiet he almost missed it. It also felt distant, like someone talking while daydreaming. He knew this voice. He turned slowly, eyes widened with shock and wariness. The one to have spoken was the doll. She was everything he remembered. Her porcelain skin was unflinching, forever frozen in a tranquil expression of utmost beauty. Her skin was inhumanly pale with paints used to add coloration to her cheeks and eyeshadow. Her hair was a platinum blonde, nearly ashen white, and her eyes were pale colorless orbs. She was dressed in the same attire as when found in the hunter's workshop. She wore the maroon and crimson maiden's dress with fingerless gloves, a bonnet over her head, a long skirt with riding boots, and a shroud over her shoulders. She looked at him with her forever frozen expression. She took a step back, just enough to fold her hands at her front and give a bow from the waist. He found himself bowing in similar fashion, if not to simply be polite. But his mind was racing. How could she be here? She could only exist in the dream. She wasn't real. She wasn't supposed to be real. She was a doll given life through the hunter's dream. He even found her real physical body in Yarnum, as lifeless as it should be like any other inanimate object. Hello, good hunter, she said as soon as she stood straight. I thought I may find you here if I waited long enough. I have something I believe you dropped. She reached into the inside of her shroud and pulled out a sheathed combat knife. She held it out for him to accept with both hands outstretched. As soon as his fingers touched it, he felt the jolt of power course through it. It was familiar. It resonated through him because it was his everything. When his fingers coiled around the hilt, he felt the knife stir as though it had been lulled out of a nap. He felt it acknowledge him and slowly rise out of its slumber. When he pulled the knife out of its sheath, he saw the hundreds of runes transcribed on its edge. But they were not magic runes as they once were. They were Carol runes, written inscriptions of the Great One's eldritch truth. It was the Hestia knife. But the runes lit up red instead of blue, as red as blood. And there was no longer the divine presence of his goddess within the blade. There now existed the dolls. Garin worked hard to repair it, the doll explained in her monotone voice. The little ones worked hard to retrieve what was lost. But not everything could be recovered. We had to replace what could not be retrieved. It may not resemble the weapon you once wielded. It may be something new with how much was used to repair it. We have decided to call it Oedon knife. I know you will give it a home, good hunter. It wasn't the Hestia knife any longer. The runes had been replaced with Carol inscription, and the divine presence had been replaced with the dolls. It might as well be an entirely new weapon altogether. He wasn't sure whether to thank her or be disappointed. The Hestia knife had been a gift of his goddess, given unceremoniously, but out of good intentions nonetheless. The knife had been made for him, and him alone. How are you here? He found himself asking. The doll stepped close to him. He almost shirked away by the sheer inhuman presence she gave away. Rather, she lacked all manner of presence. She didn't have the warmth of another human being, nor the overwhelming magnificence of a god. She lacked what it meant to be alive, and it was this void that made him wary of her. She reached up and placed her hands around his. Good hunter. She spoke softly in the same tone as she did everything else. And, yet, it felt as though something deep within her core shifted when she spoke. Your presence is still as soothing as I remember. I felt it and followed it here into the waking world. This feeling to want to stay near this presence. Would you not say that this is love? Bois. He sputtered as his face heated in a flash. They were getting an assortment of odd looks as adventurers and supporters made their way to either the guild or the dungeon. No one stopped to observe them. Some snickered or cursed at their morning scene as though it were a conversation between a pair of lovers. Some had been able to take note of the doll's inhuman presence as well as the exposed joints on her hands. But, still, no one second-guessed anything and continued on their way. It is it not? The doll tilted her head to mimic the human expression of innocent confusion. Love. To want the good of another? If it is so, then I cannot think to love anyone more than I would you, good hunter. He didn't notice it. Where their hands touched, a faint glow of red pulsed. The Carol runes on the Oedon knife started to come alive as it resonated with the presence of Belle and the doll. The doll was manipulating the blood echoes Belle had accumulated since last they met. LLL love? He blurted out. That's not how it works. That is, Mr. Belle? The doll's expression remained the same. It was physically impossible for her face to move a twitch. Yet, Belle saw something dangerous flash through her eyes. The doll took a step back and regarded the one who interrupted her. Belle and Lily exchanged a look for a moment. Lily, he said with heavy relief. I'm so glad to see you. Lily stared at him a little longer before glancing at the doll. She blinked a few times while taking in the sights of the living mannequin. Her face contorted as she wanted to ask a million questions, but decided to go back to Belle instead. Is Lily interrupting something? Lily was only curious if Mr. Belle had found another supporter by any chance. Is that so? Belle said while scratching his cheek. No, I haven't. I was on my way to the guild to see if my sponsor found anyone. Then will Mr. Belle like to hire Lily again today? She blurted with a beaming smile while clasping her hands together in a pleading gesture. I will be off, said the doll in her simple tone. Farewell, good hunter. May you find your worth in the waking world. Hey, wait a sec. He swiveled his head around as soon as the doll turned to leave. She slipped through the crowds at a slow pace. One adventurer walked around her, cutting off Belle's view of her for just a second. And, in the next instance, she had vanished. Mr. Belle? Who, or what was that? Lily doesn't think she was alive. Is she run by magic stones, or something? Magic stones were the universal power source most of the world used. They were used as currency just as much as Val were. But carrying a rock that weighed an arm and leg was harder than carrying a single gold piece it was worth. In any case, magic stones were used to power the entire city of Orio. So to speak, it wasn't out of the question someone intelligent enough could create an animatronic doll being powered by magic stones. But it was something else to have that doll being able to speak as a living person would. It was one of those things Lily leaned on with heavy skepticism, but would accept it if Belle told her it was true. It was the only logical conclusion she could come up with. Belle read into this. People tended to panic when faced against the unknown or inhumane. Such was the result of the beast scourge. As something like that, he offered. But Lily, what's this about hiring you again? I thought you said we wouldn't see each other again. He could see the amount of questions she had for him. But her eyes perked up at his inquiry and instead jumped into the conversation. Something came up and Lily is a free supporter once again. Lily was hoping Mr. Belle would hire her again. Lily is willing to use the same rates as yesterday without the need of contract. Plus, it will give Mr. Belle more time to find a longer-lasting supporter. So this is still a one-day deal? He asked with his shoulders slouching. Yep, she nodded. This will be the last day for sure. But Lily promises to work her hardest. He didn't say anything for a long while. He tucked the Oedon knife away into the spare holster at his belt before crossing his arms. He thought quietly to himself. Does Mr. Belle not want to work with Lily? She asked with her hands clutching the straps of her enormous bag. Her head bowed down slightly as she stared up at him through her bangs. And no. He shook his head a few times. It's nothing like that. Okay, yeah, sure. Please take good care of me again, Lily. He extended his hand for her. Her smile was almost sad as she took it. Lily promises. 000. Mr. Belle. Lily was thinking we go down to the 10th floor today. I was thinking the same thing. but I don't know anything about the floor. Do you think we should investigate before jumping in? Lily has been down there before. Lily will escort you. Ah, thank you, Lily. I wouldn't know what I would do without. He stopped himself from finishing the sentence. His brows scrunched together. Mr. Belle? Lily looked up at him with her large, childish eyes. Sorry, he said while shifting his own bag on his back. Say, Lily, didn't we have this conversation before? Lily isn't sure what Mr. Belle is talking about, she replied back. This is only our second time together. Lily doesn't remember bringing it up yesterday. I guess it's just me. He more so mumbled to himself as they pressed forward. It took them almost an hour to get from the 7th floor to the 10th. They met a few monsters on the way, all of which Belle took out swiftly and Lily gathered their remains. She even found a few drop items. Lily knew which way to go and directed him to the quickest path to the 10th floor. He stopped in his tracks a few steps after exiting the tunnel leading into the 10th floor. An uneasy feeling swam through his stomach. They were standing on the top of a cliff overlooking a large canyon. The land was dead as far as the eye could see, with petrified trees here and there, ravines that created mazes, and plains of dried land. He could make out the vague figures of monsters in the distance. Mr. Belle, look. Lily was at the edge of the cliff. She was pointing at something down below. Our luck is amazing. Lily sees the floor treasure chest from here. Come take a. Mr. Belle? Slowly, carefully, almost as though he were about to wake up a slumbering dragon, he undid the strap of his bag and brought it around to his front. He pulled back the flap, pulled out Sear's lunch, and gradually undid the knot. Did Mr. Belle not have breakfast? It's a little early for lunch. We should eat later before another adventurer comes and takes the treasure. Lily, he said suddenly, because Sear had packed him 2 pairs of meat buns for lunch. This might sound strange, he said to her in a flat tone, but I might be dreaming. You wouldn't happen to be a spider with a bald head, would you? Lily just stared at him, so completely lost from his question, she couldn't form a single word. It was the look on her face that convinced him of how silly he was being. It was just a joke, he said while packing his lunch back up and putting it back in his bag. See, I had this really bad dream last night where… Never mind. What was that about treasure? He went to stand at her side. However, he made sure to keep her in his peripheral vision. He didn't think Lily would try something like kicking him off the cliff, but it was a feeling from his gut that told him to be wary around her. She was acting differently from yesterday. Something was up, and he couldn't quite put his finger on it. But, there really is a chest down there, he commented. See? She swiveled her head around with eyes sparkling like stars. Lily was telling the truth. We better hurry, Mr. Belle, before another adventurer finds them. The stairs are this way. There was a bellowing roar of thunder and a flash of light from down below. The wind howled in a high-pitched whistle. Time slowed down as he recognized the sound of the foreign artifact. It wasn't a magic spell or weapon. It was something that belonged in the dream. Before he could shout a warning, something heavy crashed onto the side of the cliff a few meters below their feet. Dirt flew up from the impact and the ground shook. Large cracks appeared below their feet as the ground began to fall apart. The side of the cliff was collapsing and bringing them down with it. The impact had created a rock slide. Lily, he shouted as he grabbed her back. She was about to fall in with him. Pure adrenaline drove him as soon as he saw the horrified expression on her face. With all of his strength, he pulled her back. Her and her heavy bag flew back by his strength. But in doing so, he had pulled himself towards the slope of the rock slide. He could have escaped if he leapt away, but he would have sacrificed Lily to do so. So down he went, falling at first with nothing to grab onto, and then rolling down with the dirt and chunks of rock. He had no control over his fall as the dirt moved like a raging river. He could only roll with it while tucking his arms over his head to cushion any impact. He lost count on how many times he struck something hard while coming down. The collision with the ground knocked the wind out of him, and he almost inhaled a cloud of dirt if he wasn't already preparing his next step. He fell faster than the cliff itself. There was still a small hill of dirt and rock coming down on top of him. He quickened forward, using the technique twice without fully thinking. He could only guess which direction he was going as his sense of direction was still lost to him from the constant tumbling. He could only hope to get away from the rock slide and not towards it, or run into something that will have him trip. He made it, narrowly sidestepping a few boulders that would have crushed him if he didn't move fast enough. He couldn't see ahead as the whole ravine was covered in a thick fog of dirt. He could barely breathe and had to use the sleeve of his coat to cover his mouth. He had to get out of here. Just as agile as any other beast, good hunter, snarled a deep voice from the ravine he was trapped under. Quick on his feet, perceptive and sharp with instinct, and stained with so much blood. He heard the crunching of footsteps, but he couldn't tell from which direction. Belle kept running forward, trying to get out of the plume of dirt that was suffocating him. He couldn't even tell if he was running up the ravine or about to run straight into one of its walls. "I had warned you," said the voice. "You would become one of them eventually. But never did I think you'd become the worst. I've never seen a beast quite like you." He broke through the cloud, coughing and gasping for fresh air. He was covered from head to toe with dirt, but he was fine. A little sore from the fall down, but nothing was broken. His bag was a little torn, yet all his gear was still intact. He had also ran straight into the one who took out the cliff. It was a middle-aged man with a wild mane of gray hair. He was dressed in a black priest's cloak with a faded white scarf and a wide-brim hat. Bandages covered his eyes while he had a sneer full of sharpened teeth. He tossed the large cylindrical canister, the church cannon, aside. Its ammo was empty after the first shot. From his cloak he pulled out his weapons. In his right hand was the hunter's axe, a trick weapon that could change the length of the staff from a one-handed axe to a two-handed. And in his left was the hunter's blunderbuss, a firearm that shattered quicksilver bullets into small pellets in a grapeshot volley. He knew this man. Belle froze as yet another hunter he had killed in Yarnum was alive yet again. And this hunter had followed him into Oruro. He should have known there were more of them after seeing Maria. The appearance of the doll today should have cemented it. "Hello, good hunter," the man said with nothing but ferocity in his voice. "Today, Father Gascoigne joins the hunt." Gascoigne let out a beastly howl no human could make on their own as he rushed forward. 000. Lily kept walking forward. She refused to look back. She refused to look down to see if Belle had survived the fall. She couldn't afford to suffer any amount of guilt for what she's done. They said all they wanted to do was talk. She scoffed at that. She knew better and expected them to rough up the boy. Maybe even kill him. But the pay was worth it. She could escape her familia and start a new life outside the city. No one would be able to harass her again. She could live comfortably elsewhere, maybe open up a shop if she wanted. She didn't expect Gascoigne to get her caught up in the trap, however. She was supposed to lure Belle into the ravine where the man would ambush Belle. Henrik would stand guard at the tunnel connecting the 9th and 10th floor to make sure Belle didn't escape. It was a simply enough plan. She didn't expect Belle to save her, though. Really, that boy was too nice for his own good. He wouldn't be in this mess if he got out of the way. Instead, he may have sacrificed himself so she wouldn't fall in with him. It took a bit of effort on her part to swallow the guilt. She could mourn for him after her business was concluded and she was out of the city. She would have all the time in the world for it. However, she couldn't help but look over her shoulder one last time as she treaded forward. Just one last look to calm her nerves before all of this was over. It was because she wasn't looking forward did her toe kick something and she tripped. She almost landed flat on her face if she didn't throw her arms out on reflex. But the oversized bag on her back nearly crushed her. Well, Erda," said the last voice she wanted to hear. "What brings you all the way out here to the 10th floor?" There was a round of chuckles as the raccoon man kicked her side to flip her over. She let out a yelp of pain as she clutched her ribs. She screamed as someone grabbed her hair and hefted her off her feet. Another person pulled the bag out from her arms, and another seized her hands from grabbing any of her weapons. There were 4 of them. They were the usual bunch who harassed her on a weekly basis. They were nothing more than a bunch of drunkards who had gone into a frenzy over the Soma Familia's miracle wine. They had taken a sip, enjoyed it too much, and sought to gather the funds to create more of their god's liquor. By any means necessary. Wait, the 4th adventurer wasn't a part of the group. That was the Muramesa wielder she had cut ties with the other night. What was he doing here? And where was the original 4th member? "I gave you your vow." She spat as one pulled her arms behind her back and bound them together with rope. "You said you would leave me alone." "Yeah, about that." The raccoon person, the leader of this group, squatted down with a sneer of a smile. "We were talking about it last night. You got quite a bit of val yesterday, but you weren't heading straight home. You were heading elsewhere when we found you. Either you were about to spend it, or you have a secret stash elsewhere that we don't know about." Lily glared up at him, refusing to let anything slip. "Lily doesn't know what you're." He brought his hand across her face. "I ain't asking Erda," he said in a low growl. "Hey, those re Lily's things." She shouted as she saw what was happening. They were rummaging through her bag while she was being held down. They were pulling out all of her equipment and items. Some were put aside to be sold later or used for themselves, while others were tossed aside as useless junk. The raccoon man gripped her face and forced her to look at him. "Don't make this any harder than it already is, Erda. Just give us what we want, and we'll be on our way." "Lilaruka, is Good Hunter Cranel where we discussed?" The room became silent as all heads whipped around. Henrik appeared around the corner in his faded yellow garments. He had a narrow cylindrical item in one hand, resting against his shoulder, while he had his hand resting on the grip of his makeshift saw. His eyes were locked on Lily's while he ignored everyone else. "And Mr. Henrik," Lily gasped. A flash of hope surged through her. Lily did her job. "Please help Lily. You promised." "Huh," said one of the nameless members. "Don't think about it, buddy. There are 4 of us and Henrik reached from inside his coat, pulled a smaller cylindrical item of similar make to the one in his offhand, and pointed its end at the man. He pulled the trigger at the grip. There was a loud crack that hurt their ears along with a flash of light. It was a magic item, Lily realized. A very devastating one she had never seen before. The nameless Soma member's head whipped back as the back of his skull blew open. His blood splattered against the wall as his body slid along it until it fell to the floor. Nobody dared to move as Henrik put his weapon back inside the lining of his coat. I remember, he said to Lily. I make do with my promises. From inside his pocket, he pulled the chunk of magic stone and tossed it inches from where she knelt. He made no gesture to save her. He tipped his hat in gratitude for what she's done and began to turn away. Wait. She called out in a weak and shaky voice. Wait. Please, Mr. Henrik. Wait. You promised. You said you'd save me. He stopped, if only to turn his head to peer at her from over his shoulder. I only recall promising to pay you. It was Gascoigne who promised to kill them. Ask him again once the good hunter has been dealt with. Wait. She screamed as she fell forward. She almost crawled to him like a worm. Wait. Come back. Please. Mr. Henrik, please. We're rich boys, cried the leader of the group as he picked up the magic chunk from the floor and raised it over his heads. He cheered as though the death of his comrade hadn't phased through him. The glee of it all only lasted a few short seconds. His greed couldn't be satisfied with something like this. His attention went back to Lily before she could crawl any further away. He put his boot against her back and stopped her from moving any forward. Now, Lily, what other secrets have you been keeping from us? 000. Who are you? I don't know your voice, but I know that smell. Are you a hunter? Yes. He blurted out. Belle approached the dimly lit window. He could smell the incense that burned through all of the Yarnum streets. It would ward off the beasts while the men roamed around for the hunt. It was only by chance he found this particular window. The house it was connected to was barricaded, and the gate leading to the walkway the window viewed was locked. It was only because he fell into the sewers and searched desperately for a way out did he stumble upon this walkway. But now that he was here, where was he supposed to go? What he found here was the voice of a little girl calling from the window. He couldn't see her face as the window was covered by a panel. He could only see the faint silhouette of the girl from within. She gasped as she spoke in a voice full of desperation. Will you please look for my mom and dad? Daddy never came back from the hunt, and she went to find him. Now she's gone too. I'm all alone and scared. How could he say no? He had barely stepped foot in this madness called the hunt. The wrongness of it all was still fresh in his mind. Slaying the cleric beast, the first real beast he had come across, still frazzled him. And here was this girl, all alone. Her mother and father were out there, somewhere. Was the father just as deranged and mad as the civilians of the city? Or was he, a hunter like Eileen or Gascoigne? Of course, he said without a moment's hesitation. Really? The little girl sounded excited and hopeful. Oh, thank you. Actually, how do I find them? He asked. He had nothing to go off of. Do you know where they went, or what they might look like? I could ask if anyone else has seen them. Oh. The girl paused for a second. My mom wears a red brooch. It's so big and beautiful. You won't miss it. He scratched his cheek. Well, it was something to go off of at least. Oh, I mustn't forget, said the girl. If you find my mom, give her this music box. It plays one of Daddy's favorite songs. When Daddy forgets it, we play it for him so he remembers. Mom's so silly for forgetting it. She opened the window just a smidgen to squeeze a music box that could fit in his palm. He only saw the pale hand of the little girl for an instant before shutting the window again. The music box rested on the sill. Sure, he said to her before pocketing the music box. He felt uneasy after hearing their father's condition. Was he starting to lose himself like the other civilians? Was he slowly becoming mad? Would he attack anything that moved, be it man or beast? Belle promised to find them anyways, for the girl's sake. But what he found was nothing but regret. He found his way through the sewers to the back entrance that would lead to the Grand Cathedral. He had to cross through Eden Grave that connected below the Eden Chapel. He found Father Gascoigne, dragging fresh bodies to an altar he made out of a tombstone. One of the bodies was still alive, a man who was whimpering from wounds. Gascoigne dragged him to the altar and chopped him up with his hunter's axe. Beasts, the whole lot of them, Gascoigne muttered. He said this to Belle with his back turned. He had heard Belle enter the graveyard but hadn't faced him just yet. He continued with his work until the man was cut into several different pieces. You'll be one of them soon enough. You'll see. He finished as he lowered his axe to face Belle. Gone was the hunter who had helped him slay the cleric beast. Gone was the man who had introduced Belle to the way of the hunt. Gone was the man who was his first teacher. Gascoigne came at Belle like a beast of the hunt. 000. Belle quickened to the side just as the blunderbuss fired. The spray of quicksilver bullets flew everywhere that tore apart a dead tree had hid behind. If he had tried to dodge, normally a few of the pellets would have torn him apart. He had to use quickening to avoid them. He berated himself for getting this far away from Gascoigne. A firearm was only useful at a distance. Unless the hunter in question was Maria, the Bloody Crow of Cainhurst, or Henrique, or a few others who knew how to fire quick shots at close range. Fortunately, it took time for the blunderbuss to reload. And it was such a powerful weapon to where Gascoigne needed to brace himself for the kick. Belle would have a precious second to either get out of the way or stop the man from firing in the first place. With the shot fired, Belle had a chance to engage in close combat. Gascoigne needed a few seconds to reload the gun before he could prepare another shot. The old hunter knew this. He had tucked the blunderbuss to the holster on his back while he gripped his axe in both hands. With a twist of the secret contraption hidden underneath, the staff extended into a poleaxe. Gascoigne swung his weapon wildly as Belle approached. Belle barely had a chance to duck as he felt the sharp wind brush through his hair. But he kept his momentum going, kicking off the ground with the balls of his feet, digging into the ground and a hand to push himself upright. His other hand reached into his coat for the Oedon knife. Gascoigne brought his axe around just in time to use the staff as a guard. The Oedon knife dug into the steel and would instrument, but didn't break it. The runes along its blade lit up. If he pushed a little harder, he could break through the hunter's axe. But Gascoigne kicked him away before he could. The boot almost knocked the wind out of him hadn't his coat absorbed most of the damage. For a thin piece of leather, it was extremely durable. It was exactly like a hunter's coat should be. Gascoigne swung his axe again, spinning his entire body so to chain his swings together. Belle was forced to duck and leap around as the old hunter moved too fast to leave an opening. There was a sharp whistle coming from behind Gascoigne. A signal. Gascoigne threw one last swing before leaping back and to the side. There was a crack of thunder. Something small zipped past Gascoigne, narrowly missing him by less than a selch. It almost bit into his cloak. A quicksilver bullet slammed directly into Belle's chest. His hunter coat absorbed the damage and kept it from penetrating, but it still felt like he had been slugged by that silverback during monsterphilia. He was knocked back, forced to spin and trot backwards just to stay on his feet. His instinct screamed at him. He only had an instant to bring the Oedon knife up with his hand against the back of the blade. He was so glad the tiny thing was far more durable than the steel hunters use in their trick weapons. It had protected him from Gascoigne's follow-up. The old hunter brought his axe around once more with its edge slamming into Belle's knife. The impact rattled his arms and knocked him off his feet. He was forced to land on his back and roll into a crouching position. "You missed your chance," irked one man from afar. Henrique, yet another old hunter and Gascoigne's partner during the hunt. He was standing in the back with his hunter's safe, a crude hacksaw that could transform into a cleaver. He kept his eyes locked on Belle's position while he reloaded a piercing rifle, one of the few firearms hunters used for long distance and to pierce through multiple beasts simultaneously. And Belle's coat had saved him. It had taken the full brunt of such a powerful weapon. "You missed yours," sneered Gascoigne. He shrunk the axe and grabbed his blunderbuss. He began to reload it. No matter. Wouldn't be any fun if the rabbit was killed this easily. "Why?" Belle questioned as he slowly rose to his feet. "Why are you doing this? You almost got Lily hurt. She had nothing to do with this." "Lilyruka?" Henrique said as he readied his rifle. "She's the one who sold you out, good hunter. You wouldn't be away from any other adventurer who might interfere without her." Belle's grip on the Oedon knife tightened. Gascoigne gave a bitter laugh. "Why? Do you not remember the hunt?" Belle looked at him, eyes full of pleading. "Father Gascoigne, you were the one who helped me against the cleric beast. You told me what it meant to be a hunter. Is it because I killed you? You attacked me. You became a beast. Is this all about revenge?" Gascoigne stared at him behind his bandaged eyes. The smile was gone, replaced by a beastly sneer of canines. "Revenge? No, nothing like that, good hunter. A hunter should fight beasts and beasts alone. Yet your hands are stained with the blood of the innocent." Belle took a step back, flinching as a memory he didn't want to remember came to the surface of his mind. "Yes, that one," Gascoigne snarled. "You remember. I am here to punish you for your sins, good hunter. For the death of my children." Gascoigne let out another savage roar as he rushed for Belle. Henrique knelt down and fired a shot. Belle was forced to dodge, leaving him open for Gascoigne's first strike. 000. He cried. He puked, and then he cried some more. Gascoigne had transformed into a beast in the middle of their fight. Belle had no choice but to kill him. But, though the man had become a wolfish demon maddened by bloodlust, he was still a man. And then he cried some more after what he had found in the graveyard. The little girl had been right. There was no way he could mistake the mother after seeing her brooch. It was bright, as red as blood, and very beautiful. Its gem matched the color of the fresh wound through her jugular. The wound didn't belong to beast claws. They were too sharp and too narrow. The wound had come from a blade, but too deep to come from a knife or sword. It had to have come from an axe. Gascoigne's axe. Belle couldn't tell if there were any signs of her turning. He couldn't stomach trying to figure out if the woman had been innocent or was becoming a beast. He didn't want to know the tale of this story. He didn't want to know if Gascoigne had murdered his wife out of mercy, pity, or because he was too gone from himself. The music box the little girl gave him burned a hole through him. What was he supposed to tell her? He didn't know Gascoigne was the girl's father until finding the corpse of the mother. He didn't know until the music box had fallen out of his pocket and accidentally opened when it hit the floor. As soon as the box played, Gascoigne went into a frenzy as though something was scratching against his skull. He muttered something, a name that Belle couldn't hear. There was tenderness in it before the man went back to his bloodlust. Belle had murdered the girl's father, and he was too late in saving the mother. The girl was all alone, but there was still a chance he could save the girl. Upon climbing the steps leading to Oedon Chapel, he found the groundskeeper. It was a withered, almost inhuman and skeletal old man in a bright red cloak. The man had asked Belle to seek out any survivors of the hunt and to bring them to the cathedral ward, where the old man guarded. The incense burning in the chapel would keep the beasts away, and there was plenty to last the entire night. He managed to make his way back to the little girl, having to climb the ladder that led down into the sewers just to reach her. "Hello, Mr. Hunter," the girl asked timidly. "Still can't find my mom?" He paused. His heart ached. He couldn't tell her. "And no," he said, and was glad she couldn't see his face warp with pain. "I'm sorry. I'm still looking. But listen, it's not safe here. I managed to find a place that'll keep all the monsters out. I cleared a path from here to there. If you take the sewers around the corner, you'll find your way there." "Yes, okay," the little girl said with faith in her voice. It only hurt him more. "Thank you, Mr. Hunter. I love you almost as much as Mom and Dad and Granddad." He couldn't say anything. Her words hurt him even more. "I need to go and tell everyone else," he said after a moment. "The road is safe. I took out all the beasts. You should go before more show up. Leave immediately." He heard her run deeper into the house and rummage through her things. She was collecting what she needed. She was going to leave and head to Oedon Chapel. He left her to carry on his task to tell the other residents who were still sane in Yarnum. But the only one to listen to him was an elderly woman with a sharp tongue. When he returned to Oedon Chapel, he found the old woman sitting in a chair off to the side. And only the woman. "Huh? Little girl?" asked the groundskeeper when Belle asked him. "No, sorry. Can't say that I've had, Mr. Hunter. The only one who made it here at the lady down there. She doesn't talk to me, but I'm just glad to be of help. Be sure to tell others about this place, will ya?" Belle wondered if the girl hadn't left yet. Or was she still waiting at home for her parents? He left Oedon Chapel to make sure. A different voice answered him when he called out through the window. The voice was older, closer to his age. "You're a hunter, aren't you? You haven't happened to have seen my little sister by any chance, have you?" Something fell into the pit of his stomach at the question. The girl went on without a pause. "I told her to look after the house, but she took off somewhere. She's quite small and wears a big white ribbon. Have you seen her out there anywhere?" He told her that, no, he hadn't seen her, but that he had told her about Oedon Chapel and its safety. The girl didn't respond to him. He could almost feel something dark beaming through the window to reach into his soul. He promised to find her, no matter what, and find her, he did. He followed the path he told the little girl. He went down the ladder, deep into the sewers, and through the path that would lead to Oedon Chapel. However, he realized there were two paths. The first was an extremely long ladder that he first took. It would lead to the bridge that would eventually lead to the graveyard. But the second route was deeper into the sewers. Those he never explored. He followed the second route and discovered one beast he didn't come across before. It was an enormous boar twice his size. It paid him no mind as its head was against the ground, tearing something apart and devouring it. The world was lost to him as he saw a small head with dead eyes stare up at him. The face of a small child with her hair tied in a blood-stained white ribbon. When next he realized, he had carved his weapon through the fat of the boar. Even after it was dead, he plunged his weapon into its carcass over and over again. That, just maybe, if the gods were real and merciful in this hunt, he could save the little girl. But the boar had already devoured half her body. "Any news of my sister?" asked the other girl once he returned. He didn't hesitate. He clutched the bloodied ribbon in his hand, while still soaked in the boar's blood. He was sobbing. His voice shook as he confessed the horrors he couldn't hide. He told this girl everything. About Gascoigne, about their mother, and about her sister. How could this happen? The girl began to sob just as hard as he was. He heard her wailing from the other side of the window. She wouldn't respond to him. She wouldn't listen to his apologies. She wouldn't allow him to guide him to Eden Chapel. She wanted nothing to do with him. He should have stayed with her. He should have dragged her to the church even against her own will. He shouldn't have left her alone. It was when Henrik had come after him, shouting madness about seeking revenge. Something had made the old hunter snap, to go against his creed after almost a full century of hunting. It could have been the murder of his partner, Gascoigne. Or it could have been because of the death of his daughter, Gascoigne's wife. Or it could have been because Belle has caused the deaths of both his grandchildren. When hearing about this news, Belle rushed to the window. He didn't need to make the full journey to learn what had happened. He found the body of the elder sister on the ground. She had leapt off the edge of the walkway that connected to the sewers. 000. He was pinned down. He had heard Gascoigne and Henrik were some of the best and oldest hunters from the church. Alone, they were extremely dangerous. Gascoigne had nearly killed him, and it took Eileen's help to subdue Henrik. There was also a legend they were partners at one point when the healing church was at the peak of their power. Belle never saw them together. But here they were, together, and against him. Henrik stayed in the back, waiting patiently with his piercing rifle for the perfect shot. Meanwhile, Gascoigne rushed at Belle with the shorter version of the hunter's axe. His strikes were swift, but the real danger was the strength behind each swing. Trying to parry or block with the Eden knife was a mistake. All Belle could do was dodge, but dodging left him wide open. Gascoigne could use his blunderbuss or Henrik could use his rifle, and he was starting to get haggard by constantly being on the run. Gascoigne kept attacking as though he had endless stamina, and Henrik waited with the patience of a god. It was said their teamwork hadn't been seen since Sir Ludwig the Moonlight Hunter. However, Belle could see all of their moves as though he had seen their choreography when they were practicing. He could see all of their struggles when they were starting out all the way until they had perfected their teamwork. Every move they made resonated through him. They announced what they were going to do right in front of him, and they didn't realize it. They were far more experienced than him by over a century. And yet, they hadn't faced the perils he had faced. They slew beasts in the street and the occasional oddity. Belle had vanquished multiple old ones. "I don't want to fight you," he shouted as he moved away from another strike. "This isn't one of your quests, adventurer," Gascoigne snarled as he continued with his barrage. "Do you not feel the rush? Do you not feel your life at the edge? This is a hunt, Belle Crannel. There is only kill or be killed." The drive of the hunt was coursing through him. He couldn't deny it. His instincts were screaming at him to cut Gascoigne to pieces, to drive the knife into his heart and rip the beasthood out of him. But the civil side of him, the Belle that had grown up on a farm and tried to make a life in Orerio as an adventure, was arguing with him. There must be a way to appease with Gascoigne. "I'm sorry," Belle blurted out as the knife collided with the axe. He gritted his teeth and took the brunt of the attack. His feet slid a few celch from the force. "I tried to save them. I wanted to protect them from the hunt. They're dead because of your good deeds." He snarled back. "Your hands are stained with their blood, good hunter. I will rip your intestines out with my bare hands." Gascoigne let out another roar as he brought his axe around. He put more effort into it. It crashed against his knife and forced Belle's arms to collapse into his chest. The Eden knife barely saved his life as the axe slammed against it, colliding against his chest and slamming him back. The wind was knocked out of him as he lost his footing. Henrik took another shot at Belle as soon as he hit the ground. Belle barely had a chance to lift an arm in defense. The sleeve was weaker compared to the torso section of the coat. However, it was Aina's shield bracer that saved Belle's life. The quicksilver bullet skidded across its surface, bounded upwards, and cut into his cheek. Gascoigne was there to slam his axe down. Belle brought his arm around and used the shield bracer once again. The green piece of armor barely withstood the power, and it felt like his arm was about to break. Belle kicked his legs around to get him to spin while trying to disarm Gascoigne. The old hunter reacted quickly and was able to regain his footing after having one of his feet kicked back. It gave Belle enough time to roll back onto his feet and quicken away from Henrik's next shot. In doing so, Henrik had also given Gascoigne time to recover on his own. This was getting nowhere. He wasn't doing any damage to them, nor were they going to stop with words alone. He could run. No, he couldn't. Running away would solve nothing. They were out to get him over what happened in Yharnam. They would pursue him to the ends of the earth. "You'll never forgive me?" Belle intended on it being a question, but it came out as a statement. His heart was already set on this. His instincts were telling him there was nothing he could do to avoid this fight. "Never," said Gascoigne as he readied his blunderbuss. Henrik said nothing. His eyes only narrowed slightly as he prepared his next shot. He knelt down, used his forearm as a leveler for his rifle, and took aim. In response, Belle tucked the Eden knife away. "I am sorry," he said with every fiber of his being. His heart was crying. Tears started to form around his eyes over the death of those girls. They weren't supposed to die. He truly had been trying to save them. And through his deeds did they both die. He was crying when he let out a beast roar. His own vocal cords let out a high-pitched sonic that sent a shockwave through the air. It blew up a cloud of dirt, tossed rocks aside, knocked over a nearby dead tree, and pushed Gascoigne back. A hard wind made Henric's rifle sway before he regained his aim. Belle dashed forward, sprinting low on the ground with as much speed as he could muster. He fired off like a bolt of lightning, traveling significantly faster than what he was previously used against them. It was nearly on par with the quickening technique with how he zipped around, never staying in one spot for too long and constantly bouncing left and right. Henric couldn't take the shot as he couldn't predict where Belle was traveling. His eyes widened as Belle didn't move towards Gascoigne. The good hunter had circled around the priest and was accelerating towards Henric. Henric tossed aside his rifle and withdrew his hunter's safe and repeater pistol. In a flash, he used the firearm, letting 2 shots of quicksilver bullets fly out of the twin barrel. Belle became mist and ash as he used quickening to let the bullets travel through him and accelerate his dash further. He was upon Henric in the next instant. His red eyes were piercing. They glared down at Henric like a maddened beast of the hunt. But they also continued to scream in agony like a hunter who was forced to slay one of their own. The boy pulled the blade of mercy from deep underneath his coat. The curved short sword locked with Henric's safe. That weapon was all Henric could chance to say. Belle twisted the hilt and pulled hard with his free hand. The blade split in two with the first half still locked with Henric's weapon. It ended so quickly. Henric could do nothing as Belle drove the tip of the second blade through the old hunter's protections and pierced deep into his chest. But Belle wasn't done there. He twisted his wrist, prying the safe out of the man's grip, and used the first blade to cut off Henric's hand before he could use another shot of his repeating pistol. And in a fluent motion, Belle reversed his grip on the same blade to drive it into the man's neck. With a kick, he pulled both weapons out of the man. Henric was dead before his body hit the floor. The incident had lasted no more than a few seconds. And still, tears continued to fall down Belle's eyes. Even when those crimson orbs glared up at Gascoigne and marked him as a target. "A hunter must hunt," Belle said in a voice that was crying with sorrow and regret. But it was also as tough and callous as any other beast who did what was necessary to feed. "I'm sorry for what I've done. I can't tell you enough. But that won't stop me from finishing what I started. You're still mad, aren't you, Father Gascoigne?" Belle lowered his weapons while spreading his arms out slightly. He was prepared to engage Gascoigne in another bout. But this time, he wasn't going to try to talk his way out. He wasn't going to try to reason with the man. Belle was going to treat him like a beast. What if another familia sees you with them? His goddess had asked earlier this morning. He had to force himself from telling her what he would have done. It came to him so naturally. He truly wasn't the same boy he was when he first became an adventurer. The dream had changed too much of him. "I will kill anyone who threatens my home," he said with such innocence it could only be truth. It was void of any emotion and filled with nothing but fact. It was the fortitude of the ideal hunter. He didn't want his goddess to see what he had become. Not someone like this. Someone who was drenched in so much blood he could drown in it. Belle let out another beast roar as he charged at Gascoigne. The blade of mercy created silver streaks as he brought them around for the graceful flow of combos that was guaranteed to disarm and slay any hunter. Such was the purpose of their creation. Father Gascoigne had been a true challenge back in the dream only because Belle was still so inexperienced in the hunt. But now things were the opposite. Gascoigne wasn't experienced enough to deal with Belle. 000. Hey, what the shit is this?" demanded the adventurer from the other night. Lily had found out he had only joined up with their group to get back at her. He offered to help them capture her if only he got a cut in the profit of whatever she had. They had agreed. Lily almost felt sorry for him. If he wasn't such a gross pedophiliac who had a thing for prums. The Soma group never intended to pay him off. They were just about to betray him. "This is the part where we double-cross you," said the raccoon man with a wide grin. "See the monster there with nameless Soma member, G89? You know, I do have a name," snapped the original fourth member of the group. He had appeared from within the hallway with a sack over his shoulder and a bloodied sword in his other hand. The head of a killer ant was sticking out. Its antennae were twitching as it was giving off a high-pitched wail. Lily knew that sound. It was calling for reinforcements. If the killer ant wasn't dealt with quickly, it would call for backup. And killer ants don't live in packs like some of the other monsters in the dungeon. Killer ants lived in hordes. There were hundreds of them living in the walls of the dungeon, starting from the 7th floor. They were between the 9th and 10th floor. Both groups of killer ants were going to come to its aid and surround them in a pincer formation. The Muramesa wielder had realized this too. Already, the sound of clicking was starting to approach. Lily's ears perked as she tried to figure out from which direction they were coming from. To her horror, it was coming from everywhere. "Drop all your things if you want to live," the raccoon man said. His men were blocking off all the exits to make sure the adventurer couldn't make a break for it. "You know what will happen in the next minute. Hurry up if you want to live." The Muramasa wielder was glaring at him. His greed almost won him over. But staying alive was his priority. He cursed aloud, tossed his sword and bag onto the ground in front of him, and dashed away. Nobody stopped him. The sound of his screams was heard a few footsteps later, followed by the disgusting and unmistakable sound of human meat and bone being torn apart. Lily's heart was pounding. She was sweating and shaking with fear. Where she knelt, she could feel the ground tremble. The killer ants were coming, and there was a lot of them. This wasn't the usual backup of 5 or 6, nor the rare reinforcements of a group of 10. There were a few dozen coming. She let out a small scream as soon as the first wave came out of the walls. They burrowed their way forward. The next wave came out of the hallway the Muramasa wielder ran out of, and the next set was climbing down the steps from the 9th floor. They were completely surrounded. And yet, the group of Soma adventurers weren't bothered in the slightest. Some sort of repellent was keeping them alive. It could have been magical talismans under their clothes, or some fragrance only the ants could detect. Either way, they had protection, while Lily didn't. She yelped as one ant got close to her. She rolled out of the way and crawled like a worm with all her might. The raccoon man laughed at the sight of her. He grabbed her by the back of her collar and hefted her off the ground. With just one hand, he dangled her over his head, and he extended his arm over the nearest batch of killer ants. She screamed as she tucked her legs in when they tried to snap at her. "See, Erda, I'm a very forgiving man," he said with a gleeful smile. "Just give us what you owe, and I'll save you. It's my duty as an adventurer to help out a useless supporter like you, after all." He lowered his arms slightly. "Okay," she screamed as she tried to keep her feet from getting torn off. "There's a key around Lily's neck. Take it. It opens the door to Lily's safe house. It's on 24th East Main. Please don't feed Lily to them." He didn't hesitate to tear off the first few buttons of her cloak and yank the key off her neck. His smile widened as he took it in. He flashed it at his crewmen, who all smiled back at him. "Well then," he said while turning back to Lily, "now that we have this, there's no need for you any longer." Lily's heart froze. He let her drop. She screamed with everything she had as she knew as soon as she hit the floor was she going to be torn apart in a slow and painful death. Death never came, however. In unison, all of the killer ants stopped their advancements. Lily bounced off of one of them, and it didn't care. When she looked, she found all of their attention was drawn towards the 10th floor entrance. None of them moved. They were as still as a statue, except their antennae. They endlessly twitched violently, almost aggressively. Then, as one, they fled. Every single one of them turned away from the group of adventurers to return from where they came. Some went up the stairs, some went through a different hallway, and others dug new tunnels through the walls, floor, and ceiling. The killer ant still trapped in the sack was thrashing around. The adventurer was forced to drop it. It continued to twitch around, trying to escape from the sack even if it killed itself. It was fighting with everything that it had to flee like the rest of its brethren. Something was coming, Lily realized. The reaction of the killer ants wasn't normal. It was as though they had sensed the presence of a predator their overwhelming numbers couldn't hope to compete against. What the hell is that? Even the raccoon man was feeling it. The fur on his tail was frenzied as his eyes were staring towards the 10th floor. Lily heard the sound of approaching footsteps. Light footsteps. "Excuse me," called out Belle as he stepped into the room. He was covered in dirt and blood yet he continued to look around as though he had accidentally stumbled on a party he wasn't invited to. "Did I hear that right? You were going to kill Lily? Mr. Belle?" Her voice was quiet. If he was here, covered in blood, then it meant both Gascoigne and Henrique were more than likely dead. They had to be. On Belle's back were their weapons. From the axe and saw to the magical cylindrical instruments that shot out fire and thunder. His eyes met hers. They bore into hers, and it made her flinch away. It felt like she had stared into the eyes of a monster Rex leagues above her mediocre level. "I see," Belle said with an almost regretful tone. "And you were going to walk away too. I guess there's no helping it then. Today, I think I'll join the hunt." From the back of his inner coat, he withdrew the blade of mercy. With a snap and a tug, with sparks lighting up, the blade split into a set of jagged daggers. One of the adventurers let out a high-pitched scream. He fell onto his rear as he crawled away at the sight of the twin daggers. "T the crow?" Instantly, that triggered the rest of the adventurers to react. "What? The crow? Where?" "Right there. Is he behind the rabbit?" "No, you fool. He is the rabbit." The leader stepped in with a low growl. "Don't be such a twit. I almost soiled myself with that. Look, you brat, get out of here before you know." Belle moved with impossible speed. He was nothing more than a blur with blood trailing behind him. He moved through the crowd of adventurers without needing to touch them. He came straight at the leader. All Lily saw was a flash of silver, and in the next instance, the man's head was sliced off. "Jesus, ch. Belle moved at the same impossible speed. Both his blades crossed over. Blood splattered everywhere. He moved before the man's body could realize it was dead and start to fall to the floor. By the time that body hit the ground, Belle had killed the third member of the group. The fourth and final member didn't try to draw his weapon. He turned and ran with all his might. He didn't make it past the third step. Belle drove one dagger through his back and wrenched the blade out to create a gaping wound. The man fell to the floor, still alive, but soon to bleed to death. And then, Belle turned his attention towards Lily. She let out a gasp and shirked away from him. Her back hit a wall. She began to whimper as he approached. She shut her eyes and begged for something to save her. "Ah, Lily, it's me," he said. She opened her eyes to find him squatting in front of her. He had his usual timid smile on his face while he scratched his cheek. He had tucked his blades away. "I know it's kinda hard to tell with all the dirt and all," he said as he looked over himself. "But it's me, Belle. Sorry, did I scare you? Are you okay? They didn't do anything to hurt you, did they?" She just stared at him. "Here, turn around so I can undo your bindings. That looks uncomfortable." "Why?" she asked. "Why what?" He blinked at that. "Well, of course I'm going to save you. You're a girl and they were going to leave you for dead. I couldn't just let." "Are you an idiot?" She screamed with all her rage blowing up. He stopped and stared at her. She was shaking. Her eyes were burning as her fears were starting to descend. This boy had teased her worst emotions and had the gall to smile at her as though nothing was wrong. "Does Mr. Belle not realize Lily tricked you?" she said in a low and angry voice. "Lily sold you out to Mr. Gascoigne and Mr. Henrique. For money. Lily was supposed to lead you to the 10th floor for them to ambush you. So how can you come back to me with that smile and ask if Lily is okay? Lily is not okay. Lily is frustrated because Mr. Belle is the worst idiot imaginable. How can Mr. Belle smile as if Lily didn't betray you? How can you smile at Lily as though you're Lily's friend?" He blinked once and looked away to ponder at the question with all seriousness he could muster for the situation. He looked like a child who had been asked some grand philosophical question years too advanced for his mind to understand. "Because I know bad people," he said after looking back at her. He pulled out a black knife from the front of his belt, forced her to lean forward, and cut off the bindings without her consent. "Lily, I know people who did bad things because they lost who they were or because they wanted to. You're neither of those things. You're not a bad person at all." He patted her on the head with his dirty and bloody hand. Strangely, she didn't mind. But she couldn't understand this idiot and his way of thinking. "Mr. Belle, thank you for saving Lily," she said with all sincerity. "Of course," he said with a bright and friendly smile. "Oh, and Lily, I'm going to need your help with something." Her eyes perked up. "Okay. What can Lily do to make it up to Mr. Belle?" "Help me hide the bodies?" he asked with a nervous smile. She stared at him some more. "Look, it's a lot easier than you think," he assured her as though he didn't just ask her to dispose evidence to a serious murder event. "No," he told her the same way the old couple taught her flower arrangements. "I'm going to use this axe to cut them up into chunks. They're easier to move like that. Then we just go into the 10th floor and throw their bodies everywhere. Monsters will come and eat them. I wonder if I can use this to make pungent juice like before?" And she stared at him some more. But he was right. He did just murder 4 members of Soma Familia. It was a serious crime, one that could have him blacklisted. He could either be hunted by another group of adventurers, banished from the city, or imprisoned. And Lily was now his accomplice. There was no doubt he would drag her down if he got caught. So, with much chagrin, she fulfilled her duties as a supporter and did what was needed. She did as was instructed. He worked without losing that innocent smile. Lily had lost something precious that day. 000. Belle looked up at the sky as soon as he stepped out of Babel Tower. After using the facility showers, he was sure he still had some blood and dirt somewhere he couldn't reach. But he did what he could. He might have to go out to a bathhouse tonight to get the rest. "Mr. Belle?" Lily looked up at him as she approached him. She had been waiting for him at the entrance. "Lily is sorry for everything. So, here. Please take this." It was what Mr. Henrique promised Lily. She lifted a sack for him to take. He almost frowned with discomfort. He already had all his spoils of war on his back. He wasn't sure he could carry whatever else she had. He had taken Gascoigne and Henrique's trick weapons, their guns and ammunition, 2 cases full of blood vials, beast blood pellets, hunter marks, bone marrow ash, and another beckoning bell along with a matching resonating bell. He wasn't sure what to do with the bells. But if Eileen had entrusted him with a beckoning bell of her own, then it meant she had a resonating bell to go along with it. Maybe he could give her his beckoning bell now that he had a resonating bell of his own. That way if she was in trouble then she could call for his help. The 2 hunters also had a sinister bell. He made sure to destroy those. No good could come from those things. "Please take it, Mr. Belle," Lily said to him. Why don't you keep it, Lily?" he asked. Really, he didn't want it. And he was ready to collapse after carrying everything on his person. Seriously. The church canon was heavy. Lily shook her head. Lily doesn't deserve this. They belong to Mr. Belle. After all, this mess was because Lily betrayed Mr. Belle. This is Lily's way of starting her apology. Starting? He questioned. She nodded vigorously. Yes. Lily promises to make it up to Mr. Belle. Lily promises to fully support Mr. Belle as a true supporter from here on out. Unless Mr. Belle doesn't trust Lily any longer. His smile twitched a little. Did she really have to look up at him with those large eyes like that? It made him want to give her another head pat. Why don't we split it then? He chose to ask. Half because he wanted it just as little as she did, and the other half to be polite and accept her offer. Lily considered it for a moment. Are you sure? Lily doesn't mind giving it all. They're worth a lot. Mr. Belle can live a life of luxury with this. I'm sure, Lily, he said while extending his hand towards her. Let's just start over. A fresh start. I'm Belle Crannel. Lily looked at him for a long moment. She eventually let a smile show before shaking his hand. Lilaluka Erda. Please take good care of me, Mr. Belle. Just please call me Belle. That's all I'm asking. Well, Ms. Master Belle did save Lily's life. Master? Lily, I think that's worse. Nonsense. Master Belle deserves the highest respect. He is the best adventurer Lily has ever seen. Or, do you not like being called Master? Her smile broadened when she saw him visibly shudder. Oh ho, so that's what Master is into, she purred with a coy smile. I am not. Then why is Master blushing? I'm not. Master is such a shy master. Lily can't believe Master is so embarrassed about being called Master. Really? Maybe Lily will stop if Master gets upset and decides to punish Lily. Master might take full advantage of poor Lily if Lily... Okay, that's enough. He shouted with a face as red as a tomato. He put his hand over her mouth and pulled her away from the crowd of adventurers exit from the tower. Look, Guild. Let's go there before more people show up. Lily couldn't help but smile at him. She couldn't understand him, in all honesty. Down in the dungeon, he was merciless. He was a top-tier adventurer who did swift work to a group of level 2 and 3 adventurers. Lily was sure his presence alone was what warded off the herd of killer ants. It also frightened Lily. She wasn't sure him acting like this on the surface was just an act, or Belle was loose in the head. He dismantled and discarded bodies with the same friendly smile he had when they were clearing monsters in the dungeon. It seemed all the same to him. Hi there, Abe, Belle greeted the exchange worker as soon as it was their turn in line. The worker said nothing, per usual. He only slid the exchange box forward under the barred window and waited for Belle to deposit what he had. They dumped what they had gathered from their journey to the 10th floor. They were a few magic stones the size of coins and a few drop items that was no worth to them particularly. And then, Lily placed the sack with the 2 magic stones Henrik had promised her. Nameless guild member A, or Abe, raised a brow at this as he did his usual work. He shuffled through the smaller stones and items first before undoing the sack and looking into the contents. His brows shot up into his hair, but his eyes remained as sharp as ever. He made some sort of hand gesture towards the manager in the far back. The manager's brows furrowed. He nodded and went to speak to the security guards. He then pointed at Belle and Lily. Is everything okay? Belle asked with another nervous smile. He had taken notice of his surroundings when the exchange was taking longer than usual. We're going to need you two to come with us, said the security guards as soon as they approached the 2 of them. They grabbed them by their arms and forced them out of line. Belle shouted. Wait. What's going on? Belle? Aina shouted from her desk behind the counter. She looked at the manager. Why is he being escorted like that? Sir, stop struggling and come with us. One of the security guards demanded in a firm voice. We're only going to ask you a few questions. Few questions? Belle nearly tripped. Wait, you mean I'm under arrest? But I got rid of the bodies. The entire guild went quiet after that. Lily was being extorted. Lily spoke up. Mr. Belle was forcing Lily to be his accomplice. Lily has nothing to do with this man. Lily. Sir, just come with us. Quietly. Wait, there has to be some sort of mistake. It wasn't me, I swear. Lily, say something. Lily was forced to call him master and do unspeakable things. Lily didn't want to do it, but Lily couldn't say no. Lily. Miss Aina. It's not what you think. Tell them about me. Send a messenger to my goddess. I did nothing wrong. The security guard grew tired of fighting with him, withdrew a magical rod from his holster, and activated its power. It zapped Belle in the back of the neck. Yo. Huh, that usually knocks them out. Kid has some thick skin. All right, sir, stop struggling, or I'm going to have to zap you again. But I didn't do anything. While all the commotion was going on, Aina was trying to figure out why Belle was being arrested. She demanded answers from the manager, who had nothing to say to her with professional reasoning. The best she could do was point towards Abe and tell her to ask him. Abe turned around from his desk as soon as she approached. He lifted one of the magic stones from the sack. It was as large as his head and shining with power. "This is a fake," was his answer to her unspoken question. He handed it to her to examine on her own. She couldn't tell the difference, which was why Abe was in the exchange and not her. Code tells us to only discreetly question where he got it from. But what was that whole bit about hiding bodies, I wonder? He shrugged, dismissing it as none of his business, and went back to work. He signaled for the next person in line, who staggered for a moment as all of the attention was still focused on Belle being dragged to the back room. Aina couldn't help but rub her temple. Just what sort of trouble did her client get himself involved with this time? Chapter 9. Author note, goddamn. No, Jesus does not exist in this world. And people ask me why I drink. But that's what I get for adding a Monty Python joke in here. Lily. Belle sighed as he rested his cheek against the table. Why did you have to say those things? We were in there for so long. And now Miss Aina thinks badly of me. Because Master Belle has been nothing but trouble since Lily met him, she countered before sipping on her ale. She enjoyed watching him flinch. Cheer up, Master Belle. Lily was able to explain things before you could make things worse. They believe the bodies you hid belonged to monsters. Belle continued to sulk, drained entirely of energy. He munched on his fried chips while waiting for their entree to arrive. He had been able to take on 2 experienced hunters without a hitch and rescue Lily from her bullies. But when confronted against authorities, he panicked, he flopped around like a fish, and would have been left hanging out to dry if Lily didn't persuade them it was all a misunderstanding. He should have checked the contents of the bag Lily handed him. No, even when seeing it at the exchange, Belle didn't know the magic stones Henrique gave Lily were fakes. I heard there was an uproar earlier today at the guild, Seer said, approaching with an armful of food for the 2 of them. So that's what happened. Belle, you're not causing trouble again, are you? Again? Belle blanched. I've never done anything wrong. I obey the law as much as I can. Just ask my goddess. As much as you can, huh? Seer giggled. It made him realize she had just been teasing him. He sulked further with his face reddening. But what was this about hiding bodies? She asked as she placed the plates of food down. Not so loud, Belle said as he looked around the tavern. Nobody was paying them any attention. Master Belle protected me from bad people, Lily explained in a hushed voice. Seer had to lean in to hear her. But they were for my familia, so Master Belle would have been in a lot of trouble if Soma Familia found out. We had to toss them into the 10th floor for monsters to eat. I see. Seer nodded a few times in understanding. She then sighed as she looked at Belle sternly. She pulled out a stool and sat at the edge to lecture Belle. Just tossing them to monsters isn't enough, Belle. You have to cut them into pieces and spread them around. But even then it's not promised monsters will eat the remains. You have to break in their faces and teeth so they're unrecognizable. Belle just stared at her. Burning works just as well, said nameless benevolent Mistress Deai as she passed by the table. Burning works just as well, Seer nodded approvingly. Seer? Belle asked in a low voice. Yes, Belle? She responded with her usual sweet smile. How do you know this? How indeed? She answered with a slight tilt of her head and a finger tapping against her lower cheek. Seer, can I have another ale? Asked one patron. Coming, she answered in a sing-song voice, rose out of her chair, and went to the back. Belle's eyes followed her, both amazed and horrified. Someone as sweet as Seer knew the ins and outs of corpse disposal. He had to go through the hunt in order to harden his stomach about things like that. And if all else fails, the same patron who asked for Seer leaned over to give his input to Belle. Deny. Always have an alibi. His co-workers gave their own gestures of agreement. They went back to their drinking afterwards. Bud, don't you work at the guild? Asked Belle. The man pretended to have not heard. Master Belle, Lily spoke up after watching him squirm and taking a few bites of her dinner. Can Lily ask something? Who were those men earlier? It sounded like they had a grudge against you. And how is it that you're so strong? Lily thought you were just another newbie. Belle shifted around in his seat. He clutched his fork and knife, slightly raised over his meal but never digging in. He had a small grimace as he considered how to answer the question. They're hunters, he said eventually. They're from a faraway place called Yarnum. I was one of them not too long ago. I did some things that I can never atone for. Lily tilted her head slightly as she eyed him. Lily has never heard of this place before. But Lily has heard of a similar term before. Are they like the noble clans up north? Lily heard a rumor they're all a group of beast hunters and that god Ares is at war with their queen. Huh? Queen? Belle blinked at her. We have a queen? Lily shook her head. She rules over a small country to the far north. Lily doesn't remember what it was called. But based on Master Belle's reaction, Lily doesn't think this is what you were talking about. He shook his head. Yharnam didn't have a queen. It was a city built around the healing church but had assumed the name from Queen Yharnam of the Themerians, the mother of Murgo and original source of the healing blood. A queen far to the north, full of nobility who specialize in beast hunting. Why did it sound so much like? Yo, Mamma Mia! Waved the goddess Loki as she marched into the benevolent mistress. A round of the usual. Behind the counter, Mamma Mia nodded at her and began to write tickets for the kitchens. She issued orders to one of the maids to prepare mugs of ale for the goddess and her favorite adventurers. The goddess Loki had entered with the elite team of her familia. It was the same bunch Belle had seen before at the benevolent mistress. It included the Prum, 2 Amazonas, a high elf, a dwarf, a werewolf, and Ace Wallenstein. Belle immediately faced forward and tucked his head down, hoping his collar would hide his head. For almost a second their eyes had met. His face was burning. Ace Wallenstein, given the title as Sword Princess, was someone he looked up to. He admired her. It was just the way she carried herself. She was strong, fierce, and graceful with her technique, and she was absolutely breathtaking to look at. He ran into her once down in the dungeon when the Minotaur attacked. She had come to his aid at the last instance when he slew the monster. It was then and there he was captivated by her. She had his heart as soon as he saw her. Alas, his experience with girls he wanted to romance was nigh-existent. He ended up freaking out and running out of the dungeon. The next time they met, it was during the monsterphilia incident. He hadn't thought about her in the heat of the moment. The back of his mind registered her existence, but his drive and instinct as a hunter had him waging against Lady Maria. He fought against the old hunter right in front of the Sword Princess and her patron goddess. And Ace Wallenstein had shepherded him to one of the spare rooms of the benevolent mistress. It was one of the most embarrassing moments of his life. How weak must he have looked in front of her. He couldn't defeat Lady Maria. In the end, Ace had been the one who rescued him, carried him the entire way, and even paid for his stay at the tavern. He knew the right thing to do was to thank her and apologize for being such a burden. But, right now, he couldn't bear the idea of standing in front of her. Master Belle? Lily leaned over and tapped his head a few times. Is something wrong? Are you in trouble with Loki Familia or something?
No.
He said in a quiet voice. Nothing like that. It's just. He peeked a chance. He lifted his head slightly and turned slowly. His eyes peered over his high collar towards the center of the room, where the best of adventurers kept a permanent reservation. He froze. Golden eyes met with red. Belle stared at Ace and Ace stared back. She blinked in surprise. His eyes widened with horror. He spun back around, sweating bullets. What was he going to do? She saw him. She totally saw him. He considered running away. It was his specialty, after all. But how many times could he run away? There might be a possibility she would give up trying to run into him. But with the frequency he went to the benevolent mistress and theirs, he would eventually have to face her. He also couldn't run away. Despite the circumstances, he had to own up. Ace had taken care of him. He had to be a man and give her his respects. It would soil the name of Hestia Familia otherwise. So, how to trigger this engagement? Should he wave at her? No, that seemed to be a little reclusive. Should he approach her? No, that seemed a little arrogant. She was a high-ranking adventurer and he, despite his prowess as a hunter, was still nothing more than a newbie. Hey, Ace, what you staring at? Asked one of the Amazonas girls. She leaned against Ace and followed the Sword Princess gaze. Oh hey, if it isn't the little rabbit. Now the entire team knew he was there. As if this couldn't be any more pressuring. And what was up with that nickname? He's heard it a few times. He thought it was just a joke. He really hoped when he became a noteworthy adventurer they didn't brand him with that as his title. Just in case, he turned and pointed at himself. An unspoken question of clarification was all over his face. Yeah, you. The same Amazonas girl gave him a smile. Bunny boy. Ace, go on. This is your big chance. The werewolf in the group sputtered. He almost choked on his ale before slamming the mug down. Hold on a damus. I've got business with the rabbit. Bet, began the Prum with a smile, but his tone was full of warning. You shouldn't make a scene right now. Can't you see he's eating? Ace turned her head to glare at the werewolf. Bet ignored it. He stood with his hands in his pockets. His posture was tall and imposing as he crossed through the room. Adventurers dining tonight couldn't help but gawk at his aura. Here was one of the best in all of Oreo. When he moved, no one dared to get in his way. Belle remained sitting as he waited for the werewolf to approach. He recognized the killing intent burning behind the man's eyes. His hands fell off the table and into his lap, just a reach away from the Oedon knife in the sleeve of his coat. For a while, Bette only stared down at Belle. The entire tavern was quiet as the werewolf assessed the boy. I don't like that look in your eyes, Bette began. You're just a newbie. Sup with you having such a mean glare? Thinking you're at my level. Aze began to rise out of her seat, but the high elf at her side put a hand on her shoulder to keep her in place. Her eyes never left Belle's. She was observing him and making mental note of his reactions. Belle felt like he was being hunted. Here was one beast leading the front of the pack, sent out by its packmates to scout the potential threat. The rest would observe at a distance and learn how he moves based on his first reaction. They would strategize around that, swarm him, and end him. In response, he brought his knife hand up to scratch his cheek. He gave a very nervous smile as he asked, hello? Did I do something to upset you? Sometimes killing the first target wasn't smart. It would be best to take out the entire pack in one strike before they could coordinate an attack. For that, he had to make them think he wasn't a threat to them at all. Bet scowled further at him. He clicked his tongue as he pulled one hand out of his pocket to scratch at his hair. Geez, don't act all tough if you can't back it up. They stared at another for a while longer. Bet eventually sighed as he crossed his arms. Look, I heard what happened at Monsterphilia. So, I was thinking, how's about you and I duke it out? Maybe learn something to defend yourself from a better adventurer. Holy cow. The other Amazonas girl stood immediately. Bet is being civil? Butt off. The hell is that supposed to mean? Bet roared back at his teammate. Belle exchanged a look with Lily. She was keeping to herself as she observed the situation. Her eyes flashed with puzzlement, but nothing else. He couldn't tell what she was thinking about. Sorry, but I'm going to have to decline, Belle said. Huh. Bet spun back around and slammed his hands onto the table. What do you mean no? Didn't you hear what I said? Belle put up his hands and put up a better smile. I'm a newbie and you're a high-class adventurer. Damn straight. I can't bother you with something like that, Belle insisted. I'm very thankful for the offer, but I'd like to get stronger on my own, if that's okay. Little rabbit, spoke the goddess Loki in a slick voice. This ain't a request. It's something from my familia to yours. There was a string of commotion going around the room. Adventurers and patrons and maids were whispering amongst themselves. The mention of wargame was brought around a number of times. Maybe we should explain before this gets out of hand. The prum spoke up with a nervous smile of his own. He stood, which didn't add much to his height, and addressed Belle directly with a more friendly smile. Don't think of it as us bullying you. This is just a request from Aze. Bet was the one who offered to spar with you. That's all. Isn't that right, Aze? He looked at the sword princess for confirmation. Aze blinked a few times, tilted her head in mild confusion, but then caught on what he was talking about. She eventually gave a single nod. See? The prum went on. That's all. What do you say, Mr. Crannel? Belle didn't like it. Not at all. It still felt like he was being forced to comply with their demands. He didn't need any training. Not in combat, at least. He could slay monsters and people alike. He could square off against the likes of the old ones and the best hunters. If they were serious about training him, then he might be able to ask about how to be a better adventurer. Maybe learn how to build a team, fulfill roles, and prepare for long ventures into the dungeon. But this wasn't that. They thought he flopped at Monsterphilia? That couldn't have been the case. He fended off Lady Maria in front of Aze and her goddess. So then, was this just an excuse? I can't say no, can I? Belle asked in a wary voice. All right. Sure. Thank you very much. But, if it's all right with you, I'll need time to prepare. Some of my gear was damaged while I was in the dungeon today. He was referring to his hunter's coat. While it had remained intact wholly, the tailoring he had made to it hadn't. The stitches were coming undone, and now the coat was beginning to fall back to its original size. He looked like a child trying to fit into his grandfather's coat. He needed everything if they were going to become hostile against him. While he was confident he could challenge them on a one-on-one, he doubted he could challenge the entire team alone. He knew nothing about them, nor how they would compare to the techniques of a hunter. He could at least prepare to run away with minimal damage. That's perfect, answered the prum. How does 1 week from now sound? Belle could only nod. It would have to do. TCH. Yeah, well, whatever. Grumbled Bet. He dismissed Belle and went back to the table of his teammates. Life began to resume in the tavern as the exchange was finished. But everyone's conversations were full of what they had just seen. A few thought Belle was being spoiled for getting such an opportune lesson. Others continued to believe the Loki familia were still bullying Belle without needing to declare a full wargame. Aze looked his way once. Strangely, she was the one who quickly looked away from him. Belle didn't understand why she had done it. Did he say something wrong? Was he supposed to reject her request? He didn't understand, and it was hurting his self-esteem as a man. Master Belle, what was that all about? Lily asked. I have no idea. He sighed and went back to his meal. This was supposed to be their celebratory dinner for eluding prison, as well as cementing their partnership. But what I said about my gear is true. I'll be taking tomorrow off to fix it. Then I guess you won't be needing me to pack you a lunch tomorrow? Seer asked as she came by. Not for tomorrow, no, he answered. Seer said nothing else as she went back to work. Lily understands, she nodded. Lily also needs to take care of some business on her own. With the money we earned, Lily needs to look for a new place of residency. Would you mind giving a few recommendations if you find any? He asked. My goddess and I have been looking for a new place. Sure, she said in a slightly more chipper voice. They went back to their meal, hardly sharing another word other than to discuss their plans for the dungeon. There was a distance between them, but there was also a pact of sympathy. Belle no longer treated her as he would with Patches, and Lily would treat him as a friend. They were still strangers to the other. However, they would start here and now to strengthen their bonds. Still, there was bound to be this awkward silence between them starting out. 000. Repairing the cloak was his last-ditch plan. Simple needle and thread did only patchwork, and they wouldn't stand up against his abuse. If he had to fight Lady Maria again, the sticks would fall apart, and he would wind up stumbling around in clothes too big for him. Therefore, he would have to have it professionally tailored by someone who knew better than he did at the craft, or find a more fitting replacement. He went around the shops at Babel Tower, carrying the hunter coat in his arms and asking armorers if it was possible for them to fix it. Most of them said they would have to undo the sticks on the coat until they had all the raw material spread out, trim what was needed based on his measurements, and put it back together. There were two problems with that. For one, even a simple coat like this would take longer than a week for his request. And another, whatever the creator used to stitch the fabric together couldn't be cut by normal means. They would need to use magic instruments, and those would cost Belle an arm and a leg. His best choice was to find a replacement. Towards noon, he managed to find the same bargain shop he purchased the hunter's coat from. Now all he had to do was see if the clerk had any other goods by the same creator, or if he could learn more about the creator. The last time, the clerk hadn't been too friendly with him about that. Look, I'm just here to pick up the Val you owe me, said one person at the counter. And I'm telling you, you still owe me Val. Snapped the clerk. Your junk doesn't sell and takes up space. My goods don't sell because you keep putting them in the back of the room, under a pile of other crap. How the hell am I supposed to earn some cash if you don't do your job? Do not tell me how to do my job. Your shit doesn't sell because it's shit. What nut would buy this crap? All you make is leather and garment. Adventurers need armor. You're better off selling your stuff at the garment district. My gear works better than some of the toughest armor. I proved that to ya. And I'm starting to think it was all just a scam. My answer is still no. Now move, I have a customer. We're not done with this, the man grumbled but moved away from the counter. He stepped around to let Belle approach. The man froze, staring down at Belle with wide eyes. Oh, it's you, said the clerk. What terrible timing you have, kid. What can I do for you? The clerk glared up at the back of the other man's head. The other man mentioned was really only a few years older than Belle. He had bright red hair, stood almost a full head taller than Belle, and was dressed in dark attire of black and navy. His eyes looked down at Belle, observing both his hunter's coat as well as his face. Belle glanced up at him once. He felt a little nervous around him. He would have to finish his business as quickly as possible. I came the other day and bought this. Belle lifted the coat in his arms to show. No refunds, the clerk said immediately as he thumbed the sign behind him, written in common. It's not that. Belle blurted out. I really like this coat. It saved my life. It's a little big on me and would like to have it tailored. So I was wondering if you have another set in a smaller size, or if I could get in contact with the creator. The clerk groaned and put his face into his hands. The other man let out a victorious bark of laughter. He moved until he could throw one arm around Belle's shoulders. Well, if it isn't my lucky day. I just so happen to be the guy who made this here coat. I call it the Welf set. Welf Kratzo, at your service. Really? Belle blanched. You're the one who made this? That's great. Can I talk to you about mending this? Sure. Welf continued to smirk up at the clerk. But why don't we talk about this elsewhere? It's a little cramped and dusty for my taste. Fuck you, said the clerk. With that, Welf nearly dragged Belle out of the shop. He didn't say anything for a while. Belle asked him where they were going and how he knew how to make the hunter's coat. But Welf told him to keep all questions to himself until they arrived at their destination. It took him almost an hour. They reached a small shack towards the back of the city. It was a small building built with mortar and brick. A large chimney stuck out of the side. The door was unique. It wasn't fashioned like all the others found in Ororio. It was made out of thick steel and bolts. Welf had to use 3 different keys for the lock before pulling the door open with a minor grunt of effort. Sorry about that, he said as he let Belle inside. Security seems to be lacking since I came to Ororio. The tech is seriously behind compared to what's found in Yarnum. Belle eyed him as he went deeper into the building. The place was dimly lit by a continuously burning furnace, but was brightened as soon as Welf activated a few magic lanterns. The interior of the building was completely different from the exterior. On the outside, It looked like any other building found in this section of Ororio, but on the inside, it was furnished out of wood, marble, and steel. The decor of the place resembled far more Yarnamite than what was commonly found in this world. "It's been a while, good hunter," Welf said as soon as he removed his cape and untied his scarf. He took a seat at the small table and gestured for Belle to take the opposing stool. "I was starting to think I was the only one who came from that nightmare. Have we met?" Belle asked. For a moment, Welf was surprised. But then he barked out in laughter while rocking his head back. "That's right. You wouldn't recognize me. My voice is a little different. And I was a little older there too. I also went under a different name at the time. And our meeting was short. Geez, no wonder you don't recognize me. You probably don't even remember me." Belle pulled out the stool and took his seat. He placed the hunter's coat at the table while leaving his hands on his lap. He looked around the place while Welf gathered his thoughts. He was looking for an escape route off the chance this was another hunter with a grudge against him. The building was small. There was a fold-out bed pressed against the wall, a bookshelf full of notebooks, and a room with a curtain that he had to assume was for showers. There were a few ventilation shafts on the ceiling. There was no kitchen. More than 2/3 of the building was used as a smithing workshop. Tools of every kind lined the walls in neat order. There were also contraptions Belle had never seen in any blacksmithing workshop before. There was one window with thick glass. It didn't look like it could be opened, and the only way out was through the door with 3 bolted locks. Of all the days he didn't bring the blade of mercy. "I see you haven't lost your touch," said Welf suddenly. "That's good. A hunter needs to be quick on his feet at all times. And I can't think of no perfect hunter than you, good hunter." "Who are you?" Belle asked with all seriousness. "A friend," Welf answered in a matching tone. "Someone who once dreamed, just as you did. I once guarded the beasts in Old Yarnum from the hunt. My name at the time was Jura." Belle blinked. Welf grew a small smile. "But you had black hair," Belle recalled. "It was black from all the gunpowder and smoke," Welf offered. "I was a powder keg." "You were so old," Belle said next. Welf opened his mouth to retort, but shut it quickly. He tapped a few fingers on the table and looked around his abode. "Damn. I don't usually treat guests, so I can't offer you tea or nothing. It's a bit of a story if you want to hear." Belle nodded. "Tell me something first," Welf began. "What was the last thing you remembered about the dream? I mean, how did you wind up there?" Belle thought about it for a moment. "I was down in the dungeons, at the 5th floor. A minotaur had escaped from the lower floors and made its way towards me. I ran into it, and it killed me. Or at least, I thought it did. It was the strangest feeling of déjà vu. I remember running into the minotaur, but I was the one who killed it afterwards. Because you went through the hunt," Welf finished the thought. "I see. Then your situation isn't all that different from mine." Belle had a question in his look. "I'm from Rakia," he began his story. "It's a nation-type familia ruled by the god Ares. Things weren't exactly the best for me there. So I tried to run away. Ares didn't like that very much and sent a party after me. I had some help, but I didn't make it all the way to Ororio. I woke up in the hunter's dream. I participated in the nightly hunt. At first, it was exactly like how a dream should be. You don't realize you're in a dream until after you wake up. Everything is all a haze, and you have hardly any control. And you're able to do things you couldn't do before. I slew monsters, as I was told by Garin, and I retrieved their blood echoes for the doll. But the more blood echoes I gave, the less I could remember about myself. The less it became a dream and more of a reality. It got to the point where I couldn't remember who I was. I wasn't Welf Kratzo. I was nameless Hunter D. Eventually, the hunt ended. The night was over. Garin severed my contract and I was free from the dream. But I didn't wake up here. I was still in Yarnum. I didn't realize I had another home to go back to. I thought Yarnum was my home and didn't question it. I was a completely different person with no memories to the life I have here. I had forgotten about the sacrifice Phobos made for me. He was quiet for a moment. Nameless Hunter D, he resumed, leaning on the table with his elbows propped. The rest is unimportant. I studied under Odo, helped form the powder kegs, and chose to live the rest of my days warding off hunters from entering Old Yarnum. That is, until you showed up. Now it was his turn to have a question in his eyes. When I met you, he began in a different pitch. You were just another hunter passing by. You were another victim taken in by the dream. You had no intention of hunting the beasts I watched over, so I let you pass by. That is, until the moon descended. I never cared much for the workings of the church and their search for the old ones. I should have. Everything changed when the pale blood moon arrived on the same night you began your hunt. Welf was quiet for a moment. He shifted in his seat while adjusting his weight on his elbows. The expression on his face said he wasn't done with his story just yet. The night eventually ends. The day always approaches, even under a pale blood sky. This hunt was no different. Yet, this one was different. I woke up as Welf Kratzo, full of my old memories. My years in Yarnum was nothing more than a dream. I woke up moments before my death. My experiences as a hunter, engraved into me, helped me escape the party after me. I eventually made my way to Ororio, and I became a blacksmith. He gave a small shrug. But, you remember the hunt? Asked Belle. Not at first, Welf shook his head. It was all like a dream. It was all jumbled and fuzzy. I was Welf Kratzo again, as if I had woken up from a really long sleep. I've been here for about a year now. Slowly, everything started to piece together. I remember the dream and the endless nights of the hunt. And I remember you, good hunter. What did you do what countless hunters before you failed to accomplish? Belle was quiet as he mulled over Welf's story. There were a few similarities they shared, such as how they winded up in the dream and how they were back in the waking world. Except Welf continued his existence as a hunter even after his dream had ended. Belle only served one night and, I said no, he answered with a hard look. I went through so much. I killed so many. I killed hunters who went mad, friends who couldn't recognize me, and people who I always thought were beasts. Garin said he was going to set me free, but he was also going to pick another hunter. Welf's eyes widened slightly. So, what? You fought him? You fought the first hunter? And won? Belle only gave a grim nod. There was more to the story. So much more. It wasn't that he didn't trust Jura, or Welf, in this case. He didn't want to tell anyone about the moon presence that created the hunter's dream. He didn't want to acknowledge that abomination himself. The answer didn't fully satisfy Welf. All he could do was accept it, however. All in all, he began with a casual shrug. It's good to see a familiar face. I was honestly starting to think I imagined the whole thing and was going crazy. What have you been doing all this time? Belle asked. You said you were here for a year. You made this coat. Have you made any other hunter equipment? That's right. Welf's eyes lit up as he eyed the coat folded neatly on the table. You said you wanted it tailored, yeah? I can do that. But I'd rather make you something more fitting for your style, good hunter. That coat is just one of the generic things I sell just to get by. Here, let me show you my workshop. Belle looked around the room once more. Nah, this is just a front. Welf waved it off as he stood, went to the bookshelf, and pulled a few books off the bottom shelf. He knelt down, reached for something at the back, and yanked something hard. This is where I mainly make adventurer gear. A panel in the corner of the room on the floor flipped open. It was large enough for a person to fit through and climb down a steep set of stairs. Welf took one of the lanterns off a hanger and gestured for Belle to follow. Watch the first step, Welf warned. I didn't measure right, so some of them are uneven. Spent too much on the gears hidden in the walls rather than. He nearly slipped when he wasn't paying attention. He caught his footing, regained his balance, and pretended there was no fault with his head held high. What's that smell? Belle asked as he followed behind. Chemicals, Welf answered. Mostly stuff to get rid of the stench of the sewer. Had to dig into it in order to make space. The rest might be gunpowder, explosive jelly, charcoal, and your typical hot metal fumes. I keep the place ventilated so it's safe. I've gotten used to the smells, though, so I can't really tell what else is down here. Welf reached the bottom step and pulled a lever beside the wall. There was the sound of gears winding behind the walls. Light filled the room. It wasn't made out of torches or magic stones. The room was filled with actual sunlight coming from the surface. There were windows in this underground room that redirected sunlight with mirrors and shone it through other mirrors spread around on the ceiling and walls. There were also several magic lanterns hanging around, probably set up if the mirrors didn't work or when daylight wasn't at the ideal time. The sun probably had to be at a specific moment for the mirrors to work. However, some of the lanterns were missing some of the magic stones needed to fuel them. This place is bigger than upstairs, Belle commented. Well, I had to use the sewer tunnels rather than digging it all out on my own, Welf explained. He pointed to a few areas. That one leads to the main sewage that'll take you to North Main. That one I use to dispose of wastes. And that one is just in case I need to book it. What do you do when people, you know? Welf looked at him. He waved it off. I redirected it all to the second tunnel. Believe me, I had that problem for the first couple of weeks I started to build this. I don't want to talk about it. They stepped further into his underground workshop. Belle was reminded of the hunter's workshop found in the dream and at the bottom of Eden Chapel. Except, that house was small, compact, and extremely limited in what it could provide. There was a smithing station on one side of the cavern with a furnace twice the size as the one above and full of 3 times as many different tools of every variety. Similar contraptions, and then some were placed around it. Lining along one side of the walls were an assortment of raw materials. Labeled crates were full of metals, dusts, powders, and stones. There were shelves filled with labeled jars of various monster drop items. Some of the jars were empty with the labels still intact. There was a wall dedicated to storing scrolls and books full of markers and tassels behind sealed glass. There was also a desk for sketching blueprints, along with tools of measuring and scaling. The last wall was what Belle was captivated by. He couldn't help but approach it. He also saw Welf smile with pride. Belle stared at the weapons rack of trick weapons. They were all the transforming weapons belonging to the hunters. Some of them he recognized, such as the powder keg's boom hammer and the stake driver. Others were altered versions like Ludwig's holy sword, the Kirkheimer, and the threaded cane. Others he didn't recognize because they were completely new. He couldn't help but pick up a strangely curved, serrated sword. The guard wrapped around his hand, rather than over it like a normal sword would. That one turns into a shield, Welf explained. He took it from Belle to demonstrate. See here? There's a switch at the pommel. Hit it against something hard and the sword. He hit it against the wall. Nothing happened. He did it again. And again. Nothing happened. He frowned, scratched his head, and placed it back on the rack. Some of them are still faulty. They're a work in progress. The sword cracked, breaking apart into 7 pieces before folding over on itself until it became a serrated shield. It clattered close to their feet. Faulty, Welf repeated with a groan. This is still amazing, Belle said as he picked up the shield. He equipped it and began shadow fighting a few monsters, trying to figure out how to use the bladed edge of the shield for both attack and defense. I would have loved to have had a shield countless times during the hunt. But the only one I found was made out of rotting wood and the other made out of mirrors. The earliest hunters just picked up what they could. Welf scratched the bottom of his chin. I heard Gehrman went on hunts in just his overcoat and a harvest scythe. Besides, shields are for fighting people. Beasts fight differently. Still didn't stop me from making this, though. Belle handed him back the shield. Welf struggled with it until it snapped back into its sword form and placed it back on the weapons rack. He waited with a heavy glare, daring the thing to change into a shield again. When it didn't, he stepped back. The problem is, Welf began as he examined his weapons. These are just lackluster imitations. I've had to make everything from scratch. The technology in this place is lacking compared to the stuff Gehrman and Oedon designed. I've had to make things to make other things to make even more things. Look at this. He went to the smithing workshop and started to pull out tools from the drawers and cupboards. Do you know what this is? It's a screwdriver. It's used for twisting in screws. Never mind, I had to develop a mold for screws of every shape. This here is a wrench. Same principle except it tightens bolts. And this? This is a blowtorch. It allows me to meld metals together. I have a full cache of these things. All of them I had to make on my own. Sounds like a tough time, Belle offered to say. He didn't realize how strenuous it was when making trick weapons. Most of the things he used in the dream had been given to him. He never considered how much work was put into them. You have no idea, grumbled Welf as he put everything back. He leaned against the workstation with his arms crossed. The biggest problem I'm facing is my raw goods. I can go down into the dungeon and get a few things. But those are all just the grunts and mediocre drop items I can manage to scrape. I get lucky once a blue moon to find a rare item selling at the market, and it's another problem if I can afford it. The real stuff I need to make proper trick weapons are the things dropped by floor bosses and monster rexes. Belle eyed the weapons once more. They seem to be fine. They're wall ornaments, Welf scoffed. They're nothing more than prototypes for me to figure out how to get them to work. Take any of those into the dungeon and I guarantee they'll break after a few short runs. I need stronger, more flexible materials. I need metals with a high density that can absorb the stress, heat, and pressure worthy of a powder keg. I need something that doesn't break. He said that last part with a heavy sneer. He caught himself and scratched his head with irritation. Welf. Belle spoke up as he thought to himself. You know, we're not the only hunters here. Welf had his attention. I ran into Lady Maria a few times. And I fought Father Gascoigne and Henrique just yesterday. That's not possible, Welf cut him off. They're all dead. Maria committed suicide years before the dream became a thing. And I thought those two were done in by the crow. Belle was silent after hearing about Lady Maria. He didn't know what to do with this information. Lady Maria was already dead? She had killed herself before the hunter's dream began? That didn't make sense. If it was true, then how could she be here? How could any of the hunters be here? He saw Eileen bleed out until she took her last breath. And he had killed Gascoigne and Henrique personally during the hunt. Yet there was evidence Eileen was present in this world, and he had engaged against the old hunters the day before. I don't know, Belle said eventually, but it's true. It was them. But that's not the point. Would it help you at all if I told you I was able to get some hunters' weapons? Welf perked a brow. Oh? Like what? Belle lifted his gaze as he thought, trying to recall everything he stashed inside the church that was his home. There's the hunter's axe, the hunter's safe, a piercing rifle, and a church cannon. You got your hands on a church cannon? Welf rose to his full height. A church cannon? The powder kegs. They were infamous as hunter workshop heretics. They designed instruments that relied heavily on gunpowder. Their instruments were odd most of the time. but extraordinarily lethal when used by proper hands. Welf, being one such powder keg, couldn't help but jump in surprise about Belle finding one of the biggest boomsticks in all of Yarnum. Of course, Welf thought to himself, curling a few fingers around his chin as he muttered to himself. His other hand reached for a small book from the inside of his kimono. He flipped it open with his thumb and went to the last entry. This could work. He muttered a little more clearly for Belle to hear. This might actually work. Good hunter, I'd like to make a deal with you. Come with me into the dungeon. Help me gather the materials I need to finish my projects. And in exchange, I'll make all of your gear. Armor sets, trick weapons, firearms, you name it. Really? Belle jumped at the idea. Absolutely, Welf continued with a ferociously hungry grin. He tapped on his small book. This is a record book that helps me keep tabs on the monster spawns within the dungeon. Here's what we need. 3 floor bosses and a monster rex. You can keep track of monster spawns? Belle approached and peered into the book. I thought they just pop up randomly. There's a pattern, Welf shared. You can start to paint a picture after seeing all the drop items in the market. I'm part of the Hephaestus Familia, so most adventurers come to us. They hand us the rare items and ask us to make equipment from it. Keep track of that, and you can start to see what monster spawns at what period of time. It's crucial we get something from a monster rex, he said next while tapping one piece of scribble in his book. Unfortunately, the closest one isn't until the Skeleton King down in floor 37. 37? Belle shrieked. But I've never gotten any deeper than the 10th floor. I've soloed my way down to 23, Welf offered. If I can do it, imagine how far the legendary Good Hunter can go. We'll be fine at 37 with just the 2 of us. Really, the dungeon isn't that far off from the Themerian tombs. It's almost frightening if you think about it. They were both silent for a moment as they considered the comparison. I could have gotten the ribs of the Goliath, but Loki Familia already took it out the last time they went into the dungeons. And I could have gotten the heart of the Hell Beast. But some newbie decided to sell everything to the guild. Is that right? Belle chose to say carefully. Hopefully Welf wouldn't notice that the mentioned newbie was standing right beside him. He slew the Hell Beast during his rampage in the dungeon. And it was Lady Maria who picked up all the drop items and magic stones, and then sold them to the guild. So what do we need from the Skeleton King? He asked next. His crown, Welf answered as he pointed at another note. It's made out of dense materials only found in the dungeon. Some bone dust would do nicely. If we're lucky, maybe his weapons and staff. I could melt those down for their base materials. Yup, the Skeleton King it is. With this, I can make one hell of a weapon the world has never seen. Belle looked at him. So, what did you need the church cannon for? Do you know how a cannon works? Welf closed his book and put his hands on his hips. It contains a high-pressured combustion within its chamber, expelling a chunk of hot metal at a high velocity. The problem the healing church had with it was none of their executioners could withstand the kick. The church cannon was designed to act as any other cannon while absorbing most of the kick within itself. Belle nodded slowly as he tried to follow. I'm going to use it as a base, Welf explained. I'm going to transform the church cannon into something truly amazing. Something no one in existence could make. An instrument that can only be made as a blacksmith of Hephaestus Familia, a powder keg engineer, and a bearer of the cursed Kratzo blood. A weapon of legend, Good Hunter. One that can change the world and will never break. Belle found himself resonating with Welf's hope. He felt inspired to see Welf make his dream come true. Welf was determined to see this happen to the very end. It was just the same as Belle wanted to become a high-ranking adventurer, make his goddess proud, and catch up to the woman who caught his eye. We're going to need a supporter to help carry all the loot, Welf said as he began to calm down. Damn it all. I don't have that kind of cash. Maybe Hephaestus will loan me some if I tell her what it's for? I have a supporter, Belle raised his hand. Although, I don't know how she'll feel about going all the way down to the 37th floor. That's perfect. Welf cheered. And don't worry. If we keep our heads straight, we can take care of her. I know my way around the dungeon and have a few maps of the lower floors. With you and me, Good Hunter, she's in good hands. Welf extended his hand. Belle shook it with a smile. They both had a firm grip. Pack your things, Good Hunter. Welf looked around his workshop, immediately making a mental list of all the things he was going to need. We leave in 3 days. You can just call me Belle. 3 days? Welf looked at him with an odd expression. Well, yeah. The Skeleton King spawns in 4 days. We need at least a full day to reach the 37th floor since it's us 2 plus a supporter. 3 days, muttered Belle as his shoulders sagged. That's cutting it close. What am I supposed to tell my goddess? What am I going to tell Aina? Now there was a terrifying idea. Aina flipped out beyond all measure as soon as she found out he went down to the 10th floor. He hadn't been so terrified since coming across the cleric beast during the beginning of the hunt. Except, the beast named Aina wasn't something he could fight back. All he could do was whimper in a corner as she chewed him out. If she ever heard, he jumped all the way to the 37th floor. "You can leave your coat with me," Welf said as he took out some measuring tape from another drawer. He immediately began to pull and prod Belle's limbs while the boy was going through his mental crisis. "I'll have it finished for you before we meet up again. It'll only be temporary. I'll make you something better depending on what we find in the dungeon." Sure," Belle nodded. "I guess I can gather potions? What exactly do we need for this trip?" "Oh yeah, here." Welf was making notes of his measurements in his book. He flipped to a new page, scribbled something, and tore it out to hand to Belle. "This is what I recommend. Make sure to only pack what you can carry while leaving some space. We're going to be taking as much loot as we can haul." I see. It was mostly health and energy potions, spare weapons, cleaning kits, and food. "I've a lot to take care of," Welf said as he pocketed his book again. "Sorry, but I'll be working for the next few days. Be sure to meet me at the guild entrance 3 days from now." "Oh, and Belle? Thanks. I haven't been this excited about anything in a while." Belle smiled back at him. "Yeah, sure. I'll be in your care when we go to the dungeon." They said their goodbyes. Belle excused himself as Welf began to work in his underground workshop. He couldn't help but think as he unlocked the front door. Did he just get suckered into this? He didn't exactly get a chance to say no. Maybe he was just a pushover? Either way, his chore of the week was complete. He went out today to get his coat tailored, and that's exactly what he was getting. It couldn't be helped he was getting a little bit more out of the deal, it would seem. 000. He wasn't sure how much further he could go. Connecting the research hall and the astral clock tower had been a sunflower garden. There, he ran into what Simon called the living failures. They were the patients who came to the healing church and never seen again. They had been experimented on in the church's obsessive search to make contact with the old ones. Much like the beasts of the hunt, Belle was forced to put down more innocent people. What frightened him the most was the fact Simon said he hadn't seen the worst of the healing church. What Lady Maria hid behind her was the true secret and the source of the hunter's nightmare. He pushed open the doors and made his way into the astral clock tower. It was a massive room with a glass panel clock taking the entirety of the back wall. It had been designed so time could have been read from inside the tower. However, instead of numbers, the dials rested on Carol runes. Sitting at the center of the room was a corpse. Her body was slouched in the chair. At her side was a small table that held a spilt glass of wine and a shattered photograph. He immediately recognized it as the missing photo from the mantle within the hunter's dream. However, he couldn't see what the picture had been as the glass had been smashed. The corpse had once been a woman. Her body was as pale as chalk. She was once beautiful with ashen gray hair and a porcelain face. Belle couldn't help but compare her to the doll. Their similarities were too close to be coincidence. The matching frame of the photograph encouraged the notion. Blood dripped down her arm as it dangled over the armrest. Her wounds had been fresh. A deep gash cut through her neck with the blood flowing off her shoulder and down her arm. Was this Lady Maria? Was this the woman Simon had told him about? He was tasked with killing her in order to uncover the church's darkest secret. But it would seem he was too late. She had taken her own life. Or so he thought. The bloodied arm snatched forward faster than he could blink. Her hand latched onto his and pulled him close. Her eyes flashed open with a fire burning as intense as the pits of hell. Her eyes were pale. They were the same colorless shade as the doll's. "A corpse should be left well alone," she said to him in a callous and annoyed tone. She held her gaze, pressing the importance of her words deep into his mind. It was only when Belle began to shake did she let go. He took fearful steps away from her. She rose out of her seat. She fixed her hat and brushed back her cloak. A trick weapon rested on her right. She rested her hand on its hilt with habitual grace. "Oh, I know very well. How the secrets beckon so sweetly." She stepped forward. He could only step back. The presence of death had never been so strong before. The bloodlust flaring through her eyes was more tenacious than any beast he had come across. This woman, Lady Maria, wanted nothing more than to kill Belle. No, she wanted to make him suffer. He had invaded onto something sacred. Her eyes flashed with knowledge. She knew everything he had done up to this point. She knew he had slain Ludwig and had desecrated the research hall. And she knew what he was after. "Only an honest death will cure you now," she said as she readied her trick weapon. The rakuyo, an instrument with a dagger and a katana in one. "Liberate you from your wild curiosity." Her steps were slow, graceful, like a predator stalking its prey with silent observation. This was no beast he had come across. This was a hunter during the golden age of the hunt. She quickened towards him, bringing her weapons around as fast as lightning. 000. Belle shouted and shot up. He was shivering in cold sweat and panting. His skin was tingling and his ears were ringing. He could feel the hands of his goddess trying to comfort him. She had wrapped her arms around his head and held him close to her chest. She was chanting a mantra of assurances. He could hardly hear her. All he could do was wrap his arms around her and sob. He remembered. He remembered Lady Maria. He remembered their fight at the astral clock tower. He remembered killing her, unlocking the secret pathway through the clock itself, and finding himself to the heart of the hunter's nightmare. He found himself in the fishing hamlet. And there was where he learned the darkest deed of the healing church. He wanted to scream. It was something he didn't want to remember. He didn't want to remember what the people of the hamlet went through. He didn't want to know what the church had done. He didn't want to know. He didn't want to know about Kos. "It's all right, Belle," his goddess whispered into his ears. She ran her fingers through his hair while holding him tightly. "It's all right. It's over now. You're awake. You're here with me." That's right. He was awake now. The dream was over. What happened in the dream and the nightmare were over. He was here, with his goddess, in Ororio. He indulged in a little selfishness for the moment. He continued to hold onto his goddess like a lifeline between reality and dreams. He rested his head against her chest as she continued to stroke his head. "I'm sorry, goddess," he mumbled after a few minutes passed. She continued to stroke his head without saying another word. When she decided he was calm enough, she released him. However, her hands slid down his arms until she could grasp his hands. His eyes widened. When he pulled his head back, he could see his goddess now. She had been crying. Her eyes were red with streaks staining her face. He hadn't noticed until now. Gee, goddess. Something in his heart dropped at the sight. He felt ashamed of himself. He made his goddess cry. He had done something absolutely unforgivable, and it tore him apart. "Belle," she said his name tenderly, as though saying his name alone could comfort her. She squeezed his hands a little tighter. "No more. I can't pretend nothing is wrong any longer. Please, please tell me what's wrong. I can't stand to see you toss around night after night like this. Tell me what's going on. I can't help you if you won't tell me." More tears began to gather around her. She sniffed as her lower lip trembled. Her words and her actions were eating away at him. He was becoming the worst. He had sworn to make her happy since the very first day they became a familia. And now, all he had been doing was making her grieve. He wanted to tell her nothing was wrong. He didn't want her to worry. But he couldn't control himself while he slept. He couldn't control his dreams and the memories that flooded through him. He didn't want her to know about the hunt. He didn't want her to know about all the horrific things he had seen and done. He didn't want her to know about the abominations that drove him to the brink of insanity just by gazing upon them. But this was his goddess. This was someone he loved dearly. And he was breaking her heart by keeping this secret from her. "Okay," he said while lowering his head. He couldn't bear to look at that breaking face. He could only look at their hands. He gave hers a firm squeeze. "Okay. I'm sorry, goddess. I didn't want to make you worry about me. But I've done that already, haven't I?" "Belle, you idiot," she sobbed. He was quiet for a moment as he tried to gather his thoughts. "It's a long story," he said eventually. "And you might not believe me. You might think I'm crazy. But it's the reason why I'm so much stronger than I should be. It's why I know Eileen and why I have the Blade of Mercy. And it's why Lady Maria tried to hurt you during Monsterphilia. Goddess, please, no matter what you hear, please don't hate me. Please don't think I'm a terrible person. Please don't leave me." It was his turn to cry as he held her hands tightly. She promised. With all her heart. They stayed like that past dawn, sitting on the couch and holding each other's hands. The goddess Hestia listened intently on everything Belle could remember about the hunt, through the dream and through the nightmare. 000. "That's the last of them," Tione said. "She took them all on her own," Tiona groaned. "She didn't get a chance in this action this time. You know, Ace would be a lot cuter if she pretended to be in trouble every once in a while." Ace began to sulk. She flicked her sword to the side before sheathing it. It was out of habit, mostly. There was no blood for her to clean off this time. The entire floor she had swept clean were full of zombies and skeleton knights. She had taken them all on by herself. "Oh well," Tiona shrugged. "Hey, Ace, need a potion? An elixir? Maybe a potato puff?" "I am fine." Ace shook her head. Her eyes twinkled suddenly. "But I would like that last one." Tiona tossed her the packaged snack. Ace caught it as though the universe itself was guiding the sweet into her hands. She tore it open and began nibbling vigorously. "In any case," Tione said as she looked around the vast open area. Bones littered everywhere as far as they could see. "The monsters have been taken care of. What should we do next, Finn?" The Prum, who knew Ace was going to be out of control today, never got out of his relaxed posture. As an experienced adventurer, and one of the top 5 at that, he knew he should be cautious even when roaming around a level 4 class dungeon floor like 37. But, with the way Ace has been pumped in her training, he knew she was going to be doing most of the fighting. Hardly anyone got a chance to participate in any of the monster hunting today. He could honestly say he just took a casual stroll through the dungeon without being in harm's way once. He placed his hands behind his head as he looked at his teammates. It would be a problem if we ran out of food. It's getting late. Maybe we should start heading back? Riveria spoke up. I'm going to have to agree with the captain. You two, start packing up. She began to direct the couple of supporters who had followed them down here. They were busy gathering the magic stones and any special items from the undead monsters. A's eyes flashed once more. She lowered her potato puff for just a moment in order to speak. Finn, I would like to stay. Alone. The group looked at her with concern. I don't think that's such a good idea, Finn offered. It doesn't matter how low-leveled the monsters are here. I can't leave an ally in the dungeon alone. Plus, we haven't heard any activity from the hunters lately. We should stick together. Come on, A's. Tiona put her hands on her hips and pressed her face close to A's. You've been fighting all day. Remember we came down here for fun? You're going to exhaust yourself. Just look at you. You're covered in sweat. I don't think Bunny Boy is into that kind of thing. A's took a moment to examine herself. Her eyes saddened slightly. Tiona suddenly felt like she had kicked a puppy. Don't be putting things in A's head, Riveria scolded. You know how she gets. Finn, I will have to ask that you respect her request as well. Finn looked up at the high elf. You know I can't fully do that. This one doesn't often make selfish requests. I would like you to listen. Even so, I have a responsibility. I can't just leave her down here by herself. Riveria thought for a moment. She eventually sighed, slightly frustrated and somewhat reluctant. Very well. Then I will stay here with her. A's eyes lit up with joy. Finn frowned but thought about it. All right. If it's you then I suppose that's fine. I'm a little worried myself though. We might actually be in trouble without the two of you. Captain. Tioni slouched a little. Goodbyes were exchanged as the team separated. The only two left at the 37th floor was A's and Riveria. I better not have to fight, Riveria grumbled. Sorry, A's said with a heavy tone. She truly meant it. Thanks. Riveria only nodded. The two of them didn't need to say any other words. Besides, A's rarely said much as it was and Riveria was more the observation type. A's drew her sword once more after her ears had picked up something only she could hear. It was something only being found by someone who was intently looking for it. It's here. What is? Asked Riveria. She didn't need to wait long to find out. A colossal skeletal black hand sprouted out of the ground. It reached for the surface and began to drag its body upwards. A black skull rose with two protrusions sticking out of its brow like horns. It pulled itself upright until its feet could reach the surface. It stood over 10 meters tall. In its right hand was a blade made out of a sharpened black bone. In its left was a club made out of a giant monster's jawbone. It released a howl that shook the air. The shattered bone remains began to stir. It was as though this voice was demanding their attention. Life began to return to the skeletal warriors A's had slain earlier. They began to reform, pick up their weapons, and surround the two adventurers. Eudeos, the Skeleton King, a level 6 monster Rex, had been reborn. I'll be over here if you need me, Riveria said as she started to find an isolated spot by the room's entrance. Don't need me. Not a problem, Ace said as she lowered her stance. I'll be done in a moment. She fired off like a bolt. The first wave of skeletal warriors were thrashed as she plowed straight through them without slowing down. Her blade pierced through their cores with precise strikes too fast for the human eye to see. Yet, she couldn't help but feel like she was too slow. That woman's technique was faster. She had been nothing but a flicker when she fought against Belle. Ace reaffirmed her focus and drove herself harder. In the crescendo of the battle, however, there was a sound that echoed throughout 37th floor. It was the ringing of a chime. Riveria thought nothing of it. She was perplexed as it was something she had never heard from the dungeon before. But then, the dungeon itself began to react to this sound. The monsters were behaving erratically after hearing the chime. The walls were beginning to twitch as though they were inside the belly of a monster. There was the sound of wind bellowing followed by a flash of red. The blacklisted Maria stepped into the center of the room. She appeared out of thin air. The monsters paid her no mind. Rather, they fell into a formation around her, as though she were welcomed by the dungeon. All alone, I see, she said as she unsheathed her unique weapon. How unfortunate. Tonight, Lady Maria joins the hunt.